Hello everyone, sorry, we're just kind of getting everything set up here. Maybe I should order these in the order we're going to talk about them, because we're probably going to talk about those first or no? Let's do 5 and Return the Jedi, and then do the prequels. Easier that way. 4, 5. Rebels. Okay, that goes after that. Okay. That's better. Oh shit, hi.
Was that to me?
Yeah.
I wasn't sure. I was gonna let
I,
you do whatever
I
you
didn't know if he
needed
was even
to.
here. Oh no, you're good. I'm pretty much done now. Uh, Apparently they didn't even have a tier list with all this stuff in it, so I had to just make one in the last 10 minutes. I had to go so fast. I was like, oh shit, this is the worst time for me to have this kind of shit happen. So that was fun. Yeah, I said hi because I didn't know anyone was here, but now I know that you are. So we have it organized here. We were gonna talk about the good ones first. So it was gonna be um, the original trilogy first, and then we were gonna talk about the prequels, and then the shows. We're gonna end with the sequel trilogy because I have a little too much to say about that, and I think that would be a good way to end it because it
Why
kind.
end it being negative?
I here's the thing. I feel like a lot of the
Also,
stuff.
we're doing a tier list, yeah?
Yeah, that's why it's a list. Yeah,
Well, in a tier list, you save the best for last.
that's true. That's a good ass point. Maybe I should. Hmm.
Of course, then again, that also means we're gonna have things kind of spread out weird because we
Yeah.
all know that episode 3 and episode 5 are the best.
I think like the problem is unless you do like chronological order, it's gonna be confusing no matter what. Unless you're a Star Wars fan, then you get it and you already know. But like, I don't know. Maybe we should end with like the gold standard. You know what I mean?
Well, let's see. I don't actually know how your stream looks because I was in the middle of doing things. Uh, Gaming things, of course.
Oh, you're good.
Do,
Um,
do, do,
it's
do.
just
Do
a
I
standard.
not have you followed? I thought I did. Well, congratulations. You're gonna get another follow here.
Oh, watch the GIF at the bottom of the screen. I added something, and now everybody else gets to see it. Whenever you follow, just watch the stream. It's funny. He's echoing.
Okay.
Shouldn't be.
Yeah, I definitely shouldn't be echoing. All
Well,
right,
I
here's a
was.
follow. Also, hello, Mark.
Hmm. Okay, I think I know what to do. Oh, I forgot I switched it. The other one, when you subscribe, it's a, it's the Bill and Ted guitar riff thing.
Nice.
I thought that was kind of funny. Okay, I know what's wrong. Actually, give me a second.
Okay, so you have a tier list maker thing. I
I
can't
just did it.
actually
Yeah.
see like individually because everything's small.
Yeah.
I'm
Shit.
assuming those are all the movies and then the shows.
Yeah. Hang on a second.
Okay.
I think I know how to fix it. Give me a second. If I switch to headphones, I bet you that'll fix it. Give me a second. Because I do not feel like fucking with audio right now. That's not happening. Alright, go ahead and try talking.
Well, I think I'll succeed at talking, really.
Okay. It doesn't look like it's echoing now. Good stuff. Yeah, I have an idea, actually. Give me a second. I think I know what to do.
Wonder when everybody else is gonna show up.
Yeah, I'm wondering that too. It's okay, though. Is that any better? That looks a lot better, I think. I think that works for now. Good shit. I'm gonna just turn this off because I don't really need it. I thought I needed that ring light, but honestly, it's really bright anyway, so I don't really need it. I'm kind of wondering where everyone else is too. That's okay.
Yeah, well,
We
if I know
got
Kaz is a little busy right now. I can't honestly say what Danny would be doing.
no, I got
And who else is joining us?
uh. So it is Kaz, me, you, Danny, and my friend Boozle. Um, quite a few people. So probably what I'm gonna do is, if there's a rant, which there's going to be, I I think I will try to make it where everyone kind of gets their say about each movie. I'll try to put some order if I can. Um, Not anything like crazy or anything. Just like I'll try to keep these things in mind because there is a lot of people here, and everyone here is a big Star Wars fan, as far as I can tell. So I'd like to do that. I'm gonna be doing chores, so I'll be lurking. Well, that's okay, Graveyard. I appreciate it. Um, I do have
I
one rule
mean,
though. Hmm.
so I will say right now that,
Mm-hmm.
and this is gonna sound a little what's the word I'm looking for? Um,
Harsh, mean,
arrogant. Arrogant.
arrogant. Okay, I'll listen.
I probably know more about Star Wars than you.
Okay, that is fine. But I do have one rule, and I'm not gonna bend on this one. I think, and I talked to Danny about this last night, and he agreed with me. But I just want to make this clear for everyone. So maybe I'll say it again when they come in here. But if here's the thing, I like the expanded lore of Star Wars. I do. I think it's cool. There's a lot of good stuff there. I haven't like invested in a ton of it, but I've invested in enough where I think it's cool, and I love Star Wars in general. However, something I have run into for a little while is people saying, well, in this one comic, they do explain this one plot hole of the movie. That is not acceptable. The movie needs to explain things on their own. The external media is meant to enhance it, not explain it.
Well,
So for example,
I
I'll give you an
have.
example. So Palpatine, for example, if they explain how he's alive in a book, that's not enough for me. It needs to be in the movie because 90% of the audience is not going to read that book.
Okay, so I'm gonna bend your rules slightly, real quick.
It's my rule, but I will
It,
listen. Continue.
so
You can. I'm not saying you can't
there.
talk about it. By the way,
Oh
I'm not
yeah, no, no,
saying.
there's
I'm
for
not
the
saying you
most
can't
part,
talk
I
about it. I think it's
agree.
cool.
In a lot of cases, the media should be contained with whatever medium it needs to be. However, there are things that show up like in Star Wars Clone Wars, right?
Mm-hmm.
That get utilized in something like Obi-Wan, right? Or Mandalorian,
Mm-hmm.
something like that. And those wouldn't it wouldn't make sense to judge, according to your rule that it should have this thing already. It wouldn't
Well,
make
that's not what
sense
I
to.
mean. I'm more talking about visual mediums. Like, for example, if something is in Clone Wars that they reference, I get what you're saying, and I agree 100%. I think maybe I wasn't very clear. What I mean is like non-visual mediums, like comic books, for example, or book books, like actual novels or uh, video games. I wasn't sure about, but basically, what I was trying to say is some things need to be explained in a visual medium in some shape or form, meaning a show. If it's not in one of these shows, I'm going to ignore it as far as explanations go. Now, you can talk about the external stuff. That's what this talk is for. I'm not saying don't talk about it because there's a lot of complaints there, and I think it's very cool. Like Luke's love interest, things like that. I think those things are super cool. All I was trying to say was if they explain something in, say, a book or a comic or something like that, that's not really enough. It needs to be in one of the movies or shows. Does that make sense? Because Star Wars
Yeah.
is a very long running thing. At this point, you should have already watched all of it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not something that you just jump into. And you're like, oh, well, this makes sense. It's a very long running series. Does that make sense? Maybe I'm explaining it better now. I'm not sure.
What do you mean? Didn't they start on episode 7?
Do you want to get kicked from this chat? Do you wish to lose your life? No, but my only rule is like if there's an explanation in one of these shows or movies that we're going to talk about here, then 100% good. Makes perfect sense. I just don't want it to be one of those things where it's like, well, in this one book they explain how Palpatine's alive, so it's not that
Well,
big of a deal that it's in Rise of
I'm
Skywalker.
gonna say that the only case that happens in is episode 9.
Oh, I have a lot to say about episode 9. I think you know what's funny? I think a lot of people will have a lot to say about episode 9, which is kind
I
of
don't.
funny.
I
Really?
really don't.
I'm curious what your thoughts
Episode
are though when
9
we get to it.
happened.
Yeah, it happened, I
Mark,
guess.
I see
I also
that you're
have a
trying to be
lightsaber.
sarcastic, and I'll probably touch on it later, but Rey is not a terrible character.
Oh, I don't think so either. Actually, to be
And
honest with you.
Daisy Ridley is actually not the best actress by any stretch, but
I think she's
she's
great.
at least above good.
Episode 9 was one of the movies of all times.
It's
Okay,
not
we're not
Daisy
we're
Ridley's
not
fault.
we're
It's
not
the
doing
writer's fault.
we're not doing the Morbius meme here. No. She is boring to me. God, that hurt to type. No, I actually agree with him 100%. I think that Daisy
I
Ridley,
didn't
it's
really
not her
like Ray.
fault. Yeah,
It just wasn't a
the
well-written
thing is that
character.
wasn't really.
Like, I was more invested in the side characters than her.
I feel like
Okay,
she was a
which
good
side characters
character
are you
in
talking about?
the Force
Because
Awakens. I feel
So
like
what
she
were
was
their
really good.
names? Star Wars.
if you say Finn, Poe, and Kylo as side characters, I'm gonna come through this computer medium and slap you, because none of
I
them are side characters.
Yeah. Well, okay. I feel
I
like
meant
there's an
like
argument that Poe might be,
Poe's
but
not a side. In the first movie, he kind of is, but he's not a side
and in the
character after
third
that.
movie he is.
No,
So, I mean, all he does is drive the ships and stuff, and get mad at
that's.
Rey.
I mean,
That's
that's
the writer's
his.
fault. I'm just saying, like he didn't like
The
if
third
you're.
movie has its own problems,
No, I get you. I'm just saying if he's
but
kind of a side character in 2 of the 3 movies.
you can't really say he's a side character because he actually leads the entire initial assault, and that's a
In
main
Force
character
Awakens, you
role.
mean?
Yes. No, 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 no. In
Or
Rise
Rise?
of Skywalker,
Yeah,
he
a
he and
little. I don't
Finn
know.
lead that entire assault, while the main Force character does main Force character things.
That's true. I
It's
I kind of
the
look at
same thing that happened
Poe
for
as the
Episode
same way I look
6.
at Lando.
Actually, that's a great example. It's the same thing that happened for Episode 6. Luke went on to Death Star 2 to have it out with his daddy, and
Mm.
fucking Leia and Han and Chewie were all on the moon of Endor, fucking, doing shit for the rebels.
Yeah.
That didn't stop them from being main characters. They just weren't always in primary focus. I gotta say, Poe's ex-girlfriend had a pretty neat helmet, and I thought she might have been a Mandalorian, but that's not confirmed anywhere.
For me, I I had a lot of issues with Poe's girlfriend, but in like a funny way, more like a. Okay, let me rephrase. I don't have a lot of issues with it. It's one of those things where I'm kind of just like, you didn't really tell us anything about you. You hinted a past relationship, which is fine, interesting, but like, I'm confused why we didn't see your face the whole time. It'd be one of those.
See, she's supposed to be mysterious,
I
tied
know,
to
I know, but hear me out.
Poe's.
It only would have been mysterious if like she lifted the thing up and like she had a third eye or something. It'd make us wonder what she looks like. But like you pull it up and she looks great. Like her
Pulls it
like
up and it's a
oh, eyes
Wookiee.
are
Holy
pretty.
shit.
What does it matter?
Do you have
Like,
Book of Boba Fett on this?
I do.
Okay.
I do. It's again, I did this tier list in like
There
10 minutes, but they're all here.
there are only 2 pieces of Star Wars media. Okay, so I rate based on 10, just like
Yeah,
almost
yeah,
everybody else.
that's what we're doing. But we're doing tier lists here as a
But my based on
yeah.
10 is your average movie should be 4.5 to 5.5. It should be somewhere in that. It's a bell curve.
Yeah, I think
I count
five's
4 to 6.
I think five's average.
It it,
And
it it is more 4 to 6, but it's like once you hit 4, it starts to be more like, yeah, I just didn't have a great time. And once you hit 6, it's like I could rewatch that like a second time.
right.
Not like I want to rewatch that a second time, but more like, yeah, I could. I wouldn't be against it.
Yeah. I
Are
know
we
what you
gonna go
mean.
in chronological order or release date
We're
order?
we were talking about that actually, and I don't know. Do you guys want to
Honestly,
start with the prequels?
I think we should go in chronological just because we do not have any media before the prequels. We're
That makes sense.
supposed to get
Let's do
a
the
High
prequel.
Republic movie,
Let's do the
but we
prequels
haven't
first
yet.
then,
Yeah, that makes sense.
and then we'll do. Well, if we do chronological, then that means we got to
Who
do
would you consider
Clone
a side
Wars
character in the new movies?
and Rebels before the OG
I just
trilogy,
meant
right?
all the main characters that weren't.
Leia, Han, Chewie, they're all side characters in the new movies.
Oh yeah, no, in the new movies, yeah,
Correct.
I would say so too.
Rest in peace, Han. You probably should have died earlier.
With the way
I
Han
have a
as a
lot to say about
character,
that actually when we get to Empire.
with the way that Han as a character acts, he absolutely should have died well before he did.
He just got lucky.
A lot.
Well, I'll share this when we get to Empire, but where the hell is Kaz and Danny? I don't want to start without them, but I'd prefer not to do that.
I mean, you could ping him.
Where's the episode 8 tier?
Everybody says episode 8 was the worst, but it really wasn't.
Oh,
It's pretty bad.
yeah.
It,
I don't think
it,
it. Okay, I'll put it this way. I don't
You
know
can
if I
defend
think
it
it
when
was
we
the
get there.
worst. Yeah, okay. I want to also preface the fact that I rewatched Force Awakens and Last Jedi today. So
I mean,
I just finished Last Jedi, and I gotta
okay.
tell you, it's
I know
actually
you
So
have
not as
like
bad as I remember.
I'll give you a hint as to how I feel about Star Wars: The Last Jedi,
Mm-hmm.
and that is, I'll even throw in Rise of Skywalker because we're gonna get to them almost last. The Last Jedi was not a bad movie. Even Rose Tycho, who was slightly annoying, not a terrible character. The only thing it really failed with was the entirety of Canto Bight. It's the only thing. I don't care that they had a plan that didn't work out. I was like, that's a refreshing pace where the hero characters go off and do something that's
Mm-hmm.
long shotted and then fail. Nice. Finally, somebody actually has some consequences. But like the rest
I
of it,
kind of feel like Star Wars characters fail a lot, though. I I
okay.
mean, near the
I'm
end
gonna
of every
say
trilogy,
I'm gonna
we're
say
talking about a
one
lot of people
example.
dying.
Actually, I'm gonna say two examples. Two examples where Star Wars characters absolutely should not have gotten out of the situation they were in. And it's
Mm-hmm.
per trilogy. Episode 2, The Arena.
Garbage,
There's
but
no
continue.
reason anybody should have made it out of that.
Oh no, for sure. I'm cool with that. Yeah, you're right.
And then episode
It's a little
6,
silly.
Endor, because Endor was supposed to be a trap. There is no reason any of them, with the exception of Luke, should have gotten out of that.
Yeah, there's some truth to that. I feel like, but if I remember right, the episode 2 stuff uh was mostly like when the clones showed up, which we're gonna get to that in a minute. I'm gonna ping them real quick before we say any
So,
more, because
yeah, we'll
this is
save it for the actual debate, I guess.
Scully said he's gonna be here in a bit. I haven't heard from Kaz yet.
Daz is probably
Hmm.
passed out after a long day of staring at a computer screen.
Yeah, probably. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started.
You should
Then
add an F tier.
Yeah.
There's only one piece of media I'll put in the F tier.
I don't know if I can now. I'd have to change the. I don't know if I can.
There's no way to add tiers.
Yeah, there is when you're making it.
Oh.
So I don't know if it'll let me.
I guess we have a D tier then.
D is pretty far down though.
No.
I don't
So
think it quite encompasses F, but
to
Yeah, you're right.
to further explain, The Rise of Skywalker is the only Star Wars movie I actively say is not a good movie.
Oh yeah, I feel that way in a lot of ways, actually. Okay, let me.
Which is a big thing for me to say because I've always been Star Wars is Star Wars, all Star Wars is good Star Wars. But The Rise of Skywalker, I was like,
it proved you wrong.
what is this trash?
It was pretty bad.
I wanted to like it because
I did
even
too.
with the absolutely stupid excuse of somehow Palpatine has returned, terrible writing, but fuck it, I'll take it. um Palpatine's my favorite character. I love Papa Palpatine. Ian McDermott has a classic voice. Favorite character in the movies. Need to clarify that because my favorite Star Wars character overall is Thrawn.
But the best villain was Snoke.
I'm even okay with Snoke being a test tube baby. Like, I was like, oh, that's kind of neat. It's a good way to manipulate somebody. It's a little weird, but I'll take it.
They did him dirty.
They kind of did, but I was like, you know what? Sure. Okay. And the space battles looked cool. I was like, cool.
Yeah, it won't let me add an F, so D is the best we're gonna get. I should have done this
Yeah,
from the
that
beginning.
happens.
But
We'll
oh
just
well.
leave it off the list. That's how bad it is. It's just off the
Actually,
list.
I'm cool with that, but that's whatever.
You just
Honestly-
put it at last of D and say it's F tier.
Honestly, what's funny is I could say
Yeah, honestly.
I would rate it at D
Okay,
for
real
the
quick.
one redeeming factor. When Papa Palpatine is like, do not fret, and just cast lightning on the sky. One of the coolest moments in all of Star Wars.
We'll get to that. Anyway, so we're going to name these. This is the fun part. We're going to name these. And I already know what should be the top one. The top, the S tier, I mean, should be Darth Jar Jar.
No complaints.
We should call it that. I think that's the most fun fan theory I've heard, and I think it's hilarious. All in favor or disagree?
And then D tier will just be normal Jar Jar.
What were you saying, Viper?
Is it really a fan theory when the character was actively changed?
Okay, we're naming him Darth Jar Jar based on your answer.
Like, he was absolutely supposed to be Plagueis.
Darth Jar Jar. Fuck yeah. And the bottom should just be Jar Jar.
Yep, that's what I was saying. Just
I wouldn't do that.
I heard you.
I wouldn't do that. Kaz loves Jar Jar. Favorite character.
Oh. Well, if Kaz even shows up, I might change it. We'll see.
I think the bottom tier.
Okay. What should we call it?
Should be what the hell are those kids called in Book of Boba Fett?
I don't even remember. They're so dumb. I hated that shit.
I mean, the I was fine with him recruiting them.
Yeah, it made sense,
What
but
what got me was the fucking mopeds.
oh, those made fun. I made fun of those so hard. It was so bad. I
I
could not
didn't
do
care
it.
about their spin maneuvers. I didn't care about their attire. I was like, cool. Feels like Star Wars. What are they doing on mopeds?
Yeah, that was disgusting. I couldn't. No, I think Jar Jar goes on bottom, but I can't think of anything else. Oh my god, what
Let
if I
me.
just put somehow Palpatine returned? Or no,
TROS writing.
I just put JJ, so it could either be Jar Jar or JJ Abrams writing.
Uh,
mm,
TROS writing because I don't think I could construct a better story for episode 9
all of us could.
in 10 minutes,
I already have one.
blindfolded
I was gonna
with
discuss
my
that too.
keyboard.
I don't know. I can't think of anything better than Jar Jar. It's so hard to put. I can't put a super long name.
Fun fact. Did you know there was originally an actual script that they were gonna go with
Mm.
where Kylo was gonna full on like take over Coruscant and actually like do evil overlord stuff, right?
Sounds
And
much
they were
better.
gonna have to assault Coruscant, right? At this like almost giant prison structure, and he would get a redeeming factor just before he died because everybody needs to be redeemed or some stupid shit. Um,
Question.
man, it was so close to being good.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about that when we get there. Believe me, because I have a lot to say about the sequel trilogy. A lot of complaints, a lot of compliments. Believe it or not, there's some cool stuff in there. I know people think it's fucking treason to even say that, but there's some cool stuff in there.
Uh, Star Wars fans are the worst fans.
Yeah, sometimes they're right though. Um, like me during this entire conversation. Anyway, um, no. So the other tiers, I was thinking maybe Master, Knight, and Padawan for the other three.
It can
Thoughts?
be Master Yogurt.
No, no, no. So Jar Jar needs to be changed to Youngling.
Yeah, that's a good one. Oh no, 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 no. This is the perfect one. We just call it Order 66 because that's a fate worse than death.
Order 66 still is one of my favorite. Actually, I think that is my favorite series of scenes across all Star Wars media. It's so good.
I was actually gonna agree with you. I was gonna talk about that. I got a hot take for episode 3 that I don't know if people are ready for.
I
No,
want to see a supercut of all the Order 66 scenes.
just
Okay,
like 15 minutes of Order 66, and it just keeps going. You're like, holy shit.
I
okay.
mean,
Order 66,
Anakin's.
and then we gotta name these tiers, and then we can talk. So, Order 66, I think, should be the last one because that's a good ass name for it. Because then it's just like off to be executed. um, I don't know. Other tier names, ideas, go.
A tier. Now this is pod racing.
Actually, that's not bad.
Yeah, that works. Now
B
B.
tier. I love democracy.
I am the Senate.
I am the Senate kind of works, but I don't know. I'm trying to think of something.
Well,
I
if
love
we're
democracy
having
is a good
something
one.
enter, if we
B
have
for
something
blast them.
blast.
Wait, what'd you say?
Blast them.
We should. Oh, above Order 66, we should just be like stormtroopers aiming.
I was hoping we'd have a D and an F, so D could be death
I
sticks.
know. I tried adding.
But
Oh my god, that's so
You
funny.
want to buy some death sticks?
I want to sell you death sticks. You don't want to sell me death sticks. I don't want to sell you death sticks. That's honestly one of the funniest scenes in Star Wars. And
Okay, so C tier.
C tier,
Crispy Anakin.
yeah. Quispy. I'll just do Crispy Annie. Because Jar Jar kept fucking calling him that. That's a good one though. Okay,
Okay.
now. Did I hear somebody? No. Oh, thought I heard someone else. Okay, now for the middle one. What are you thinking? Any thoughts?
I do actually have somebody in here. That's why you heard somebody else.
Oh, okay, you're good. Having a girl over while you're busy? Man, you are a busy man. No,
I would normally let that comment stand, but this is my mother talking.
Oh. Sorry, mother. Shit. My bad. That makes a lot more sense. What should we make the middle one? I'm trying to think of something. I'm having trouble. Because this is like middle of the road. Like, it's okay. It's good, but not like...
You might be able. Well, I would personally say begun the Clone Wars has, but because we're kind of going with lettering for some reason, with the exception of this is pod racing, which is just
That was like one of the only redeeming factors of episode 1.
Yeah... I don't know. I'm trying to think of something.
I mean,
Show
you
me
know what else was
send me
a-
Star Wars memes. Let's think of something together.
And then the Darth Maul fight, obviously.
Yeah, that's way too good to put in this tier.
Duel of the Fates was a solid thing. I love everything about it.
It's a dope ass theme too. I'm trying to think of something for this. I played it the other day for the Kenobi final fight, and I think it's far better than what we got. But I'll get to that when I get to it.
They should put Duel of Fates in every movie. It's just, this
they-
is now the theme song.
What makes me mad is it's in the fucking trailer for this show, and it's not in the show at all. You don't see it. You don't hear it once. I'm trying to think of something. Why are we having so much trouble? We're the biggest...
I mean, hell, it's
Star Wars
Obi-Wan. They
fans.
could have just used the same song, reuse some of the choreography, even just
Okay,
really
B tier.
throwback.
Ben Kenobi.
All right,
Just Ben Kenobi?
Or just Ben,
just Ben.
because we have Ben Kenobi and Ben Solo. Apparently, people named Ben.
I don't know if that works though, because that's just a character name. That's a really good character and people love. I don't think he deserves third place.
Kylo Ben does.
What if I just put Kylo?
That's not what it'd be.
Yeah, you're right.
Kylo Ben. I mean, that would work.
Kylo Solo. I'm just kidding.
Kylo Solo.
I can't wait. Actually, you know what? That's kind of funny. I almost want to put that.
The most cursed name for Kylo.
I almost want
Kylo
to put
Solo.
that. Yeah,
All
I'm
right,
doing it.
put it.
I'm doing it because people will get mad, and it's really funny. Okay, so, all right, we have waited long enough. We're gonna start ranking them, and people are just gonna miss out, I guess. So, are we starting with the prequels?
Yep.
I mean, we might as well.
All right, Phantom Menace. What are you thinking? I'm
Phantom
gonna
Menace is
talk real quick first, and then I'm going to let Viper talk, and then Booze is gonna talk. I think this movie gets a little bit too much hate. I don't think it's good, but there's some stuff I kind of like in it. I think it's very strange that you can't really tell who the main character is, because a lot of characters kind of like don't have character traits. The final fight with Darth Maul at the end is really cool, but it's hard for me to like this movie because it's like very political drama-esque, but like it's so absurdly stupid political drama, and as somebody who likes Game of Thrones, it's hard for me to like it. I think it's good, but it could have been significantly better, and so it's hard for me to really consider it a good movie. Now, Viper.
Game of Thrones was a terrible political drama.
You must have watched a different show because the first couple seasons are really good.
The first couple seasons.
First four, half the show is really good. It's so hard to.
We're
Okay,
gonna average it out though.
all right.
But honestly, so I was thinking we should all give a I think it should be this tier and then go into our reasonings, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Just
good
because it
idea.
would
For me, in that
so,
case, to finish mine off, for me, this might rub some people the wrong way, but I want to put this in Crispy Annie. It is not a good movie. All right,
so
now Viper.
the driving plot being trade disputes between the Trade Federation and the planet of Naboo
Yeah.
is definitely a weird choice. I'll give you that. But overall, honestly, it kind of makes sense as that was where uh, Sheev was located, his homeworld, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of get that. And while the reasoning for the invasion wasn't great, it did do the effective job of allowing him to climb his political ladder.
You
Duel of
mean
the Fates,
Emperor, I assume.
Sheev,
Say
the
again.
Chancellor.
You know what the fuck I mean.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
he wasn't Emperor Palpatine yet. He was just Sheev Palpatine.
Yes.
I believe Senator of Naboo, and eventually Chancellor, and et cetera, et cetera. During this point of the movies, Plagueis was still alive, that's also a reason he couldn't just, you know, like it was all about setting up the rest of it, right?
Right.
We got new vehicles and stuff. So, like it
And that's
breathed
cool. Yeah.
life into Star Wars again.
I don't know if I'd call it
And
much life though. The dialogue was terrible, and the characters
George
didn't have
Lucas was
traits.
always terrible at writing dialogue. And you can't say the characters didn't have traits,
I can
even
though.
without the use of comics, right? You
Yeah.
have Jar Jar showing off that he has force powers, but he pretends to be silly because if you look at his facial movements, he's only putting on an act. You have Obi-Wan, who I could say doesn't have traits. Annie, who has, I'm an innocent child, and that's his only trait.
You see what I'm saying though? The only character
Well,
you've described that has traits is the CGI created Jamaican character.
well, Liam Neeson's Qui-Gon Jinn absolutely has traits. He's the only Jedi Master who we see is willing to just bend and even break the Jedi rulings.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
his whole thing is, the Force will guide us, and as long as we're good, that whole thing. We don't really. They knew it was going to be more than just one movie. And because of that, they were setting up the template for characters to grow. And then on top of that, you have, as we already brought up once, Duel of the Fates,
And that does
which
bring it
is
up for me. Yeah.
Duel of the Fates is one of the greatest, one, musical pieces, and two, fight pieces.
Oh yeah, it slaps.
Easily
It's very
top
cool.
10 in
Oh,
all of
easily.
media.
In all of like Star Wars stuff, this is like about as
Top
good as it
5.
gets. It doesn't really get a whole
Ah,
lot better than this,
that
in my
that's
opinion.
fair. And then on top of that, the insinuations behind it, like the fact that the dark side won the Duel of the Fates is amazing. And it
You mean like
does a
what, by
good
episode 3?
No, no, no.
Or because
So
he killed Qui-Gon?
be, because he killed Qui-Gon,
Okay.
it disrupted any possibility of Anakin getting the actual teaching he needed in order to be a good Jedi.
That's true.
the dark side won the Duel of the Fates. Because the fate is Anakin's.
That's interesting.
So
Never thought about it that way.
personally, because the dialogue is kind of bad.
Uh, let's not mince words here. It is
No,
really bad.
I will say kind of bad because there is some dialogue that I enjoy.
There's one or two lines. There's one line in
Like,
particular that I like a lot where Qui-Gon is talking to Annie and he says, "No one can kill a Jedi." And he says, "I wish that were so." It's some very subtle
yeah,
foreshadowing, but it is like the only
I
line in the
liked
movie where I
half of the
think, "Damn, that's pretty
lines.
good."
I liked half of the lines involving Watto, for instance. I like Watto's character. He's funny.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying though. The problem with this movie is the only characters who have character are CGI mostly, aside from like one, which in this case is Qui-Gon.
Well, yeah, but there's also a lot of miniature special effects, like the ship at the beginning blowing up. That was a miniature blowing up.
Yeah, and but the thing is,
But
like the Jedi Order don't have any character traits at all. Yoda acts like a completely different person than we last met him.
I mean, that's not saying much considering when we met him, he was basically a crazy little elf on a swamp planet of death.
Yeah, I know, but he's like this humble old wizard who's like kind and like cares about the Force and sees it as like some sort of loving embrace that binds us all together and stuff like that, and that's great. But in this trilogy, he is just like gung ho. Let's kill the bad guys. He never comes up with any other ideas except let's kill all of them. And I don't know. I feel like that's just not
No, he tries to stay neutral in the thing that starts at episode one. And the only time he actually expresses any sort of
well.
worry is
He stays neutral because
post.
that's not a war. It was just a weird little dispute that he wasn't sure was real or not. The
The
second
only
he can lead clones into battle, he does it.
I mean, in full fairness, I can see how he could change between the prequels and Episode 5 because a lot of shit happened in between.
Yeah, like uh, he self-imposes an exile because he realizes everything he thought he was doing right, he did wrong.
Right.
But sticking with episode one, The Phantom Menace,
Yeah,
I
I guess.
personally think it should be in Kylo Solo.
What are your
It
thoughts,
doesn't.
Booze? Oh, sorry, Viper. Go
Um,
ahead. I
I
didn't mean
was
to
gonna
interrupt you.
give it a brief summary.
Oh,
Like
go ahead. Sorry.
yeah.
Continue.
it doesn't have enough dialogue, character building to really push it into, this is pod racing. But I think it's held above Crispy Annie by the fact that it at least starts the foundation
the fa- the fact we named it
of,
that and you said it without any emotion is just funny. I'm sorry.
oh yeah,
That
oh yeah, yeah.
was the best
I,
naming so far. It has to be. uh,
I
Quispy.
genuinely think that it has a good, it lays a solid foundation for the movies to come.
All right. What are your thoughts, Booze?
Yeah, I would say I'll go to rating first and then explain. I would also put it in the Kylo Solo, which is like middle of the pack, because to reiterate, yeah, the dialogue was kind of bland and like it felt a lot really sluggish at times, but it did have a lot of redeeming qualities. Like the Darth Maul fight was probably like top three for me personally for
Mm.
Star Wars fights. I also like the pod racing section, not only for the sequence, but sound design for that was really good as well. Which, wow,
Didn't even talk about the sound design, which was actually pretty great.
yeah, like Star Wars does not miss when it comes to sound design. Uh,
Absolutely not. Ah, good stuff.
Hmm.
and
Okay.
the little homage to Episode 4 at the end when they blow up the ship. Obviously, it's a Star Wars movie; they got to blow up a ship at some point.
Naturally, yeah. They gotta
But
blow some. They gotta blow
I
something up. Yeah.
honestly, I love that it's like a little homage, but they did it in a unique manner.
yeah,
Also, just so everyone
um,
knows, real quick, I am recording this to probably upload it on YouTube later. But go ahead.
Oh.
Plus
I forgot to hit recording until just fucking now, so
the
Good
I
job,
didn't wreck
bro.
anything yet, so I'm still gonna do it.
that's a shame
Yeah,
because
I know.
we
You said
missed
a lot, and I'm
our
so sorry.
entire thing.
Might be here to
It
spill his
happens.
little guts about this movie, and you just didn't.
Okay,
But
everybody recap it in like 30 seconds. Real quick for
the
me, I say Crispy Annie because I feel like the dialogue was wooden, the story was confusing for people who were watching it at the time, which is weird because he says, "Well, it was made for kids." Swear on your life and your child that you wrote these political drama scenes with children in mind. I don't believe you, George.
Well, I had no idea what was going on as a kid.
Oh, yeah, I don't either. I didn't as an
I was
adult
like,
until I looked it up.
yeah, I
And
didn't know what
then
was happening. I just knew, oh, they're fighting with lightsabers now. That's cool.
yeah, but I'll make it quick though. I can't really, in good conscience, agree to putting it any higher than Crispy Annie because of that. Duel of the Fates is super cool, but the characters don't have character traits for me, and it just the pacing is terrible. I don't think it's an awful movie. I think it gets a little too much hate, but it's definitely not good. Okay, now Viper. I'm sorry. I should have recorded this sooner.
happens.
Just
So I think it should be in Kylo Solo
mm-hmm.
for the sheer fact that it sets up a good foundation for character building, even with the time skip that's coming up.
Right.
Sorry, I'm consuming chicken.
You're good. I was like, wow, that's really
Um,
short compared to what you said earlier.
the
I was like,
foundation
not
it
more than
sets
that.
the foundation it sets up is almost critical for the next 5 movies.
Mm-hmm.
You get to see a lot of what will eventually be a full-fledged Anakin.
Right.
You also get to see uh, the person who influences Anakin to act the way he does in the Clone Wars, because it's because of the early influences of Qui-Gon Jinn that Anakin doesn't give a damn about rules.
Makes sense to me. He straight
Plus,
out doesn't give a shit either.
plus the biggest part that makes it honestly go into Kylo Solo for me is, yes, the dialogue is a little bland for some parts and everything, and there isn't a whole lot of character to the characters yet. But the Duel of the Fates, in both sound design and just choreography and meaning,
Mm-hmm.
is such a critical and incredible sequence that it honestly carries the entire movie in a way that very few scenes in media ever do.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Now,
mean, I haven't
Boozle.
seen this movie in like a decade at this point. I've seen Duel of the Fates this month. Like, I always go back to that.
I try to watch all the Star Wars movie once a year.
I listened to it yesterday, so I feel you. And the fights are cool. All right, so you're saying Kylo Solo also, Boozle,
Yes.
for the reasons kind of what he said?
For like 3 scenes. I think like 3 scenes carries it out of Crispy Annie tier.
It's so funny that we're calling it. It's even funnier that we're calling it Crispy Annie tier because of the fact that he's a child who didn't do anything wrong in this one yet. It's just funny. All right, I guess we'll even it out and go to Kylo Solo.
It's funny because one of my favorite memes is Obi-Wan standing next to Anakin while Qui-Gon is getting baked, right? And it's him leaning over and he's like, "It's gonna be you one day, twice."
All right, now I'm just gonna say up front, I think Attack of the Clones is Order 66,
I
but
wouldn't
it
disagree.
almost goes up to Crispy Annie because of the memes that came out of this movie.
Because of death sticks and this is where the fun begins. And
No, that's in Revenge of the Sith.
is that three?
But yeah, that's
I'll
3. But
damn
this
it.
one has like the "You're gonna help, right?" And then he just stares and he's like, "Right."
I hate sand.
That came from this one, and so it's kind of hard for me not to want to put it in Crispy Annie. But I'll be kind of, how should I put this? The acting is wooden and terrible, almost as bad as the first one. Um, Slightly better actually, I think, but that's about the only thing that's better. I can't think of a single thing about this movie that I kind of like, except some of the like world building is good in all three of these movies. That's kind of what George Lucas is good at. Is he's good at world building. No, like no matter what the fuck he makes, in my opinion. Um, I don't buy the Anakin and Padme love story, and that's only because of the direction. Like 100% of my issues regard the direction and the writing. I think these actors could have made something work. And I don't blame any of them because we have freaking Samuel L. Jackson and Ewan McGregor in this movie. You cannot tell me we don't have good actors, but they just do terrible.
Hayden Christensen
That too.
and fucking God damn it, I want to call her Jane Foster, which is
Natalie Portman,
yeah, I know.
one of the most attractive
Like,
women in Hollywood, in my opinion. But that's whatever.
it really sucks that I want to call her Jane Foster because she is so much more than just that character.
Yeah. But anyway,
But all four of them are fantastic.
That's what I'm saying. It's hard for me to blame them, but these movies are just not good. And this one I think is the worst. I think this might even be the worst Star Wars movie aside from one of them. Almost. But anyway, to wrap it all up, I think the finale at the end was kind of stupid. I did not like oh my god, I could do this for an hour. Okay, one thing that kind of ruins the movie for me is at one point Obi-Wan learns that the clones were funded by not funded, connected to Count Dooku. We learn that said clones are based on Jango Fett.
And
at no point does he think to himself, well, maybe I shouldn't use these, or maybe I should investigate while this is going on. And instead he's like, cool, army, mine. And at no point is that something that the people question. It's just it's fucking stupid. And then the assassination attempt on Padme is so dumb because like oh Jesus Christ. So Emperor Palpatine, sorry, Chancellor Palpatine wants Padme
Senator.
dead.
Nice try.
Motherfucking, I'll kick your ass out. I'm just kidding. Okay, so wait, hang on. I need access to the chat.
Remember that whole bit? Oh,
Scully's about to enjoy.
Man.
Fantastic. We'll have him vote on episode 1 real quick because we haven't.
A second. I gotta add him to the right role.
We haven't super far gotten into episode 2.
Yeah, we haven't. What I was about to say, I'm gonna wait to say until he gets back. He gets here. Hey, Scully.
Danny.
Or Danny, sorry.
Either or works.
So, real quick, before we say anything else, because I was going on a rant about episode 2. What do you think about episode 1?
I mean...
Oh, wait. We should tell him the tiers.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Did you see what the tiers are?
So I assume Darth Jar Jar is the worst?
Oh, no,
No,
it's the
S
best.
tier.
That's S tier.
Son of a bitch.
And then the one right under it, we all came up with these as a collective, but Boozle and Viper came up with some pretty good ones. And the one right below that is, now this is pod racing.
Understandable. Yeah, I'm looking at it in your stream. It's fucking... God.
And Order 66 is a fate worse than death. And Crispy Annie's right above that. I think that's my favorite one, actually. I think that's my favorite. But yeah, we already talked about Phantom Menace. I pretty much said Crispy Annie, and they said Kylo Solo.
I'll be right back. I gotta go get a bowl.
You're good.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I am kind of partial to it, like, because I actually have, like, one of the original movie posters for it.
For Phantom Menace?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Which, I mean, yeah, all in all, the movie kind of just, it had weird pacing, and none of it really drew together, but, like, I don't know, I was a big fan of the Darth Maul fight scene. That was pretty much it. Because like you
That's what we
have to
said.
admit,
Even they liked it, but they said,
the
"Yeah, there's nothing
moment
here but this."
the moment that second lightsaber ignited, or like that second blade ignited, everybody lost their
Oh
shit.
yeah, I jizzed, for sure.
Like everybody was like, that was it. That is peak cinema right there.
Oh no, for sure. But it's so you can't redeem a movie based on one scene, as we're gonna say with Kenobi later on. But I'll get to
Yo,
that.
can we just talk about this for a sec though?
Sure.
Before we move on to the second movie, or before I join you guys at the second movie. So Darth Maul, like, tracking them on Tatooine, right? Tracks them all the way to their ship, goes to like intercept them before they leave the planet. Darth Maul just sees some fucking random kid just walking
He's just
along
like,
the
let's
street
run him
and
over.
decides, I'm gonna fucking ram this kid with my speeder. Has no idea who this kid is. It's just some random child in the desert. And he's like, that kid's fucking dead.
I've seen so many memes where it's like he successfully runs him over, and then it shows the credits for Star Wars.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing: if
That's
Annie
funny.
died right there, none of these movies would have went the way that they did.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of moments where if it didn't happen, the movies just end.
Yeah. So Scully, what were you thinking as far as tier?
I can probably agree with Kylo Solo, because I mean, you know,
We thought that
like
would
I
piss
said,
people off, by the way, or at least I did. I think that's funny.
I'm
The most cursed version of his name.
Of course.
Oh God, it's disgusting.
All right, we're gonna leave it in Kylo Solo then. I'll briefly go over what I was. So how I'm gonna do this real quick, just so everybody kind of understands. I'm gonna let people talk like in order about this and kind of say their ranking as they go on. So I'm gonna talk real quick first, and then I'm gonna let everyone individually talk and give their ranking, and we're gonna try and do like an average,
Okay.
if possible. So real quick, I'll try to quickly go over what I already said.
Ben Wren.
Attack
Jesus.
of the Ben Ren. That'd be so fucking funny.
Wait, that
Attack
is
of the
B tier.
Clones fucking blows. Yeah, that is B tier. But it's
So we
okay.
could. That is such a terrible name.
I
love
can't.
it.
Kylo Solo
It's
is
just
kind of
extra
funny.
cursed.
I can't. Okay,
Ben
so
Ren's
Attack of the
here.
Clones kind of fucking blows. I don't like it. I think it's terrible. I think it's by far the worst of the prequels. I think it's one of the worst Star Wars movies, and I think the dialogue is wooden as fuck. I don't think it's very good. It's very boring. Not a whole lot happens. I do not buy the Anakin and Padme love story, but that's not because of the actors. It's because of the writing and directing. I hate sand is really funny, but it doesn't redeem the movie. The memes this movie created do not fix it, even though I kind of want it to,
Yeah.
because it's really funny a lot of the time. Damn it, Boozle! I knew you would do that too, but I see that. I have so many issues with it. I'll name two and then I'll stop talking. The Obi-Wan thing I have a huge problem with, because he learns. I already said this, but he learns at one point that the clones are connected to Dooku, and he learns that the clones are based on Jango Fett. So he learns that the bad guys have something to do with this, but instead of being like, let's tell the Jedi this, or let's investigate this further and not use them, instead he's like, shit, a free army, mine. And they don't question this, they don't talk about it, nothing. He does not put together that these are made by the bad guys.
Mm-hmm.
A big wooden horsey, that's bitchin'.
Yeah, basically. And then it gets even stupider when you get to
But,
like
like,
Padme's assassination attempt,
oh,
because I'm going there.
yeah.
And so Senator, eat shit Viper, by the way, Senator Palpatine wants Padme
I
dead,
corrected him on that.
but he doesn't want to do it himself, so he sends Count Dooku, and Count Dooku doesn't want to do it himself, so he sends Jango Fett, but Jango Fett also doesn't want to do it himself. And so Jango Fett sends a random shapeshifter. Why are they a shapeshifter? Don't know. They never talk about it. And then the shapeshifter doesn't even want to do it themselves, so they send a robot. And then, if you really want to be a dick, the robot doesn't even want to do it himself because he sends bugs.
Bugs.
And
You would think
it's just,
Jango Fett would just do it because he's kind of a bounty hunter.
and it gets even stupider when you realize that the two Jedi just leave Padme completely unprotected.
Well, I mean, she
And
had
Jango
her
could have
like
just shot
she
him
had her
and
head
left.
guard there.
Yeah, I know, but like, is the guard really going to do a whole lot versus Jango Fett of all people?
I mean, that's
Especially with
fair,
no
but
Jedi
like they
there.
don't know about Jango Fett at the moment. Like he's
So
just some dude.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They don't need to.
I just
Jango knows that those Jedi left, I assume. He's just
I
watching.
just have a
So
slight
dumb.
correction on you.
Okay.
There's no mention of the army being associated with Dooku or the CIS.
Well, I mean, the fact that Jango Fett is, the prime clone candidate and then shows up right beside Dooku
He's talking
later
to
on.
him,
I have
too. Yeah.
I have two counters for that.
Okay.
One, Jango's a mercenary. So who the thing
There's
is
no
based
allegiance.
on doesn't necessarily matter.
But
Um,
he's
but the
working
other
hand in hand
counter
with him,
is,
though. Even if he's a mercenary, he's working for him, so we can assume.
well, the other counter to that is nobody who is going to be in control of the clone army or, activating it knows that yet.
I mean,
Now,
like when he went there, no, but he did know that Jango was the one they were based on, and he later saw Jango with Count Dooku. So it's
Well,
like,
yes,
hang on.
but
You guys
Yoda is
also
the
have to
one who went to
remember.
go activate the army.
Yeah, but you guys also have to remember that like he got all the way there in the first place tracking Jango. Like his only purpose going there was to try and find Jango Fett, and then come to find out, this man who had attempted to assassinate fucking Padme is now the leader of, an entire army under his control. He sees Jango Fett's armor in the fucking closet, and then Jango just nonchalantly closes the door, and it's like, nah, that's nothing. Don't worry about it.
and he's like, oh,
Well,
okay then.
he's not in control of an army.
Yeah, but I mean, either way, like, it's still the fact that this person was there as he
Yeah.
had been tracking him and stumbles across this army who had apparently been, drafted by a Jedi Master that's supposedly been dead for, like, who knows how long.
On a planet
Yes.
that supposedly doesn't exist, by the way.
Yeah.
What happens though is Yoda is then like, I'm gonna go see if there's anything up with this, and he goes off. But this is all before anybody associates Dooku and Jango, so they can't link it to their upcoming threat. Just that
At that moment,
Jango is
no. But
involved.
I think what I'm trying to say is that not very long after this, like before the end of the movie even happens, Obi-Wan has all the information required to be like, well, these are made by the bad guys. Because he does, at that point, know that Jango's working for Count Dooku.
See, now we want
Eventually.
to talk about the dumbest plot point in the entire film. So, Obi-Wan tracks Jango Fett to Kamino.
Okay.
He tries to give him the wraparound, all that kind of stuff. They end up fighting. He runs away. Kenobi then proceeds to chase Jango Fett to Geonosis, where Kenobi gets captured. They bring him into a cell, and then Count Dooku literally tells him, hey, I'm not the bad guy here. What if I told you that there is a Sith Lord trying to take control of the Senate?
Speaking
And
of
Obi-Wan
which,
just
why does he tell him
completely
that?
blows that out of the water. Like, he's sitting there, it's like, nah, you're a fucking liar. And he's like, nah, I know for a fact that if Qui-Gon were still alive, he would support me in this.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, I understand Obi-Wan's reaction there, because if somebody came and told me, hey, so your boss is actually a lizard, I'd be like, nah, you're fucking crazy.
See, but, like, it's not the craziest, like, situation, because think about it. They just, like, not too long ago, they had been attacked, and he killed the first ever Sith that they had seen in over fucking thousands of years. Then, more Sith start to pop up. Then, this one super high-level Jedi decides to defect to the dark side. You know, the apprentice of Yoda, the master of his master.
Mm-hmm.
And like it's obvious at this point that there's obviously something bad going on in the central structure of the Republic. Just using, common sense.
Here's a further counter to this, and it's implied in the movies, but never spoken out except in comics.
Then I shall allow it. If it's
So
implied hard
it
enough,
is
then that is allowed. Continue.
it is implied in the movies that Palpatine was actually using his proximity to the Jedi Order and his, just natural 20 stealth roll to, what's that word? Obfuscate? I don't actually know how to say that word well. It hide and fuck with their senses.
Well, I know that there's been what they were originally going to do with the movie was they were going to have him have some kind of ancient Sith device or whatever that masked his presence, but George Lucas took it out because it's like, no, that's fucking stupid.
But he let in I hate sand and Jar Jar.
Exactly. Yeah.
What do you mean? I don't like sand is legendary.
It is
You're
legendary, but not for a good
But-
reason.
I mean, it's
Bruh,
just the
of
fact
course,
that
irritating gets everywhere.
Kenobi was there at every single turning point. He had all of the possible information. He just did not put it together at any given point.
That's kind of what I'm saying. Is he had all the information to do it, and I just wanted him to be fucking smarter.
You're asking
even to
too
the
much.
point to where, even to the
Apparently.
point to where he knew about Padme and Anakin, and then he was just like, "I'm going to remain blissfully unaware for his sake."
I was gonna
That's just
say
him being a
he
pro.
definitely. I was gonna say he definitely knew about them for sure.
What's
Yeah.
funny is I think the only Jedi Master who didn't know was Mace.
It's because Mace
Yeah.
didn't care.
Mace doesn't give a shit.
He doesn't give a shit about anybody. Not really.
But if he did know, for a fact he would have kicked Anakin out.
Have a seat, young Skywalker.
See, but in all honesty, that would have been a better outcome.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
we've talked enough. What does Boozle think
So,
about the movie?
based on all the points we've covered already, really crap dialogue and plot holes galore.
Oh yeah,
There is one redeeming quality in the
memes.
entirety of this movie. Not even the memes. One sound effect when Obi-Wan was chasing Boba Fett. Another one? That bomb he
course.
left behind with the
Oh,
bow.
the fucking
Holy shit.
Okay, but I have another good point.
Okay.
So one of the reasons why, for the longest time, Episode 2 was my favorite Star Wars movie, the introduction of the Clone Army. Like whenever they show
Okay.
up on Geonosis,
Yeah, that was pretty badass.
like that entire
was cool.
thing, and then the battle on Geonosis, having them all land the lats, the ATTEs, them blowing up the Confederate shit, like that was cool as shit.
It was cool watching all of those Jedi fight all those robots too. There's like 100 or something crazy.
If it was just like half the movie was just that, I think this
maybe
would be
give a shit.
pretty high
Yeah.
up. But it wasn't. It was a small portion of the movie, and I don't think it was redeeming enough to take it out of F
And I mean a really small portion, by the way. This is not focused on very long.
it was
It's mostly
it's
about
not enough.
Anakin and Obi-Wan versus Count Dooku in one of the worst lightsaber fights.
Yeah, I mean,
And then
Followed
it's
by a
immediately
really fun
followed.
one.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. And then followed by a really interesting one where Yoda's fighting the Dooku stunt double, who, by the way, does a really good job. It is very difficult to fight with air, basically. And they CGI it later. That's pretty good.
Or is it? Is it hard? Because you could basically do any motion, and they can CGI Yoda to do anything else around you.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
I could have one taken that. Like,
I do believe Christopher Lee gave a stunt double like tips because it was his style was supposed to be very similar to fencing, which
Right.
I know, like
Christopher Lee is
his
a
entire-
fucking Christopher
Oh,
Lee
yeah.
is a magical human being.
Oh, yeah. But
He's done
Literally
everything.
So-
the most interesting man in the world.
So, what's everybody ranking it? I say Order 66.
Crispy Annie.
I mean,
Okay, thoughts? Because Order 66, I think, is where it deserves to be, because there's not a single redeeming quality of it for me. I can't stand this movie. I will never watch it again.
See, I can get enjoyment out of it. If I was to
Oh, well,
put it out
so
of
can I if I have a few
if I was
drinks.
to put this out of 10, I would honestly put this movie at a straight 5. Because I
But
don't
it's
look at it like, oh, the dialogue's horrible. I look at it like, oh, this is a typical action movie with some romance thrown in and bad dialogue. That's your typical
but
Hollywood
with the,
blockbuster.
but
And the
here's the
reason it's
problem.
not a 4.0
Okay.
instead of it is the scenes that are good, like
All two of them.
uh, Sima Lu talking with Obi-Wan is a great scene. There's a lot of plot relevancy there. And the emulations that Ewan McGregor can do involving like, oh, there's some shit going on here is great. And then his encounter with Django is great. And then on top of that, the world building in this movie, because each movie steps it up. And I love that. But the building in Attack of the Clones, introducing the B2 Super Battle Droid, that is an awesome droid. We don't get to see very many droid echoes, which are one of the coolest droids ever made, but we do get to see the Hellfire droid. We get to see the Techno Union's ships, and I forgot who has the giant orb ships, but we get to see those ships. I and we get to see our first artillery from the clones, which is one of the coolest eight-legged laser platform things I think I've ever seen. Plus, we get the first hint of why the Jedi Order never understands who they're fighting. That being Palpatine and Plagueis. Because they do their thing and they immediately assume this combat role, right? They're immediately the generals. And they just slip into it so easily. This was never a combat between Palpatine and the Jedi Order. It was a political mind game, and the Jedi did not understand the game they were playing.
I get all that, but the problem with, and I understand that I'm not saying there's no positives to the film, like as far as ideas and stuff. What I am saying is that there are so many crippling plot holes in this movie and weird things where you're just like, what the fuck even is Palpatine's plan? And because it seems to change every movie by like a lot.
See, but I have a counterpoint there. If you've seen 4, 5, and 6,
Mm-hmm.
you have a semblance of an idea. Because at one point during the second movie, whenever, Geonosis comes under attack, you see the Geonosians openly hand the plans to the Death Star to Count Dooku. Like, he literally pops it up on a hologram in his hand and then hands it to Count Dooku. So, like, if you have seen 4, 5, and 6, you know what the fuck is going to happen next.
Right.
But without context, without watching any of the other movies, I do agree in the sense that the dialogue wasn't the best, but at the same time, George Lucas really wanted to portray Anakin as just super awkward, edgy, and just
Which he was.
generally
And
yeah.
murderous.
This is
he
a
killed
kid.
the sand people.
Yeah, no, that's another thing.
They made him too evil.
That's kind of no, that's his first kind of like breaking point. Like he'd been taken away from his mother as a child, forced
who
to
he
go
missed
into this.
dearly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he grew up with his mother, was forced to be taken away from her, was never given the opportunity to go see her, possibly buy her freedom. He just had to leave her there as a slave. Then, later on, comes back whenever he finally has the chance to get her, and she dies in his arms. He's got all this emotional trauma built up. He's sitting there, he's angry, he's pissed, and it's like, these people took my mother from me. So,
and then on top of that,
go ahead.
Like, he's supposed to be. Honestly, yeah, the dialogue shit, but Hayden Christensen does a good job with that shit dialogue because Anakin is supposed to be this emotionally stunted fucking child because he spent 10 years. So he's 19 at this point.
I think
He
what might have
spent
been misunderstood is I
his
wasn't trying to say that that was a negative. I was just bringing it up because, like, you're supposed to make us care about this character and see him as a hero, as a good person, and all this other stuff. But they made him too evil in this movie. And George
Well,
apparently agreed because in the next movie, he acts almost completely different.
that's fair. I don't know. I
well,
mean, I feel like the big thing about it is just like that's supposed to be his big like foreshadowing moment.
And that makes
is like
sense. I'm not
he
against
is
the
going to
idea.
become the bad guy.
honestly,
This
I
movie is
don't
a movie
see
of
him
great
being
ideas.
I don't see him being too evil. I see him committing an atrocity, yes, and it clearly haunts him. And
Right.
once we get to the Clone Wars,
He gets used to it. Trust me.
it shows
Watch the
up.
next movies. No, just kidding.
Well, we're gonna have to cover the Clone Wars next.
Oh, I know. I was kidding because you're
Are we
like
doing
it
No,
obviously haunts. I was
Are we
kidding because
doing
you're
this in
like,
chronological, or are we doing this by
yeah,
random?
we're doing it
yes.
chronologically.
We're doing it chronological, and we're ending with probably the longest talk, the sequel trilogy. Oh, don't
But
worry, we're saving that for last.
Yeah.
the reason I think Crispy Annie is it lacks a lot of key points to make it a strong movie, right?
Right.
But it's not a terrible movie. And
I
I can only say that because I have seen things like Avatar and Aragon
to
and
me
Seventh
this is
Son.
right up there with
Are
Avatar and
we
Aragon.
are we ranking this based off of like just a movie in general, or are we
Well,
basing this off
see,
of a Star Wars
That's what I
film?
was about to say. Is we have to
yeah,
rank
we
them
can't.
with both in
As a
mind.
Star Wars film, knowing that context, I would say it's Order 66 tier. And I don't think the fact that it's a springboard to allow the other movies to
Be better.
exist,
Yeah.
I don't think that redeems this as a movie because as a standalone, it sucked. It just really
But
did.
I don't think we can judge any of these movies as a standalone because
We
it
have
all has
to an
to fit
extent, but
within
I know what you're saying.
Okay, but like, here's the thing though. If you're judging the movies by the standalone, then that would mean you would have to judge each individual arc of the various shows as standalones as well.
Oh, that would be rough.
That's
I don't
true.
want to do that with
Fuck that,
Clone
you're
Wars.
right. Um
There were some arcs of Clone Wars that
so
I just didn't really care for.
well we're getting to that. So me and Boozle are saying Order 66 and
Personally, I
Viper
think
is saying
Crispy Annie.
crispy.
I'd be okay with low C as well.
I'll grit my teeth and accept crispy Annie if that's what we decide. But I just want
What
to
do
make
you think,
clear
Danny?
mine is Order 66 and I won't go any higher. Go ahead.
I mean, like, I'm leaning more toward Crispy Annie primarily because there are a couple of different aspects in there. One being nostalgia is a pretty heavy factor because I grew up with it, and it was one of my favorite Star Wars movies at the time because I was a child and I was like, "Oh, that looks cool." But
That's your only explanation is you being a child. Otherwise, I can't understand that. Because I think we all can agree this is not a good movie.
yeah, no, like at this point, looking through it and everything, like it's a good plot device in some senses, but overall, it's kind of just like, what the fuck was going on here?
It also introduces some of the coolest things for Star Wars: the LAAT, the clones, and the acclimator class. Uh, what the fuck do they even consider that? It's not a cruiser. Like the frigate, that's what it is. The acclimator class carrier frigate. Like, and while they don't use that really in any further media, it's still a cool ship.
It is classified as an assault ship.
All right.
Yeah, because it's a lander.
So it's time to move on. I will say I'm willing to go up to Crispy Annie for one reason. This movie didn't offend me as a Star Wars fan.
Yeah.
And Order 66 is reserved for the offensive.
Yeah.
And
That's
there's
fair.
one movie that's going there.
Mm-hmm.
And you can already guess what it is. All right. So we're doing
Literally
crispy
episode
Annie.
3.
I'll be back.
All right.
You get left right when the good one starts. I'm gonna let Boozle take us off on this one.
Which one?
Revenge
Are we doing-
of the Sith. Unless we're gonna wait
No,
for
no, no.
Danny.
Are you
Should be
doing Clone Wars first? I actually did not watch Clone Wars, so
Oh
I
shit!
can't comment.
I put
on
that
it.
in the wrong thing. Yeah, Clone
Yeah,
Wars.
it should be Clone Wars.
Okay, I'll start on Clone Wars then, and maybe Danny will be back in time to talk about it. So Clone Wars, I'll be honest with you, I did not finish it. Doesn't mean I don't like
You
it
missed
though.
the best season.
Oh, I watched the last season. I'm saying I didn't finish it. I didn't watch all of it. Like I didn't watch every single episode start to finish. I watched like chunks of it, and I watched arcs of it. I just didn't watch the whole thing. But this show slaps. It is very good. Sometimes the episodes aren't the greatest, but the ones that are good are really good. And the last 4 episodes are just so damn good. It is so hard for me not to like them. For me, I think Ahsoka's a fascinating character. I love her. I really wish she was in the prequels. Obviously she wasn't because she wasn't thought of at the time, clearly. But it just is cool. It fixes honestly every problem I have with the prequels. The characters are all better. Obi-Wan gets the freaking all-star treatment. This dude has such good stories in there. Darth Maul's really cool. Everything.
Wait.
Hmm?
Do you have the Gendy? Fuck, what's his last name?
The what?
The other Clone Wars.
Oh, we weren't gonna do that. That was one that I wasn't gonna put on here. I didn't think it was important. But if you would like to rank that, we also can. But I didn't add it.
Honestly, we should, because I'm pretty sure half of it's canon.
Shit. Well, I didn't even see it. And if I did, it was when I was a kid.
Wow.
I remember it
That
being
sucks.
okay.
It was honestly friggin' awesome.
I remember
But,
it being okay.
Gendy
I'm
fucking
back.
Tarkovsky.
You're back? Okay. We were talking about Clone Wars, and I think I forgot to add one. The other Clone Wars that's kind of in the same style as, like, Samurai Jack.
Oh, so
Well, that's because it was
what
made by the
2003.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I forgot all about that one, and I didn't include it.
Do we want to, or are we just gonna skip over?
I was going to skip over it, but if you guys want to rank it, we can talk about it real quick, because I barely remember it, so I have nothing to say.
I mean, there's really only 2 or maybe 3 instances that I really liked about it. It
I'll let you talk
showcased
then
the
first.
Battle of Coruscant.
Okay. Where
It
Grievous
introduced,
kidnaps Palpatine, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That's what I thought.
It showed what was it? Oh god, I forget his name.
Urge.
I'm still listening. I'm just going
yes.
to turn on the air real quick. I'll be right back. But continue.
Dirge the Regenerating Menace.
Yes. Quite literally, essentially, the hunters from Halo shoved into a suit of armor with a burning hatred for Mandalorians. Given new purpose by a entire army that looks like Mandalorians.
Made Grievous scary.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Grievous was really fucking scary. And then there was...
It is officially not considered canon, but parts of it still are.
And then another big part of it, which was really cool. Captain Fordo was quite literally like he was essentially the inspiration for Rex.
Captain Fordo was basically Noble Six.
LM, what's up, yo? How you doing? We're doing a Star Wars tier list. Participate, General Kenobi. Please do participate in the chat, by the way. I want chat people to have a little bit of a say, too.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I'd love to hear you.
Because we will read them.
If I was going to rate the 2003 Clone Wars, personally, I'd put it at Kylo Solo.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm not super against that.
That's fairly fair.
I'm not super
It
against
has
that.
a lot of good high points,
I'm
but
super against
most
it.
of it isn't canon anymore.
I'm okay with that.
And
I think the
it
only thing that's
honestly
still
went
canon
nowhere.
is Grievous kidnapping
Dirge was mentioned in the novelization of episode 3.
Okay.
Those are the only two things that are really still canon. There's also the fact that the actions of one Mace Windu would absolutely still be canon. If he had ever encountered Grievous, he'd have crushed his rib cage.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, probably.
All right.
He'd have just been like, yeah, no, I don't care. You've killed a lot of Jedi, and I'm gonna end you.
Real quick, I want to talk about this because it's relevant. I think it's really funny how like thrown off Palpatine is when he fights Mace Windu. He's like, "Oh shit, he might actually kill me."
See, like that's one thing that
Because
I was
towards the
kind
end,
of
he's
upset
like,
about.
That's
"Oh yeah,
such
I
a-
killed like 4 of them.
Okay,
Fuck
let's
yeah, this
not
dude."
talk about this. Let's wait until we get to episode 3 because I
Yeah.
have a lot to say about that fight.
Do an official clone.
Yeah,
Yes. All right. So Clone Wars. You didn't hear me, Danny, but I basically said I think it's really good, and the parts that are good are really good. The parts that are low, I just kind of skip them. So I don't really know. I never saw the whole show start to finish, but I did see the last season, and I saw good chunks of the story arcs,
Mm-hmm.
like the Darth Maul stuff, the Ahsoka stuff, the Obi-Wan like going undercover as a bounty hunter kind of shit.
Are we including
I
the
watched
final
it.
season?
Yes,
Yes.
we are.
Okay.
Yes,
Although if you
and the
had
final
the final
season
season,
slaps.
if
The
you had
last
the
4
final
episodes,
season
too.
separated, that would honestly be understandable, and the final season alone would be in Darth Jar
Yeah.
Jar.
Oh no, for sure. But
Excluding like maybe 2 episodes, I'm gonna be honest.
I would say everything but the
The
last 4 episodes isn't all that good.
it's
But those
slow,
last
but
4, you can
there's a
very clearly tell was the story they wanted.
Mm-hmm.
There's a
well, it's
clear difference
slow, but
between the two.
yeah, they had to move the characters to where they needed to be.
It's one of
That
those
was the
funny
issue there.
things. It's one of those funny things where like, well, they didn't really change a whole lot. Ahsoka came back to like Coruscant and was just kind of around, yeah, but that's really about all it did, if I remember right.
No,
Except for
that
the Rex, some of
so
the stuff with. Sorry, go ahead.
it didn't change anything. It picked up where Ahsoka had just been kicked out, and she was trying to leave the planet. That's where it picked up at.
No, I know.
So
That's what I'm saying.
she didn't
Is
even like get off, and then it was slow because it needed to get Ahsoka to Mandalore in order for the big finale.
yeah. I don't know. I guess just a lot of the last season felt like filler to me.
Yeah, I can agree with that, honestly.
Except the last 4 episodes, I think, are crucial and need to stay the way they are almost exactly.
See, the big thing about
But yeah, just to real quick to say my ranking. Now this is pod racing for me on Clone Wars.
yeah, that's fair.
But go ahead.
So if we're going into my turn on the synopsis.
Yeah, we are. Real quick, Boozle, have you seen this?
Clone Wars? No.
Okay. I just want to make sure you got a chance to talk just in case. Now continue, Danny.
Okay. So one of the big things about like the Clone Wars animated series is it had a lot of like volatile variables in it. One of the big ones being Ahsoka and her character development and how she like came to being. Because whenever the Clone Wars started, and that's another thing, do we want to include the Clone Wars movie?
Are you talking about the one where Ahsoka has to rescue baby Jabba?
Yes.
Fuck that movie.
So
it is
that
canon,
entire thing.
so we
It
gotta
is awful.
include it.
I think we can just include it into the like Clone Wars.
I can
animated
too.
Category. But
It's effectively the pilot.
Yeah, essentially. So, yeah, Ahsoka as a character, starting off, everybody fucking hated her. She was annoying, snarky, and honestly, she just didn't fit the vibe in anything. She was full of herself. It was essentially like looking at like Anakin from episode 2 again. And everybody despised Anakin from episode 2, as we all have very clearly stated. But
Yep.
going through the entire show, she literally becomes one of the most interesting characters in the entire series. But one of the biggest things about the Clone Wars for me personally was how it changed the clones and how much personality it gave them. Because like
Absolutely.
episode 2 and 3, it's like, oh yeah, these guys are just faceless soldiers. We don't know anything about them. They're just, they
And
were the
don't
good
care
guys,
about
now
them.
they're the bad.
Did
Yeah,
you notice
we
that?
didn't
Everyone
give a
treats them
shit.
like shit.
Yeah, but
But in
then
Clone
we
Wars,
go
that's different.
into the Clone Wars. Oh boy,
That is
there
very
were
different in the Clone Wars.
emotions. Like, there were so many emotions with the Clone Wars. You have all sorts of different, like, little bits. Even within, like, the first episode, the clones are immediately given personality. First episode, they crash
Do you have the
land
Bad Batch on here?
Yeah, Bad Batch is there.
Yeah.
I can't really see the icons.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
just
sorry.
after,
I made
it's
this
the
tier
fourth
list
one
as
in the
quick as
list.
possible right before we started.
Yeah, well, it doesn't help that I'm watching at a reduced bitrate, so everything's a little blurry.
That's fair.
I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to make sure we had Bad Batch.
Yeah, it's on
because-
there.
Yeah.
I didn't see it, but it's on there.
But, yeah.
I'll say nothing on it because I did not watch it.
That's fair. Yeah, it gave the clones just so much personality, and it especially made it, like, super gut-wrenching whenever Order 66 finally did happen. Because rather than them just being, mindless soldiers following orders, these guys were literally forced against their will and programmed to turn on the people that they had been fighting with for years.
Watching fucking Rex struggle with, trying to let Ahsoka escape
Mm-hmm.
was one of the most heart-wrenching and almost soul-shattering moments
Nah,
of
we
Order
wanna,
66.
we want to talk about fucking soul-shattering moments within the Clone Wars. Fucking fives.
Good soldiers follow orders.
Jesus Christ, fucking fives.
Honestly, there's a lot of heartbreaking moments, but I'm gonna say a character name. And this character, along with the Order 66 moments, and honestly, a lot of the Darth Maul stuff, make me say it goes in Darth Jar Jar tier.
Okay.
Hondo Onaka.
Oh, God.
I fucking love Hondo Onaka. He is a comedy character done perfect.
That is fair. Hondo is, like... Every
He's
episode
useful,
he's in,
he's
you know some
annoying,
stupid
and
shit's
he's
gonna happen.
funny. He is great.
Mm-hmm.
And he
Like-
gets people into the dumbest situations, and they keep going back and trusting him.
See,
It is
one of
amazing.
the biggest parts about Hondo Onaka that makes him such an amazing character is not only did he manage to capture Count Dooku, but he also took Anakin and Obi-Wan prisoner whenever they came to ransom. These are
People-
three of the biggest heads in both
What?
armies, and a fucking random group of pirates managed to capture them
Kids
multiple
show, by the
times.
way.
What a fucking Chad.
Fucking Hondo Onaka. And he's half of the reason I think Rebels, when we get to it, is also Darth Jar Jar tier. I'm willing to debate that being down to this is pod racing because of some other reasons. But like Hondo Onaka.
Lexi and Boozle bring up really good points about the whole like kid show and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, there were some points to where it got super dark, like the what was it, the Rishi Moon outpost? That was a
Umbara.
pretty messed up one. Umbara was also super messed up.
Umbara was the most. Honestly, I think that was the darkest moment in the entire show.
People die
The
like all the
Jedi
time.
commander who hated clones, and the fact that the entire campaign on Umbara was literally just a giant war crime.
Mm-hmm. Because, yeah, I mean... yeah, and then going back to Rishi Moon. We quite literally see one clone trooper get eaten, swallowed whole, by just this random fucking moon worm. Next scene comes in. Rex and Cody show up. Rex just fucking one taps the thing in the eyeball, and then it's just like, yeah, no, it's no big deal. Meanwhile, the clones that were already there just watched this thing eat one of their friends. And then to add insult to injury, Rex goes to investigate his kill, takes some of the blood, and wipes it on one of the clones' like chest piece, which that becomes like a defining part of his character. But yeah, like just the biggest thing about it is it gives all of the clones so much more personalities. They aren't just faceless fucking, stand-in soldiers that, it's like, okay, we tell them to do this, they do it. No, each one of them has their own varying personalities. They customize themselves, they name themselves. And then fucking one of the bigger, just gut-wrenching moments, fucking 99.
I was about to bring him up. 9-9.
Fucking 99, bud.
Christ. I honestly believe the Clone Wars, while it has some down parts, if we're gonna have to do the whole thing in one go, I think it needs to go in Darth Jar Jar. Because while it has some low parts, the high parts are very high.
Mm-hmm.
I almost agree, but there was a good chunk of this show I found kind of boring. I don't hate it. I love it. I'm just saying there's some parts in it that I... Like the first season in particular,
when it was
did
getting
not
its
think was
footing, yeah, I
great.
get that.
And so it's hard for me... When I think Darth Jar Jar, the first thing that comes to mind is damn near perfection. And when I think of damn near perfection, I don't know if I can give that to Clone Wars. So for me...
I will say...
I do have a
season
counter
7.
for that, though.
I'd love to hear it, Boozle. Continue.
I don't think, this is talking about shows as a whole, I don't think a slow start should justify knocking it down out of a top tier. An example for me would be Avatar: The Last Airbender. It had a lot of slow moments in like the first season, but by the end you would say this is like one of the best shows of all time. So I don't think like
Still,
some
hands
slow
down.
moments in the start should be held against it.
Still hands down
If as
the
a
best
whole.
villain redemption arc of all media.
And from what I'm hearing here is by the last season it was like the best thing ever.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think you
It's
should peg it down
good.
because of like some slow bits,
No, dude, it is...
Oh,
You're right. That last season is so
Okay.
good.
and
I
then
have
on
to say-
top of that, the world building is unfucking real.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the
There's
best world
only-
building in Star Wars.
Okay, but let me just think for a sec. So, out of Star Wars media is how we're basing this tier system.
As
And
well
I have
as
to
like
say-
separate. Like we're taking into consideration
How
it as a
enjoyable
series and
was
Star
it?
Wars.
How enjoyable was it as a series or movie? And then how good was it for Star Wars as a whole?
That's fair.
It saved
So-
the prequels.
With Clone Wars, quite literally, yes, it added in a lot of points into
It
Clone
saved
Wars,
that
creating
shit so hard.
its own lore while also continuing with the lore that was already established in many cases. Like, why wasn't Rex at Coruscant with the rest of the 501st? That's because he was fighting with the Mandalorians on Mandalore. Fucking,
He was
why
busy.
wasn't Ahsoka ever mentioned? Because Ahsoka started doing her own thing fairly early on. Like,
I'd like to point out that the entirety of the Clone Wars lasted 3 years.
mhm.
So all of that shit happens within 3 years. There are more events in the Clone Wars than there were in World War II, and it was 2 years shorter.
Mhm.
It is a war that's taking place across the whole galaxy, so
All right, so am I to assume, Boozle, that you're saying Darth Jar Jar?
again, I haven't watched the show. I was just giving a generalization
Oh.
for your own opinion because he said like the slow bits will pull it down with.
Well, it's not just the
Pull it
first
down a
season
tier?
though. There's other episodes that like you kind of just don't have to watch and you can just skip.
Oh, absolutely. Like, the one where fucking Padme gets kidnapped or something, and then Jar Jar is pretending he's a
Jar Jar
Jedi.
kills like 20 people.
Yeah. Jar
I mean, he
Jar's
is
kind
Jar
of
Jar.
Jar Jar's kind of a murderer in this.
If you guys want to talk about murderers, just wait till we get to Rebels.
Oh yeah.
Wait till we get to Revenge of the Sith and the Younglings.
No, no. Chopper has killed more people than Anakin ever did.
Oh, I agree with that. I've heard that.
You saw him killing younglings.
All right, so
Really?
time to move on. I'm
In the
thinking
sense of Star
everyone
Wars
ranking right now. What's everyone think?
Personally, I say Darth Jar Jar.
Okay, Danny.
in the sense of Star Wars media, I have to say that Clone Wars is one of the best, if not the best, like just general depictions of Star Wars.
Yeah, because it's written by people who actually like it.
Exactly.
Which is why we're gonna have a lot to talk about whenever we
coincidence.
get to the sequels.
Yeah, so I would definitely say that.
Fuck
Yeah,
you, Ryan Johnson.
it
By the
definitely
way,
deserves. It definitely deserves a very high tier, if not Darth Jar Jar. Then, yeah. So I would definitely say, yeah, it's up there at the top.
Okay, Jar Jar. But let me explain why. Because I forgot something. I, for some reason, did not understand or just forgot about it, but the fact that this series, like, saved the prequels as hard as it did, to me, earns it a Darth Jar Jar, because this is very much a series not only made for Star Wars fans, but it's also made to fix those movies.
Yeah,
It
I mean,
did a lot of the heavy lifting
It did
for all of Star Wars.
so much.
I can
Oh,
honestly
I
say
have a
that
proposal for
Clone
everybody.
Wars is probably
Um,
like the phoenix.
I'm not
of,
doing
like,
any butt
Star
stuff
Wars.
with you, buddy.
Not even if I buy you dinner.
That'd be lobster. I'm just kidding.
I mean,
Go ahead.
I can do that, but I think we should add in Fallen Order as a media source.
I am okay with that, but I can't change it right this second.
Oh no, we can do what
You know
we did
what?
with the
Hang on.
Clone Wars 2003.
Because I'm pretty
Where
sure
we-
that I can. Hang on a second. But, yeah, okay, so we are kind of agreed Darth Jar Jar, and Boozle hasn't seen it, which is okay. I really recommend you watch it, Booze, by the way.
Absolutely.
It really is very good. These guys might disagree with me. I think you can just skip season 1 if you want to.
There's a few things I don't think you should skip, but honestly, yeah.
There are a couple of good interactions that showed like how the Jedi feel about the clones in the first season, but other than that, I mean, it's kind of just whatever you want, really. Like the Plo Koon interaction and Yoda interacting
Not
with them in the
to
first
me.
episode.
We're just clones, so not to me. That made his death almost all so much sadder,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
considering he trusted those men with his life.
That's another thing. Wasn't fucking what was it? What's the name of the fucking thing? The Maleficent was in season 1. I'm pretty sure.
Are you talking about the super ship?
The Malevolence. That's it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was trying to remember it, and I typed it into Google as the other thing. Yeah, the Malevolence. That was in season 1, and that was pretty good.
The world building involving the Harches, that was neat.
Man, but yeah, honestly,
Crazy
like,
ass spider people.
My biggest thing about it is another thing. Like the Clone Wars brought back Darth Maul.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
nobody was fucking expecting that. No, it came out of
Oh,
fucking
wait.
nowhere.
But wait, there's more.
More.
Fucking Savage Opress.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's not
Fucking-
really working. I'll mess with it later. But yeah, we'll talk about Fallen Order also.
But
I didn't
yeah,
finish
like
it.
it brought back Darth Maul, and like the way that they brought him back was so fucking good. That and the fact that they brought in Sam Witwer as his voice actor, like that honestly, like, oh god. Fucking Sam Witwer as Darth Maul is honestly amazing because he's so good at having just those guttural like screeches that Maul was letting out, and just he has a really good kind of just psychopath voice. Because in the entire like first like area where Darth Maul is, he's fucking crazy.
Yep.
Like he's essentially like a representation of a fucking Darth Scion, you know, another, you know, Sith literally too angry to die.
I think my favorite part about Maul, and this is more for the memes, but the fact that Maul essentially ends up having the whole Naruto and Sasuke relationship with Kenobi,
Mm-hmm.
where one of them is shouting the name of the other.
See, I think one of the bigger things about the Clone Wars, especially the final season, is like as Maul started becoming, you know, Darth Maul again, he remembered Palpatine and started thinking like his immediate thing was like, I need to either fuck with this guy, stop what he's doing, or just yeah, because like in the final season of the Clone Wars, he makes an attempt to assassinate Anakin, and the only reason he fails is because Ahsoka shows up instead. Because like he literally laid out Palpatine's entire fucking plan. And he told Ahsoka, it's like, I am going to kill Anakin and save the galaxy.
So I would say he didn't become Darth Maul again because he completely rejected the Sith at this point.
Yeah.
But Maul as a character recognizing everything that Palpatine is doing, because Palpatine did let him in on the plan.
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, no, 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 no. I regained myself, and I am not going to have some old bastard playing politician take it all away from me again. Especially after he killed my brother.
Yeah, like that
Which,
was...
that scene where he's just toying with the both of them, that was brutal as fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like, honestly, yeah, them bringing Darth Maul back was... First of all, it was just crazy. Came completely out of left field. Nobody expected it, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, hey, by the way, Darth Maul's back, and it's like, huh? And then he ends up becoming quite literally one of the most influential characters in the entire series from
In
being
2 series.
a literal nobody.
In 2 series.
Yeah. Like, he literally went from being some, you know, no name, no voice, kind of just, you know, character that dies in the first movie. Didn't really have any significance other than he killed Qui-Gon. And then...
And won the Duel of the Fates. I mean, that's pretty significant.
I'm just talking in the sense of, like, just him as a character, not, like, overall throughout the entire story. And then he ends up becoming just this badass fucking mastermind.
I fixed it, by the way. I put in an F tier.
Oh, cool.
Attack of the Clones is going straight in it. I'm just kidding. D.
Wait a minute.
I'm trying to remember
There you go.
Quispy Annie.
Quispy Annie was C tier.
Not now.
So are we gonna go with Kylo
Because
Solo
there's D.
and
There's
Ben
5
Ren?
of them now. Ben Ren.
Oh my god, I almost want to put Ben Ren right under it. Or no,
Yeah, Ben
Ben
Ren,
Ren
and then,
in the B.
Yeah.
Because it's funny and people will get mad. And then C will be Kylo Solo. Yeah, that's the good stuff. Yeah. Alright, now we're putting... Where is it? Clone Wars final season? Right up there. Alright. Why...
Oh, you added specifically the final season?
I think.
Oh no, just a picture. No, it's just a picture. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was a little excited because I could honestly live with putting the Clone Wars at A at that point. At This Is Pod Racing, and then the final season in Darth Jar Jar.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, you
All
gotta
right.
put the whole.
So
We can't segment it, otherwise we'll be here for
Oh,
years.
as a whole.
yeah.
Well, in the case of Clone Wars, because it technically ended and then restarted, that's the only reason I would be willing to separate that one.
Right. Okay, it is definitely time to move on. So now we're going to talk about. Well, it's okay to take a long time on the Darth Jar Jar ones because that shit is good. All right. Speaking of something that I'm gonna have a hot take for, Revenge of the Sith. What do you guys think?
Hang on. I need to think about this for a sec.
I don't. Darth Jar Jar.
Yeah.
No,
I was
I
gonna
mean,
Okay,
in the sense
I'm cool
of,
with that
would
too.
it be Revenge of the Sith or
I.
yeah,
Revenge of the
would be
Sith
next.
literally happens during season 7 of
Yeah. No, we're
Clone
doing
Wars.
Revenge of the Sith. It's time.
Yeah, but I mean, Bad Batch also starts during Order 66.
Well, we can do
Actually,
that.
Let's just do Revenge of the Sith. It's fine.
Well,
Yeah, do
no.
Revenge of the
So
Sith
Okay,
because it
Boozle
goes-
needs to talk. We're gonna do Revenge of the Sith now, and then we can
Yeah.
do Bad Batch.
Yeah, Revenge of the Sith. Bad Batch happens at the end of this, basically Revenge of the Sith. So
Yeah.
I gotta say that this is probably my favorite Star Wars movie, bar none.
Really? That's
Yes.
interesting. I did not.
I mean,
expect
that's respectable.
yeah, not a
it's-
terrible idea. I'm just surprised.
It's literally just above my other favorite Star Wars movie.
For me, I think. I'm really going hard between Now This Is Pod Racing and Darth Jar Jar, because I love this movie and to me it's like a 9 out of 10. But like, it still has a couple of the same problems as the prequels, just nowhere near as bad. Do you know what I'm saying? Like if for example, Attack of the Clones has like, in my opinion, almost 100% bad dialogue, but in Revenge of the Sith, it's like 90% really good dialogue. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's maybe it does belong in Darth Jar Jar because that fight is really good. Fucking
That
Anakin
fight
versus
between the two of
Obi-Wan
them,
is super good.
which is
Emperor
not sped
versus-
up.
Yeah, Emperor versus Yoda is really good. Yoda just walks in there and threatens him.
He just
Hang on,
throws
no,
down
can we-
like, put your
can we
hands up,
pause
bitch.
there for just a sec? Like, just imagine you went through years upon years of training. You're sitting here, you become the best of the best, you get promoted to a Senate guard. You are literally protecting the most important person in the entire Senate.
He just tosses
You're
you.
sitting there on guard duty, and then some little green frogman pushes you against a wall, and you're just out.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie.
Like, people don't understand how crazy the Imperial and the Senate guards really are. Like, they are insanely OP.
This is true.
Hey man, Green Man knows what he's doing.
Yeah,
They
mean-
tended to be skilled enough to fight a Jedi Knight even without the Force, which is stupid skilled.
the only ones that I can say are better than them would probably be the Temple guards.
Well,
Because the
Temple
Temple
guards
guards
have to
literally,
be Jedi
yeah,
Knights are better.
yeah, no, the Temple guards are essentially taking the Senate and Imperial guards, giving them the Force, and then doubling their training. Like, the Senate guard... Okay, a lot of people don't know this as well. During Order 66, whenever the 501st went to the Jedi Temple, the Senate, or the Temple guards almost fought off the clones. The only reason that they got defeated was because Anakin showed up.
And Anakin was such a good lightsaber duelist. that the only two Jedi who could actually beat him in a just pure lightsaber duel were Obi-Wan and Mace Windu.
I
One of
mean,
them wasn't on the planet, the other one was dead.
I would say 3. Yoda would slap Anakin. I'm sorry.
Yoda would slap Anakin if he used the Force, but in a straight lightsaber duel, Anakin could beat him. This was in
Could
the
and
novelization.
probably will are. Oh, see, no. Mm-mm.
What up?
No novelization. I don't know.
Well, novelization is just taking the movie and making it so somebody could read it.
Yeah, but that part wasn't in the movie, so like it's hard for me to. That was
The
something they
problem-
added to the novel. Is what I'm
The
saying.
problem is it also takes things that are implied in the movie.
Yeah, that's a big problem. I
But-
do feel you though. Let's just bluntly say that Yoda would probably win in one way or another, but it wouldn't
yeah,
be quite so black and white.
he's
I'm
gonna
willing to
he'd
admit
be
that.
using the Force, which
This is
gonna
a different debate.
Yep, we're
Yeah,
talking about the
this is-
movie.
This is different. We gotta.
I think what 3 did really well is the parts that the other two didn't do well, like dialogue and like the emotions of the characters. It didn't fall into those traps. Like I feel like the characters felt more real and more emotional, and a lot of the like the slow, like the sluggishness of the other two weren't as prevalent. And the parts that the other two did well, like the like fight scenes, they just took that and cranked it to 11, and they did it exceptionally well. And so I think that overall, as a complete package, that would bring it up past, for me, to Darth Jar Jar, but I could see it going to pod racing.
I mean,
And
It's
I
going
mean,
in
Order
Jar Jar.
66
I can't.
on its own.
I can't do it. I
mean-
can't. I can't put it anything lower. I'm sorry. I can't.
If I'm gonna be real, this is a movie I would honestly put above Darth Jar Jar.
Interesting. No
Like,
such thing.
Come on, man, we got a tier list. You
Jar
gotta put
Jar
it
is
at
the
the tier list.
strongest.
I'm
The Darth
aware.
Jar Jar is the strongest in the Force. What do you mean?
the reason is there is so much in the movie, and I'm not even talking including the novelization, which the novelization has a irk for me in regards to Palpatine versus the Jedi Master. That there's a real big irk for a lot of Star Wars fans with that. But like
Right.
in terms of the movie and what it does with it, how the shots are made, the dialogue choices, the way things are set up in certain shots, like when Anakin and Obi-Wan are saying goodbye to each other before Obi-Wan heads off to Utapau. One, Obi-Wan's in light clothes, Anakin's in dark clothes throughout
Right.
this entire movie. Obi-Wan's face is in the light, Anakin's face is in the shadow.
I also
There
think
are things that are just glorious.
Yeah, there's a lot to it. Okay, so I haven't really said anything. I'm going to. Okay, so what's everyone's ranking then? And then I'll say
Jar
what I
Jar.
think. Jar Jar,
Easily.
Viper.
I think it's pretty
Super
unanimous.
Darth Jar Jar.
I think it's pretty unanimous. Darth Jar Jar. Here's why I think it's Darth Jar Jar. I haven't really said anything because I've been trying to mess with the tier list, and I think I fixed it. But how do I even begin this? Okay, so in regards to this, I think it has an excellent opening. I really like the dynamic between Anakin and Obi-Wan. It's a lot more reminiscent of how he describes it in A New Hope about a cunning warrior and a good friend. This is the relationship that I see whenever he says that. That makes sense to me now. Whereas before, it kind of just seemed like a Padawan who was kind of annoyed with his master. And then in the first movie, they wouldn't really talk at all. This is the movie I think he meant to make from the very beginning. And honestly, just people might disagree with me on this. I think you can totally skip the first 2 prequels and just watch this. If you really want to.
I mean, the first one, definitely, because the only real context that it has is showing you the existence of Qui-Gon.
And I guess where Annie came from, but even if you just
Yeah.
watch 3, you can just assume he at some point became a Jedi Knight, and I don't know.
I'm not sure what was just said because I got interrupted.
Well, I was just
Then you
saying,
gotta
like,
miss out
I
on Duel of
feel
the
like,
Fates, man.
hey, I love it. I'm just saying.
You gotta watch the first one just for that.
Okay, fine, but I'm just saying, like, for story purposes, I feel like it makes perfect
Oh
sense
no,
if you
plot didn't
just
matter
watch
at all.
3, honestly. But
Yeah.
no, I think it's an excellent film. I almost think it's as good as Empire, and Empire's my favorite. But I think it's excellent and it deserves S tier. So we're doing Jar Jar Jar,
There.
and we're moving on to Bad Batch because we have a lot left to go through, and we have a lot to say about the sequels. So I'm just gonna.
I mean, we're only 2 hours in. We got this.
Yeah, that's true.
I just drank a Monster. I'm good.
Okay, so Bad
I told
Batch.
you
I'm
I
gonna
can.
let you guys talk because I'll be honest, I didn't even watch it. So
I've
That
never even heard of it.
honestly, that's a bit of a mistake because Bad Batch was awesome.
I can watch it at some point.
Bad Batch was pretty solid.
2 hours.
It
Yeah,
only
as I was
had
gonna
a
say,
handful of episodes.
Cold pointed this out. He said we're 2 hours in, we barely got 4 done. So
Yeah, I mean, I could literally spend the next 24 hours discussing Star Wars.
oh no, me too.
So,
But we'll see. All right, continue.
How long
So
is this
Bad
YouTube video
Batch.
gonna be?
We'll see.
I'm
I might cut
I'm
it into parts.
pretty sure that between both Danny and I, this is pod racing.
I can agree with that primarily.
You guys are the
because
ones who are deciding where it goes, so just do whatever you
Yeah,
want.
There's
I have no stake in it.
There's the episodes with the twins that I just genuinely hated.
yeah, yeah.
Wasn't the biggest fan of Omega.
She was.
6
I
hours later,
hated-
okay, now we can start on the sequels. Oh god.
I hated that Omega
That'll take
had a
another
first
6
voice.
hours.
Like that was just random and out of nowhere, and her characterization was kind of annoying. But there's one thing that really makes up for Omega being in the show, in my eyes, and that was the opening scene where they save, fucking Kanan.
Yeah, that's fair. That was one of the crazy parts about it. Yeah.
Because it starts with Order 66, and they're like, "Hey, what the fuck are you guys doing?" And they managed to save Kanan, aka Caleb Dune.
So, for you guys, since you don't really have context, the Bad Batch are a group of clones that have advantageous mutations or
defects.
defects. So, like, it's one of them has really good just general senses, so he's able to track really well. One of them has really good just tech skills. One's super strong, all that. So they're a team of defective troopers who had advantageous defects. And along with that, because they're defective, their inhibitor chips were wired differently. So for them, the Order 66 order didn't happen immediately. It had to push through their defects.
Back to learning. Clone Wars watch party. Oh god.
Honestly,
Okay, that makes sense. For me, I'm actually kind of down for like doing some watch parties of like Star Wars stuff on Discord. I think that'd be fun to do.
Mm-hmm.
All right, sounds good. I'll probably watch it at some point.
Would
All
definitely.
right, so
but
you
there
guys
are
say
episodes-
both. This is pod racing.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
agree with
It's
that.
it's a very solid show, and I recommend watching it. But
Alright.
do not expect it to be perfect because there are some annoying things.
However, there are also some really cool things because they have a couple of like Easter eggs and stuff like that throughout the show. That
Especially if you watched other shows.
Yeah, if you've watched other shows or if you've played certain games and everything. Like at one point later on, they end up infiltrating this training facility, and you actually see 6-2, which is one of the main characters in the game Republic Commando. And he literally just
Detonate.
beats the Bad Batch's asses.
That's cool.
Like, he kicks the shit out of them.
I'll give it a watch. But all right, so this is pod racing on this one, and now
Yep.
I have a hot ass take for this next one, and
Oh boy.
people aren't. I don't think people are gonna agree with me, and I have no idea why. I don't think
The
Solo's
next one.
that bad at all. I like it.
Oh god.
I don't think it's great. I wouldn't even say it's like amazing or anything like that. But for me personally, I like it well enough. I think it could be a little bit lighter. I don't like the colors on it. I think it's too dark.
The next one should actually.
But
No. Solo is
Yeah,
10
Solo.
BBY. 1 year.
So the only positive
But for
thing-
me, I think Solo is Ben Ren for me personally. Or
Damn.
but
the only positive thing that I have to say about Solo
mm,
is fuck. What's his name?
I mean he's attractive, but that's not what we're talking about.
You're not putting Solo in the Kylo Solo tier?
No.
Seems like a missed opportunity.
Donald Glover playing Lando Calrissian. He was fucking perfect.
Oh yeah, I think so too.
Like that was such a good casting choice.
I also think Alden Ehrenreich as Han Solo was a great choice, and people are going to disagree with me, and I'm okay with that, but that's just what I think. I think he did a great job making the character his own, but not doing a straight impression.
Honestly, the lesson of shoot first was a good lesson. So I liked his teacher, right? I also liked the Crimson Dawn
Mm-hmm.
because the Crimson Dawn was a very important thing outside of normal media, but of course you don't see that because it's not in normal media.
Right.
So you wouldn't know about, Darth Maul's whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I know why you would be like, yeah, no, that doesn't count. I get that.
I mean, it's in the movie, though. So it's something
Yeah,
we can
but
talk about, and I think it's
there's-
cool.
Well, there's no context for, like, the second Kira is mentioned and in contact with Crimson Dawn, I was like, oh, Maul's gonna be in this.
Well, okay, so I guess I have to restate my stance in regards to this stuff. The extended lore is meant to enhance. That's how I look at it. So if you're saying, well, the Crimson Dawn's in this, but there's actually a lot more to them and stuff, then great, that's cool. I only have a problem with people explaining like actual plot holes and stuff like that with something in lore that's not in a visual medium. Hopefully
Okay,
that makes
that's
more.
fair.
Like if you say, hey, well, there's actually more to this and it's actually cooler than you think, then I'm cool with that. Have at it. I like to
That's
hear
fair,
those
fair.
kinds of things. Like if someone says there's a lot more to Luke's story in this and stuff like that, I'm cool with that. I just don't like people using that as an excuse to be like, well, actually, it wasn't that bad because they explain it in this one comic that this is why this person did this. I will not accept that.
You know what we forgot? Another piece of media.
Shit, what'd I forget?
Battlefront 2. That
I'm
story
cool
is
with that.
canon.
I'm cool with forgetting about that because I didn't play it, and no, that's not true. I
Are we
did play
talking
it.
about the original or the new one?
The
The
new
new
one.
one. The original had no real campaign.
I'll be
Okay,
honest
but
with you.
I have to say,
I only thought of the original one. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Battlefront
I don't remember a
You're
story
like,
in that
wait,
at all.
story?
has no major story significance.
You're like, wait, story?
Well,
Like, considering the main story, there is no significance.
the whole
I didn't add
sor-
it because
the whole
I don't want to
reason
talk about
everything's-
Battlefront 2 anymore because it pisses me off.
the whole everything being on Jakku thing.
I mean,
That's-
that's fair, but like, eh.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right,
like,
going back on
honestly,
topic.
It's like
Solo.
Jakku is only really mentioned in like offhand media and the sequel series, which we can all agree.
To be fair,
Eh,
I was gonna suggest Quispy Annie.
For Solo?
No, for Battlefront 2.
Oh, okay. It
Just
doesn't matter either
because,
way. Yeah, we can talk about it.
yeah, like personally, that's where I would have tried to put it, just because
Okay.
it had
Okay.
some cool stuff with Luke, and that's
Oh yeah, playing as Luke's fun. But okay, to real quick to go back, I think Solo is way better than people think it is. It is not that bad. I don't think it's anywhere near Quispy Annie or.
I think Ben Wren is correct.
I
I
think Ben
think
Ren's
was
fair. People hate this fucking movie, and I don't get why. I don't think it's bad.
because they were thinking they were gonna get an Obi-Wan movie, and when they didn't, Star Wars fans do what they do best and threw a fucking hissy fit.
I think Solo is good, and fuck me, I might even watch it tonight when the stream's over. We can spend a
Honestly,
minute.
it's a decent movie. It has a lot of good parts.
The only problem I really have with it, I don't like that Darth Maul shows up at the end. I think that's kind of dumb. I didn't like that
He
he was
should have
there.
shown up more.
I just didn't. It felt like the whole like Avengers 1 Thanos reveal. You know what I mean? It felt like that to me. It just kind of came out of nowhere. It's very lightly foreshadowed, but unless you're deep into Star Wars lore, you wouldn't know.
He should have been involved more.
I might have been okay with that if it was better. It's just I don't know. I didn't like it, but and I wish it was lit better. This movie is dark as shit, and you can't see stuff half the time. I don't like that. But for me, Ben Wren. What's everyone else think? Boozle, let's start with you.
I already said I didn't watch Solo.
Oh shit, never mind. Let's start with Viper then. Or Danny, whichever one of you wants to talk first.
I mean, all in all, it was pretty solid just story-wise, and there were a lot of, I don't know, there was a lot of fan service in the sense of just kind of like, as a Star Wars fan, you know about, Darth Maul, just, yeah, there's a lot of bits in there that are just like, hey, I know about that. So I can agree with the Ben Wren just because, yeah, that, and like I said, fucking Donald Glover as Lando Calrissian was fucking...
So I have to change where my vote is, and while it won't change where the movie ends up, I have to go with Kylo Solo.
I
For
am
one,
very curious as to how you can put this on the same rank as Phantom Menace. I want to hear.
one,
Or maybe this
stupid-
means we should move real quick. Sorry, I will keep what you're about to say in mind. Maybe this means that we need to move Attack of the Clones to Order 66 and Phantom Menace down one because
See,
now we have an extra slot to put.
I don't think it should be moved down to Order 66 because Order 66 is an abject failure on movie and Star Wars level, whereas Attack of the Clones was not an abject failure on the Star Wars
I mean,
level.
you could just move it down without moving the other.
Yeah, I mean, you could just move down the Phantom Menace.
I'm cool with that. Because
But I do think Phantom
cannot
Menace was
put
better though. So that's
than Solo.
the issue.
I will
I'm-
say
no,
I'm
no,
okay.
I think Phantom Menace was. I think part 1 was better than part 2.
I mean you can have one
So
that
to
you
put them on the
prefer a
same-
little bit and still kind of have them on the same like.
Honestly, I think it should stay at Kylo Solo just because it did a lot of things better than 2 in a way that would put it a tier above 2. But
Yeah.
All right, well,
my
before we
only
start-
reason
before we start mixing and matching stuff along, let's figure out what we want to do, or we're gonna
Yeah.
be here for the next 10 hours.
All right,
my
so
own-
what were you
let's
saying about
do them
Solo?
all in the reorder.
instead of putting it on Ben Wren, personally I would put it on Kylo Solo for one stupid thing that I just genuinely hated.
The robot.
No, I didn't care about her. I was like, oh, cool, a robot that fights for robot rights. Neat. Like, there's a lot of visuals in the movie that I really love. There's a lot of dialogue that I really love. But there's one line of dialogue that I absolutely hate.
What is it?
Ben Solo. Or Han Solo, where the guard gives him the last name Solo.
I also think that's slightly dumb, but I can't drop a movie a rank just because of one line.
honestly, I hated it enough for me to do that.
Damn. All
I
right.
was like, that is such a dumb fucking reason.
All right, we're going to Ben Ren. Now I'm gonna let you guys talk about. No, I do kind of agree though. That is kind of dumb. I didn't like that either. But as far as
Next should be
Rebels,
Obi-Wan.
What?
should it be Rebels or Obi-Wan? No,
Obi-Wan.
no, it would be Obi-Wan. All right, so
Obi-Wan literally
here's the
takes
thing.
place a year after Solo.
I guess you're right. Yeah, I got it mixed up. I'm pretty good with the timeline. Okay, I'm just saying. Visions I could honestly put anywhere. Doesn't really matter. But
Oh, Visions is non-canon and so weird, but it had 2 really good episodes.
really good. All right, so here's the thing about Obi-Wan. As far as I am aware, Boozle said he only watched a couple episodes. So Boozle, if you wish to have spoilers, you can stay. But I'm just gonna tell you now, I will talk about spoilers. Is that okay?
Honestly, I don't really care. You spelled Doctor Strange, and I still enjoyed it. So
Okay. So who all seen Solo? Obi-Wan.
I mean, I've seen Solo.
Sorry, I meant good job. I meant Obi-Wan. Who all's seen Obi-Wan? Or is it just
I
me?
haven't gotten the chance yet.
I feel like it's
I have.
just me. Huh? Yeah?
Of course I have. Are you kidding me?
Okay, fair point, fair point. For me,
Massive fucking Star Wars nerd here.
This is hard. Because there's some really good shit in Obi-Wan. But there is some shit I just do not like. And weird, little plot stuff that I just... Wait, hang on. That's not how that... What? You know what I mean?
If you wanna take some time to think about it, I can tell you exactly what I think about it real
Yeah,
easy.
have at it.
Okay, so I think Obi-Wan would go into This Is Pod Racing because its highs are very high. And yes, it has some slow things. The worst part comes down to some acting decisions, which makes sense because they're chasing a child. It's hard for an
Have to
adult to
happen.
look like they're chasing a child and not just catch the child.
it didn't have to happen like that.
But I mean,
Mhm.
the Alderaan guards are the literal worst guards I have ever seen.
I mean, how can you guys actually do your jobs correctly while you're wearing your penis helmets?
That's not even like, one guard shows up and immediately gets shot. As soon as he heard Leia screaming, he should have sounded the alarm,
That's fair.
and then he could have gotten shot. But like, that was honestly the lowest point of the series for me. The third sister was a good character. It took a while for me to be convinced of that, but she ended up being a very solid character. The fights where Vader was literally toying with her.
That is a damn good fight.
She was unworthy of him even drawing his saber.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he didn't even
That
use his
is how
lightsaber.
bad he toyed with her. That was amazing. And while I will say the choreography for that was actually slightly weaker than the choreography that Adam Driver does against Daisy Ridley, it is still fucking amazing. And then the final episode.
Oh yeah, that fight is
the final
good.
episode alone is Darth Jar Jar tier.
Oh,
But because the
I don't
whole
agree with that, but I'll
series
let you
has-
continue.
Well,
Because I got
there's
a lot of negatives to say about this show. I think this is going to be our most heated debate, actually.
Yeah,
But
probably
continue.
not.
Yeah, probably not.
The whole show, like as a whole, I feel This Is Pod Racing. It's a very solid show, has a very good amount of lore, even though it kind of retcons something. But it does it in a way that doesn't hurt the universe. But it also gives reason for, one, Obi-Wan to call Vader Darth when he meets him next, right?
Right. There's stuff I like about it, yeah. For sure.
It also gives more credence to, when I left you, I was the learner, but now I'm the master. And the reason their fight is slow. It's no longer, hey, we're going to go all out. We had our all-out fight. You beat me. Now I'm going to show you how much better I am than you, and we're gonna fence this out.
Oh, I love their last fight. Yeah. All right. So, where do I begin with Obi-Wan? I think this was a I think this should have been a movie, and it should have been written differently. I
I
or a
agree.
4 episode series, because one of the biggest problems I have with the series is some of it felt like filler, a good amount of filler. When yes, the ending brings it up for me, because without the final episode being what it was, I would probably put this in Kylo Solo. I'm gonna be honest, but the ending does yank it back up for me as far as ranking, because I think that there's a lot of, I don't know if I want to call them plot holes, but because it's not really the word. The word is more, how should I put it? Like weird retcons. You said it. You said it best when you put it that way. Like weird retcons and stuff that just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. Very strange decisions. Some of the directing and acting, like the acting is stellar. I have no issues with any of the acting, but the directing is a little strange, because like even during the fight scenes, there's like a lot of shaky cam, and some fights it's great, but other fights, even during the good fights, it's a little too shaky. That's kind of annoying.
I think during the good fights, it's supposed to symbolize the Force. Also, there's another lore part to the fights that makes me actually appreciate them further, and I'm not sure if you considered this.
But
It
real quick, I want to finish. I
Sure, yeah.
think it goes to Ben Wren for me personally, because as much as I enjoyed parts of it, and I think Ewan McGregor and Hayden Christensen's performances are like stellar, especially Ewan. This dude put his 100% all into this performance. He really did. And that like tears moment at the end with Vader, like this dude breaks down and tells him how sorry he is about everything, and I almost started crying too, cuz this man did everything he could. He tried so fucking hard. Now that I'm talking about it, I almost want to go up to This Is Pod Racing, but I refuse to ignore the issues. I think it is
Well,
Ben Wren, but continue.
here's some lore things for you.
Okay.
I don't know if you noticed this in the final fight after Anakin gets half of his mask ripped off. His eyes are not yellow.
Yes, I did notice.
Not until after Obi-Wan
Mm-hmm.
apologizes.
Well, then the
And
color
then,
changes too. It was focusing on on the blue of Obi-Wan's lightsaber, and then after he said I killed him, then he goes back to Obi-Wan and it slowly changes to red, and then you see at Anakin's face it's all red. I love the color
well,
changes.
the lightsaber reflecting off of his face was awesome, but his eyes specifically going from Anakin's fucking what the I think his eyes were green, but I
Yep,
can't
Anakin's
honestly.
eyes. Yeah.
And then they switch to yellow, which is a
Right.
sign of Force corruption, where
Yeah.
you're
Exactly.
embracing the dark side. That was incredible.
That whole
Also,
scene is a 10.
the um the big thing with the fights in particular is, if you notice, a lot of people were getting yeeted around with the Force. Well, the reason for that, when Jedi fight or Force users fight, they normally have a shield up that prevents the enemy from doing anything to them. That's also the reason that meme where they're talking about people just turning off the opponent's lightsaber, that's why that doesn't work. Because this shield, and so long as your shield holds, you cannot be affected by them doing whatever they want to you.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Force wielders like Yoda and Palpatine are so dangerous, because they don't care what you have. Well, in all of their fights between Force wielders, you see the difference in skill by who's doing what to whom. Like Vader just does whatever he wants to the third sister because she isn't strong enough to stop him. But when Obi-Wan and Vader are fighting, their shield is up, and you can see Vader's shield stopping the rocks from hitting him for a time.
By the way, can we
And
talk about how cool that was?
oh
Where,
yeah, that was amazing.
where he like raises his arms and like fucking like 100 rocks come up, and I'm like, damn, my boy's gonna slap Vader, and then he just keeps throwing him and throwing him and throwing him. I'm like, holy shit!
And then it eventually breaks through Vader's shield, and he controls the fight from there. It's done.
It's such a good fight. Oh my god, the fight.
There's
Also,
the lore behind the fights is so good, which
I
is
also
why I'm
want to
like,
talk too. The thing where he he activates his lightsaber and he does the pose from Clone Wars is so cool. I
are you talking
almost
about
cried.
his Sorisu stance?
Yeah, his
Because
stance.
that's what that is.
Yeah, I
Where
love
he finally
that shit.
embraces the fact that he is a master of Sorisu again
I
and takes up his
love that
stance is
shit.
amazing.
Because, well, for me personally, yeah, and that makes sense. But for me personally, I just wanted to see Ewan McGregor do it at least once,
Again,
and I've got it.
because it's not the first time he's done it.
Ewan McGregor?
Yeah.
When's he done it? I've never seen him do it in anything else, I don't think. Except, no, that's not true. He did it once in, No, you're right. I guess just, like, it was more of a throwback. You're right, though.
Yeah.
I do remember now. Because
It was a great moment
during his
nonetheless.
Grievous fight, I think.
Yep, he backed into the Sorisu base stance.
That makes sense.
Honestly,
Alright.
I loved it. And just from a standpoint of lore, there's a lot of things that make me want to put it in Darth Jar Jar. But there were issues, obviously.
I was say,
and those
no
issues
way.
make me go, now this is pod racing, because it has some really great moments that are just beautiful. It almost brought a tear to my eye, which only two pieces of media have made me actually cry.
Right. Okay, so I mean, I guess since I'm the deciding factor, because there's no one else who's seen it. I mean, that's not true. Booze, what did you think so far? Like, what did you think so far
I mean,
about it?
the
I know you
first-
can't rank it. I'm just
I
saying,
could
like, what's
only
your
go based
thoughts?
off like the first 3 episodes, and they were fine.
Honestly, the third episode is the one where he, let's see, that should be when he escapes.
Yeah, at the end of the second one, he learns that Vader is Anakin and that he's alive. And then the third one is
The
Is
second
after
one
that.
is where he escapes the third sister.
yeah, right at the
And
very
gets off
end.
the
Yeah,
planet.
yeah, for
The
sure.
third one is, what the fuck does he do in that one? Oh, that was the one with fucking, what's his name, Frank or some shit? The random alien who's a imperial conspirator.
I love that he gave some money to a clone in episode like 2. That broke.
Yeah,
my
that was
heart.
episode 2 because he was on the one
That
planet.
broke my heart. Because
Yeah.
like hardcore Star Wars fans know full well what that man's been through, and God, Jesus Christ. Okay, so for me, it kind of sounds like a Ben Wren from the two of us, but for you, it's This Is Pod Racing. But I want to iterate also to chat. It's still good. Watch it. It's just, it kind of has some issues for me that kind of drag it down. All right.
I think you should put it in front of Solo at least.
Okay. Well, I didn't really have any plot problems with Solo, though. I had, like, some weird plot holes and, like, retcons with Obi-Wan. So I don't know. But if I'm putting it in Ben Wren, I will give you that. It goes in front of Solo. All right, now I'm going to be dead silent because I have not seen Rebels at all. I know some things about it, like a couple little things and plots and stuff, but other than that, I know nothing. So this is probably going to be where you two talk.
My bias demands I demand it go into Darth Jar Jar.
Um.
That is because
Okay.
season 3 is up there with season 7 of Clone Wars, and it has my favorite Star Wars character of all time, Grand Admiral Thrawn.
What are your thoughts, Danny? You haven't said anything in a long time.
Uh, I don't know. Rebels is kind of off and on for me. There were points that I really liked, and there were also points that I wasn't the biggest fan of. I think one of the biggest things that I disliked about it was the main character just goes through such an odd transition.
Ezra,
And
you mean?
there isn't
Mhm.
really any point to where he's like just unquestionably likable. Honestly, like every like arc that he goes through from beginning to end, there's just various points to where it's like there's just this major flaw with him that it's like you're kind of a fucking idiot, kid. Because like
I
initially starting it out, there was whenever he was, basically a child. And, it was kind of understandable. Like, his parents had gone through, what they went through, and he was left by himself.
If I'm
So,
not mistaken, he's a kid who survived Order 66, right?
no,
no.
Or oh, well, who is he then?
he was he was born on Lothal.
Okay, I
His
I guess I just thought
parents
he was.
his parents were early starters of the rebellion. No, Kanan Jarrus, his teacher,
Oh, that's what I was
was in
thinking
the
of. Is
Bad
his teacher?
Batch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um, I will say I completely agree, and being non-biased about it,
Hmm.
like taking out the fact that my favorite fucking character is in this show, right? I would personally say this is a Ben Ren rank because it has some really dumb parts and a lot of what feels like filler.
Hmm.
Plus, for whatever stupid reason, all of the Twi'leks of Ryloth have a French fucking accent,
Which is
and I
really
hate that.
funny because one of the main characters is talking to her family, and she kind of just turns on the French accent out of nowhere while talking to them.
That's interesting.
Yeah, like there are some things that I'm just like, this is really dumb. But the main cast, Zeb, Sabine, Hera, Kanan, Ezra, and Chopper, the fucking murder droid.
Kind of sounds like
Honestly,
this is a Ben Ren to me,
I mean, it's really up to
based on what you're
him.
both saying. I'm just to be clear.
I want it higher because Thrawn is written perfectly. He is everything he should be. He is cold, calculating, and he studies his enemy.
Okay.
Okay, so bias aside, you say Ben Ren, but bias
Yes.
included, you're saying Darth Jar Jar. So really, you're saying now this is pod racing.
I would probably put it there, but I'm going to say Ben Ren just because not everybody likes Thrawn.
What are your?
And
No, go ahead. Sorry.
there's a decent part with Mandalorians where you get to see the transition from Mandalorians meaning anything to where they're going to end up being in The Mandalorian. Because this is still pre-extermination.
So, another thing that is interesting about this, there's another like Darth Vader fight in it.
I did hear
Where
about
First
this
of
with
all,
Ahsoka.
where
this game,
Ahsoka
this
gets to
one.
fucking find out he's Anakin.
I did
Well,
see a clip of that, and that is
okay,
heartbreaking.
so before we get into that, Darth Vader initially being introduced. Rebels honestly was the first time that Darth Vader was really shown to be like Darth Vader, like the stereotypical like Rebels holy shit, that's a monster type of look.
Right.
Because immediately whenever he shows up, Ezra and Kanan have no idea who the fuck this guy is. They both light up their lightsabers to fight him, and he beats their asses.
Which is hilarious if
Yeah,
Kanan
that
knew.
first time towards the end of the first season,
Does he ever find out who
Kanan's
Vader
just
is?
like, "Yo, I don't really know who this is, but he don't feel right." So they're like, "All right, let's take him together. He can't beat us both." And he's just like,
He does, though.
"You're not even worth killing."
That doesn't surprise me.
And then later on, before that scene where Ahsoka and them fight, it also shows Vader's like flashy side.
Oh,
Because
the most
Vader
dramatic
shows
entrance.
up on top of his custom TIE fighter, standing on top, billowing his cape with the Force.
That's funny.
Well, no, he's in atmosphere. It should be moving as he's moving.
I mean, that's fair, but like you know for a fact that he threw
He's
like some
piloting
controlling flair in
the
there. But yeah.
TIE X1 with the Force like some fucking Chad. Just fucking... Like, in that episode alone is actually... It's two-parter. That episode is actually really good. It reintroduces Maul.
Yeah, that's another thing. It also shows just how like incompetent the Inquisitors are. Because the Inquisitors not only get their asses beat by Ahsoka, but then two of them get absolutely fucking murdered by Maul.
Yeah, they show up. They're hunting Maul, and Ezra and Kanan show up and just like, hey, what are you guys doing here? So they have their fight, and Maul comes in. And he's like, oh, they weren't here for you. They were here for me.
Well,
and then just murks them.
And there's this scene where Obi-Wan finishes Maul.
Yes, which that's actually a crazy fucking scene because there's an interview that Sam Witwer did talking about that specific scene.
I met him, by the way. Very nice guy.
You've met Sam Witwer?
I'll send you a picture.
Oh,
super nice guy. I got him to sign my copy of Force Unleashed.
I'm so upset. Whenever I was in Arizona at one point, I was like just on vacation there and everything, and we went to the mall and we like went by this one comic shop or whatever the fuck it was. As we were leaving, I looked at the window and it said that 2 days after I was supposed to leave, Sam Witwer was going to be there to sign autographs and shit. And I was fucking livid. I was like, dude, how the fuck is this dude gonna show up right after I leave?
Here you go. I sent you a picture. On Discord, you can see. But yeah, that does suck. Because he's the nicest person I've ever met. I swear. He's so cool.
Oh my god.
Honestly, like, there's a lot of
I got to meet him. He's super nice.
That's awesome.
He's a huge fan. I'll tell you what he actually
scenes.
said in a second. What were you saying, Viper?
There are a lot of really high quality scenes, and some of the best Hondo Anaka moments come from Rebels.
But yeah, going to the Obi-Wan versus Darth Maul scene, there was an interview that he went through, and he was explaining kind of just like the super significance of that fight. And how Darth Maul was sitting there. It's like, yeah, I'm finally going to show up. I'm going to beat Obi-Wan's ass. He's just a fragile old man now. He doesn't stand a chance. And it ends like a samurai duel.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I've seen the clip. I like how he changes his stance.
Yeah. He goes through 3 different stances, and, you know, in the end, he's dying in Obi-Wan's arms, and it's being like, oh, shit. He's the one. Like, he's here on a mission as a Jedi Master. He is on guard duty to protect the Chosen One.
Yeah.
And, yeah, it's just, oh, man. Like, Maul's realization just in that moment of, like, I'm finally going to get my revenge to, holy shit, I'm going to be avenged, is crazy.
I do like that. I've seen clips of it. I just never, like, watched it.
Yeah,
all right.
No, and, like, straight up, it's like a samurai duel. It's fucking sick.
All right. We are moving... Oh, shit. We are moving on to Rogue One. Boozle, have you seen this?
I think Fallen Order was supposed to be there.
It was supposed to be on here, but I I wasn't gonna try and mess with it. I messed it up earlier. I'm not gonna push my luck. But we can talk
I just
about it
want to
at some
throw
point.
it. I just want to throw Ben Ren for Fallen Order.
I think there's a little bit of filler, so I would probably say Ben Ren too. But without the filler, if it was condensed a little bit more, I'd say this is pod racing. This is a pretty good story.
Just the final scene with Star Wars and Avenge Us. Ah,
Yeah.
Vader's fucking murking.
Dude, Vader
All right,
was fucking
so
scary in that game.
oh, he's so
Yes.
terrifying.
He was horrifying.
I was like,
wasn't
oh shit, I
fight
can
back.
beat him.
It
Nope.
it wasn't even fight back. It was run.
Yeah. All right, so Boozle, Rogue One.
I
I'll let you
actually
talk for a
really
minute,
liked this
as well
one.
as your ranking. I want to hear in depth why.
Oh
I'm gonna let you
man,
talk a minute because you haven't seen these last couple things, so I'm gonna let you talk for a minute.
you're right. I feel like it was a nice change of pace for Star Wars as a whole. Like for a side story, they did really, really well. Um, I don't actually remember that much about it outside of like the end of the movie.
Yeah, I know you just remember
Like
the
the
last third is really good, like everyone else
yeah,
does.
like the final little part where they have to get the thing off the planet. What are they even trying to get off the planet? I don't know.
The
I
plans to
just
the
know it
Death
was
Star.
important.
The
Oh, there we
Star
go.
plans.
And then
They're trying. They're like, quick, we have to make sure A New Hope actually happens.
and I just love the implication
They
of like
fail. The entire
the
Star Wars trilogy is over. It just doesn't happen.
no, I love the implication of at the end where Vader catches up to them and then they're trying to get the plans out of there. He's killing all the rebels and they manage
So
to actually get it
fucking
out.
terrifying.
He sees him fly off and then that goes into the fourth movie and it's like oh no,
Immediately, yeah.
we're just some diplomacy ships like bitch, I saw you.
That's
I
true.
saw
I didn't
you
even think about
leaving
that.
with the plans.
I didn't even think
Like
about that. You're right.
what the hell are you trying to pull?
He's just like,
I,
motherfucker, you people,
yeah.
I was there. I saw you. What are you even
You
talking? You can't lie to me. I was right there.
I just
Yeah,
cut my way through your fucking airlock, and you gonna try and lie to me to my
It'd be like if
face?
someone stole something from you and then just like put it behind their back and they're like, I didn't take
Yeah.
it. Like, wait, hang
No, it
on,
wasn't
hold
me.
up,
It
hold
wasn't
up,
me.
hold the fuck up. I just saw
That
you
was
blow up
the
my
other.
shit and run away. That you
Yeah.
most definitely did.
I
That's
think
funny.
overall, I think in the moment, like after I finished watching the movie, the impression it left on me was like a top tier, but at the same time, I don't remember much about it outside the end of the movie.
I'm one with the Force.
So what do you?
I'm
I
one with the
wanted
Yeah,
Force.
him to be a
I was like,
Jedi.
yeah, one with the Force. Like that guy was awesome.
Cheer
Donnie
it.
Yen, yeah, but
Yeah,
can you
Donnie
remember
Yen.
his name?
I don't
Cheer it.
remember his name.
That's just the actor's
Sure.
name. I like Donnie Yen. All right, so what are you thinking as far as tier before anyone else talks?
I would say pod racing.
Pod racing? Okay.
Like what I feel like my gut feeling was that was amazing. It's probably Jar Jar, but then I had to like really think about it. It's like what the hell happened?
Do you care about the characters?
Yeah, it's like I care about the characters.
What are their
I didn't
names?
really care what was going on. I didn't care about their names either. I didn't care enough.
I'm over here like his
Like, these
name's
guys-
Cheer it.
Yeah, it's like these guys are cool. I don't know them.
Cheer it, Baze.
So once I actually got to
Ashley.
think about it, it's like I don't think it's top then.
All right, so for you, pod racing, and now Viper.
I'd say give it to Danny. I actually really like this movie and would have a bunch to say.
Okay, fair
for 30
point,
minutes.
Danny.
So there are several points in the movie that it's kind of an odd experience, honestly, because being somebody who knows a fair bit about it, you keep seeing all these random characters that pop up and you know who they are, what they're doing, like all that kind of stuff. And then there's like the like death troopers and then fucking oh god, I forget. I'm fucking stupid today.
I'm sorry, I missed like half of what you said. Otherwise, I'd probably be able to fill in the information.
Right.
Could you repeat
fucking
that?
Leader of the Dreamers, Saw Gerrera. He shows
Okay.
up,
Yeah.
and he's there, and apparently he like helped raise the main character and all this, and
For
I
a
don't know,
moment.
like yeah. But going throughout the story, it's kind of just one of those situations to where it's like the main character didn't really have a ton of motivation to be there. Like she was essentially kidnapped.
Oh yeah, basically. And the rebellion accidentally killed her dad, so like she
Yeah.
shouldn't want to work for them, but she's like, you know, let's blame the Empire. It's like, but they
Yeah,
shot your. You
exactly.
know what?
Like,
No,
she
that's not
has-
what happened.
There is literally no reason as to why she would want to remain there after all of that happened.
So
Like,
what's your ranking before you continue?
I mean, I don't know. Despite what I said, I did very much enjoy the movie. I thought that it was a good addition, and it filled one of the massive plot holes. In,
It
the
really
movie that was supposed
did,
to come after.
actually. And I'll talk
Like-
about that whenever I get to it.
Yeah, like it filled a.
It's so massive that I already know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and honestly, yeah, just all in all. And then another really cool thing about it is it showed us
the
Vader's
best Darth
temple
Vader
on Mustafar.
sighting ever.
Yeah.
And I'm including Kenobi.
Vader being a force of nature, yes.
Vader being the most dangerous, horrifying thing. Like when A New Hope happens and you see them running away, you see why now.
Mhm.
Personally,
Whereas
I think
before
it's
you
the
did
second
already.
best.
But fuck
I think
me.
it's the second best Vader scene, just because
Mhm.
Fallen Order's scene really captures.
Oh yeah, as a force of nature,
you're
yeah,
dead.
yeah.
You're absolutely dead if he gets to you.
I just watching him mow down all those guys was so cool.
Yeah, no,
It's
and,
so
like,
hard for me
the
not to love
funniest
this
part
movie.
about it. No, the funniest part about it is like I was saying earlier, he had to throw that fucking bit of like Skywalker stank on it and fucking
He
sit
was-
there in pitch black, fucking ignites his lightsaber and just starts
He
mowing
turned
dudes down.
Off his breather.
Yeah, he turned off his chest rig so that the lights didn't show.
You know what's funny too?
He was in
Like-
space and he made his cape billow.
Those memes are really good with that, where it's just like, don't worry guys, there's a light at the end of the tunnel, and it says the light at the end of the tunnel, and then it shows Vader in that scene.
God. But like
Uh,
honestly, I love seeing those scenes to where Vader's just extra as shit.
Yeah, I like this movie a lot. I'm gonna let Viper talk because he's gonna talk at length, and I know he will. No offense, by the way. I like it. I'm just saying.
I'm
And-
a huge Star Wars nerd.
I don't mean that as offense either. I have a good amount to say, but it's not gonna be like super long, so I'll just talk last. Go ahead, Viper.
Okay, so personally, I'll get this out of the way. I personally feel like it's Darth Jar Jar. The only thing that really holds
Okay.
it back is Saw Gerrera scenes.
They're a little silly. Yeah,
Yeah, I love
the
the
squid
Death
thing's kind
Star.
of funny.
I love the
I don't
Death
know.
Star being able to do its single reactor test. I love that they tried and almost succeeded in bringing back Peter Crushing from the dead to be Tarkin.
That I don't know.
I-
That effect looked horrible.
It
Except
honestly,
in
it,
the very,
it-
very first scene, it looked okay.
it didn't look horrible. The problem was it fell into the uncanny valley.
I think they should have
And
just cast Charles
he was
Dance
a-
from Game of Thrones instead.
I would have hated it, honestly.
Really?
Yes,
looks really
I
close.
I love the man, but Peter Crushing is just
Dead.
well, yeah.
He's
you're
not alive.
Wrong. You're not wrong.
It'd be
but,
one thing
like,
if they were recasting him for no reason, but he is not alive.
I
Like, I'd be mad if they recast Luke for, like, Last Jedi,
So,
for example, but,
Tarkin-
like, he's alive.
weirdly enough, Tarkin is within my top 5 characters.
See, like adding on to your thing, Tarkin has just such a look to him that throwing in literally anybody else to be Tarkin would just be odd.
As much as I love Charles Dance, I would hate it.
Like, hang on, I need to look up this person.
Look up
The
Charles Dance and look up Tarkin. Like, I
The
really think they look
eco-terrorist
super
from-
close.
the second Godzilla movie.
That's what you get him from, not Game of Thrones?
I
How dare you?
don't even think of Game of Thrones anymore.
But,
All because the final season pissed me off so much.
I mean, same,
See,
but...
Tarkin is just so much more like gaunt.
He has them cheekbones.
Yeah, I know, but the thing is...
Also,
I don't know if I mentioned this. He's not alive.
it's
So,
fine.
I
He
don't
re-
have.
there's only so
I don't
much
have
you can
issues
do.
with recasting if someone's dead. Like
It's
it makes
fine. He regenerated. It's fine.
As long as he's not in anything else. But continue. You did want to talk about the movie some more, so continue. I do want to hear.
So, I love the Death Stars. I love the effects. I loved Chirrut and Baze as characters. They were a great duo. Cassian was a little wooden, but I would be willing to give him a chance to actually like become more of a character.
Well, you're gonna have a chance
mm,
here soon.
About
Yeah,
that.
because he's getting his own series.
I don't care
Uh,
about it,
I'm
but I'll give it a try.
eh,
I'll give it an honest try. I really will.
I'm willing to see Rebels being dark and dirty. That's what I want out of it.
That's true.
Like he was at the beginning, where he shot his ally because his ally wasn't gonna get out. Like I was like, damn, nice.
This is basically Saving Private Ryan in space,
Like
in a way. Anyway.
seeing the Death Star fired twice with some of the most gorgeous shots.
Oh yeah, that stuff is fucking amazing to look at. It
The
really
memes
is.
that came out of the movie,
Are good. They're all good.
like honestly,
I want more
I would
spin-offs like this, to
consider-
be honest.
I would consider Rogue One to not be a Nat 20 movie because there's very, very few of those. But I would consider it a critical on 19 movie.
All right. So for me, what's your official ranking? To be clear.
I really say Darth Jar Jar. I
Okay.
genuinely enjoy this movie as both a solo
I-
piece and Star Wars material.
Okay. So for me, I am gonna say I am between This Is Pod Racing and Ben Ren. Let me explain why. I put it at the same ranking as Solo, to be honest with you. I like it as much as Solo, but slightly more. But the problem with that is the characters. As much as I think that they could have been good characters, they don't even have character traits, a lot of them, and the ones that do, I don't know their names. I know Jyn Erso and I know Cassian Andor, but that's only because I've rewatched this movie a couple times. I could not tell you any other characters' names aside from Saw Gerrera, who I already knew, but it's
K2SO.
K2SO. Sorry. See, as much as I like him, I just didn't remember very many names, and I don't care about these characters very much. I wish Donnie Yen's character had a lightsaber. How sick would it have been if this dude is blind the whole fucking movie, but he can fight, and they don't explain it, and at the very end, they're all attacking, and it's like, we don't know what to do. We don't have any hope, and he's like, there's always hope, and then he lights a lightsaber or something. Like, I would have just creamed my shorts.
There are two problems. Like, I get what you're saying. Part of why you probably don't really retain their names is they all fucking die.
Well, also, they don't really have anything, like, you don't really learn anything about him. Like, the guy with the big gun, you don't learn
Yeah,
anything about him.
And that is all because they die, which is not something we're used to in movies.
You must be watching different movies. I watch some grim shit, dude. But, no, I think it's good. I even think it's very good, actually. I would even go as far as to say very good. But the main character's motivations, as Danny said earlier, aren't really there for me. They don't make a whole lot of sense. She essentially gets kidnapped at the beginning of the movie by the rebels. And then by the end, she's, like, willing to die for them, even though they killed her dad on accident. And I just don't buy it. So it's a little strange.
I'm pretty sure she blames the Empire more for
I
her
know
father's
she
death.
does. I just don't think that's logical. I know it's what she
fucking would.
does, but it's one of those things where I think it's very good, but even though the third act is fucking amazing and almost untouchable, for me, like from the moment the battle begins until the end of the movie, it is so hard for me to nitpick anything about it. But you do have to get through some shit to get there.
Hold up. I have one thing to throw in here.
Sure. By all
Shore
means.
Troopers.
The what? I couldn't hear you.
The Shore Troopers.
Okay.
I fucking loved that armor design.
Oh yeah.
Honestly, I liked the AT.
I want this person to do more Star Wars stuff. They respected the canon.
transport
They
stuff.
got all the designs right. Everything was good.
Mm-hmm.
As
Despite
far as
what I just
Chirrut-
said, I want them to do more stuff.
Yeah.
As far as Chirrut being Jedi, there's a problem with that, and that comes into the pacing of the end. Because if he became a Jedi, right, Vader is almost obligated to go down there and kill him personally.
Mm-hmm.
And that ruins the pacing of the movie.
I guess you could have him die though, because remember we had a lot of Jedi die from some clones in a movie previously, quite a few in fact, and they were very powerful ones.
But those were clones, and there weren't really enough forces, especially with this whole like super attunement to the Force thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like you couldn't really be like, oh yeah, well the Force says you have to die now, so.
Well, regarding that specifically, what you're talking about, Nero, like, I feel like it would be okay in the sense of using the lightsaber as, like, just a beacon of hope. Like, he's not trained with it, he's not actually a Jedi, but he does have some form of connection to the Force, which is shown in him, walking across the battlefield with literally nothing hitting him.
Right.
And if
He's a believer.
a lightsaber, it's in the sense of, like, this is hope. Like, he doesn't have to know how to use it. He doesn't have to do anything crazy. Like, he just has it. And it could just be in the sense of, like, he found it, salvaged it, fucking essentially using it as, like, a religious charm or something like that. Like, holding a cross or something like that.
I could buy that. Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Well, okay, so.
I'm not saying that they should have incorporated it. I'm just saying that the idea makes sense.
Right.
He and Baze are former Temple Guardians.
As much as I would love to keep talking about this, we have 2 more trilogies to go through and several shows. We need to get going. So for me, I'm gonna put it in This Is Pod Racing.
I can agree with that.
I think it slaps, and I may even rewatch it after this. All right,
I already know I'm
going
to be putting on again soon.
Now I know for sure what we're putting in Darth Jar Jar, and I will not be convinced otherwise. A New Hope. What's everyone think?
Honestly, there's a lot.
There's a lot to think about with this one. Yeah.
Because New Hope goes through a lot of stuff.
Did I just hear some hesitation when I said Darth Jar Jar?
I'm gonna be real, and I'm not gonna explain myself really.
Oh.
Ben Wren.
Hang on. I'm gonna ignite my lightsaber. Where do you live? I'm just kidding.
I would say if you're an hour from Kaz, an hour and 10 minutes from you.
I'll keep that in mind. But keep in mind, your next couple words are very important for your life.
Well,
I'm just kidding.
I appreciate that you got that whole Jedi thing going on, but I believe in the Mandalorian philosophy. Catch this buckshot.
You assume I don't already have things for that. But anyway, I think Danny was going to say something.
Well, honestly, a lot happened.
Yeah.
A lot happened.
Okay.
Like, there was just the initial introduction. Mm-hmm. There was the Tatooine, Luke finding Obi-Wan. There was just them going to the Death Star, Obi-Wan dying. Like, there is a ton of stuff that happens in this one movie.
Yeah, there's a lot.
And
This is the important one too, because this is the one that proved it could work.
mhm.
Because like I've seen interviews of this with like people who were there at the time, like Harrison Ford and stuff like that, and he's like, "This is a really weird movie back then. People thought it was very strange, but they loved this shit.
Yeah.
This was
I'll
considered
give
a
a
pretty weird
concession.
movie back then."
I'll give a concession.
Mm-hmm.
The enhanced or whatever edition is Ben Ren, but the original edition for episode 4 is now this is pod racing.
Okay, I'm willing to accept the answer that the other one is better because the special edition versions, fuck you, George,
I
are
didn't hate some of the editions.
I hate all of them except
See,
for the part where Luke talks to one of his friends.
the
Um,
the fucking troops riding the, god damn it, I can't remember what they're called at the moment. The giant lizards.
mhm.
I didn't hate that. I also didn't hate the addition of Windows to Cloud City. I actually think that made the movie way better. Cloud City needed Windows.
I just I it's one of those things where I'm kind of annoyed and offended at the fact that I can't legally watch the original cut of this movie. I have to do so via sailing the seven seas, and I
I
think that
mean,
that's not fair.
if you have a VHS, you don't.
Yeah, if I have, come on though, that is some crazy BS I have to go through just to watch the original cut of this movie. That is not fair. That is not your damn business. I don't care if you think it's better, George. I don't care. I don't. I want to watch your original film as it was, with a little bit of HD stuff put in there. Not any changes. I just want it to look slightly better, and you're allowed to do that. Like Blu-rays, for example. But I don't like your changes, George. If you're watching this, change that. Actually, no, Disney, if you're watching this, change that. Because he probably can't now.
Yeah, George ain't got shit to say in this anymore.
All right, Boozle. I wish to hear from you.
I also would put this in pod racing.
Damn.
Like for what it is, it's a legendary movie, I think, but it's kind of just okay at parts. Like it's I don't think obviously the lightsaber battles do not hold up
Okay,
today,
yeah, you're right. You're
but
right. That's fair. Yeah.
you can say it's like the first time this has ever happened. This is in the 70s. I don't care.
The fact this movie looks as good as it does and holds up as well as it does, in my opinion, after this long, should put it in Darth Jar Jar.
Okay, so
Because
there's
that's an
two
insane amount of practical effects. This shit looks real almost.
there's two fan edits. One is Obi-Wan remembers, and the other one is like scene 34 or whatever, and that's the duel between Obi-Wan and Vader for the end of
I've seen it.
Obi-Wan's
It's
life.
good.
Yeah, that
I
scene
remember it
is
being really good.
amazing, and honestly, I really like that scene. And if it was added in place of the scene we got, I would have loved that. Um, because Vader should still be more nimble than he is. It's only been 9 years, and he's only gotten stronger.
Right.
Um, and the Obi-Wan remembers scene is him having flashbacks to episode 3, episode 2, the Clone Wars, where he's remembering the times he had with Anakin and Anakin's downfall. And those two things would
And he gets
honestly,
upset and stuff, yeah.
yeah, those two things
I
would
do the same
honestly
thing when I think
raise
back
it
to the
up.
prequels, actually.
It would raise it up
Sorry.
to Darth Jar Jar for me, honestly. But
Those
because
aren't
it's
even in it, yeah.
missing,
It's fan editing.
because it's missing things, because of the limitations of the time and the fact that these movies came first and all that. that's why I generally hold it. This is pod racing Ben Ren. Like, it's not a terrible movie, and standalone, it is a fantastic movie because it has a beginning, middle, and end. Something a lot of movies don't know how to fucking do
They
anymore.
really don't.
But as a whole for Star Wars, other than the significance of being the one to start it all, it's aight. Like,
Yeah, it's alright.
I mean, it's a lot more than just the one that started it all, though. It like some of the most important things that ever happened in Star Wars are in this movie.
Well, yeah, because it started it.
No, I just mean like the most
to me,
important events in Star Wars are pretty much between this movie and Empire Strikes Back.
I would say Empire Strikes Back had way more important moments.
Yeah,
Like
more for
the big
sure.
things, the big things of 4 are Luke starts his hero's journey, and
Well, Kenobi dies. That's a big.
well, that's just the death of the mentor. That's a part of the hero's journey.
Yeah.
Like Luke starts his hero's journey. That's honestly the only significant thing that happens in episode 4.
I mean, there's the death of
I
an
think
entire planet. Alderaan
I
is
think
gone.
Obi-Wan
That's
dying was became more significant with context,
that's true.
but
I
with
will agree with
just
that.
part 4 on its own, we didn't have any of that. It was just some dude who taught Luke for a couple days or whatever. Like he wasn't even there that long.
Okay, I'm willing to.
Yeah, like
All right.
that's another thing that's kind of odd about that scene specifically is yeah, with zero context, just watching the movie, you see these two dudes who are supposedly like masters at their craft, and then Obi-Wan kind of just gets fucking thrashed. And then that's it. Fight's over. Luke screams no, starts firing some
He
bullets.
likes to do that.
Yeah, Luke screams, fires at Vader. Vader's just like, oh well, checks fucking the body and everything, and then that's it. That's all that happens. Like, I don't know. But on the opposite end of that, from a combative point of view, as someone who is trained with swords, that kind of stuff, the original trilogy captures sword fighting very well. There isn't a ton of music. There's a lot of just standing around, keeping your eye on your opponent and trying to see what they will do next. Because in traditional combat, on 1v1 situations, one move means death.
Right.
So in those situations, a lot of the time to where they're like just tapping their sabers against each other or like spinning in circles, that kind of stuff, that is very close to traditional sword combat. Because in traditional sword combat, one move could mean winning or losing. And I
Okay.
thought that they did
So
that really well.
after hearing everybody, chat, I just want to be abundantly clear. This is going in this is pod racing for one, but I want to be abundantly clear. I think this is Darth Jar Jar, and if it was up to me, this is where it's going. I'm putting it here, but I think it deserves Darth Jar Jar because it is legendary how this film was made in general. It introduced a lot of new things. The use of practical effects in this movie is legendary to this day. That's why it still holds up. There's some stuff that doesn't. Not saying that's perfect, but when you consider that and the editing and all how this got made is just a crazy story. How it had to be reshot and re-edited so many times till it was perfect. I think it's a legendary piece of Star Wars media as well as a legendary piece of filmmaking. But I will admit it's not necessarily a perfect movie, so I'm gonna put it in This Is Pod Racing. But I think it deserves Jar Jar. Now we're going into the one that I'm putting immediately in Darth Jar Jar, Empire Strikes Back.
I don't actually think there's a question about that.
That movie is
Empire Strikes
perfect.
Back
I will
is-
fight any of you on this. Continue.
Empire Strikes Back is one of the first movies to do. Yeah, the bad guys just fucking won.
You know what? No, never mind. That's not even right. I'm putting Empire in front of the other two and Darth Jar Jar too. But yes,
Like,
very good.
like
It is
that.
very good.
It was the first real sequel to go, hey, so remember how these guys were the bad guys and we're supposed to root against them? Well, they just won.
And there's
At
more
the
to it than you think. Yeah.
at the end of episode 5, the rebels have effectively lost.
Yeah,
Luke
essentially,
lost his
yeah.
hand.
And his
Fucking
pride.
they lost their last base. Like,
Yeah.
they lost a lot of their equipment there, and this is coming off the fact that I believe there's, I think there's 3 or 4 years between the end of 1 or the end of 4 and the beginning of 5.
Yeah, there's a little bit, yeah. I don't
Um,
I don't know if do they say exactly or is that an external media thing? It's okay if it is.
uh,
Just how long,
it
do you know?
it is external media
Well,
because they
I'll
don't
allow
say it
it. How
exactly.
how long do you know? Do they say?
It's
Because that's not really important. That's not answering like an important question. I'm just curious. Because they kind of make it fairly clear that between Empire and Return of the Jedi, it's been a minute. Because Luke is very different, but I'm not sure how long. But
okay. So no, okay. So Battle of Yavin and Hoth is less than a month. It's after 5 that it's years.
okay, now I get you. Yeah,
It's between 5 and 6 that it's years before they try doing anything again.
and it has that
Um,
iconic ass line where Han's like getting put into cryo, and she's like, "I love you," and he's like, "I know." Like, so fucking good.
I'll be back. You guys can
the
talk.
By the
it
way,
introduces a lot of cool things.
I got a hot ass take. I think Han should have died there.
I mean,
Mm,
Here's why. Let me explain.
maybe.
Because if you watch Return of the Jedi, he sucks ass in that movie. And that's not because of Harrison Ford. There's no purpose for his character. He's just a bumbling idiot the whole movie. He doesn't act the same, nothing. That would have been a damn good character arc because it starts with him being a selfish asshole in the beginning of New Hope and stuff, selling out to the highest bidder kind of thing. But like over the course of time, he really starts to care about his friends, even though he has a bounty on his head. And in 5, he keeps wanting to leave because he's scared, and that's all he wants to do is leave. But over time, he keeps coming back to either save Luke or talk to Leia. And by the end, he decides he like loves his friends and he won't let them die. And I just think that would have been a perfect ending for his character.
yeah, I
But that's
mean,
me
honestly,
personally. People can disagree.
I,
I just think that would
I
have been
could
a
go
damn
either
good
way
arc.
on it.
Oh, hey, Anna. We're
But,
doing
yeah.
a Star Wars tier list here. We're talking about Empire. All right, go Viper. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
So, Empire did a lot of incredible things, and it did a lot of the first real world building with like the ATs, right? AT-ATs.
Yeah,
The fucking this honestly bumbling stupid vehicle, right? Shouldn't exist, shouldn't work.
but it does.
But like
And I'm okay
it
with that, just to be clear.
it looked imposing.
That's all you needed, really.
And that was the whole thing of the Tarkin doctrine, like big fear creating things. And like it was just the rebels immediately lose a base after they just lost their Yavin 4 base because the second the Empire discovered that, they were like, can't stay here.
Yeah. It's
So
such
they
an
go to
iconic
Hoth,
movie. Yeah.
then accidentally get discovered on Hoth just from sheer luck.
Yeah. That's a good fight, too. It holds up well with practical effects and stuff. Like,
Oh yeah, they
it's
do their best
crazy
to hold off.
how good it holds up. No, I just mean the filmmakers. Like the fact that this holds up as well as it does is ludicrous to me.
I would honestly love to see a modern rendition of it where we got to see more of the actual ground forces beyond the AT-ATs.
Yeah.
Because they landed a whole bunch of snowtroopers and AT-STs. and there's a real fight that goes on while the rebels are trying to evacuate.
Right.
That's actually one of my favorite parts of Battlefront 2, because you get to play out that actual fight.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Boozle, what are your thoughts?
Not much outside of what's already been said. I do think it's probably the best Star Wars movie objectively.
Oh
I,
yeah.
I still personally like 3 more, but objectively speaking, Part 5 is the Star Wars movie. And
It's so rare for
just
me that a sequel is this much better than the original.
yeah,
It's almost
it
impossible, it seems like, but
I like that it
damn.
completely changed the tone from part 4, because you end on like such a high note of, oh
Mhm.
my god, we beat the Death Star,
Everyone's
the
doing
Empire's
okay. And
screwed,
then the second
the
one,
Alliance is gonna
everyone
win.
loses that is a
Then you
good
get to
person.
5 and you're like, oh right, there's a reason that the Empire has been crushing the rebels for so long. They just are that much better, and that setback was just a minor setback, and now you're all still screwed.
And then there's the introduction of Yoda
Yeah.
and those iconic
Honestly,
ass scenes.
I still think 3 is better than 5, personally.
That blasphemy. But continue.
I I I prefer 3 over 5 because
I
one
will grit my teeth and say I
update
understand why.
uh, one is updated graphics. Plus, it's
Yeah,
the one
that's
I
true.
grew up with. But the big thing is the saber duel, the
That's
Battle
true.
of Heroes, and another actually the whole Mustafar scene in general,
Oh yeah,
where
that's cool.
he comes in and he's like, but you said the war was over. We were promised peace because the Trade Federation didn't actually want to go to war. Go fucking figure. And Anakin slaughters all. I feel more sad for them than I do the younglings.
That's funny.
Hey, yo, quick thing. Speaking of Mustafar and all that kind of stuff, did you guys ever play the Episode 3 game?
Yes, it slaps.
Yeah. Did you ever see the alternate ending where
Yes,
Anakin
I played it.
wins?
And he kills Palpatine. The
Yes.
galaxy belongs to me.
Yeah.
How
Which
different of a trilogy would
I'm,
that have been?
I'm gonna be honest though, like that was such a dumb like.
It's just a fun little thing. It doesn't hurt anything. I think it's
no,
fun.
like the only reason why I say that's dumb is the entire reason he went to the dark side was to save Padme, and he killed Padme, and he's just like, well, the galaxy's mine now.
He's like, well, I mean, I don't know what the hell's left. Not ruling. Might as well do that. It's fine. He's like,
Yeah,
shit,
like-
she's dead. I mean, what? I don't know. What else is there to?
Oh,
I don't
plus
know. Side
episode
quests, I
3,
guess.
episode 3 had Venators and a big ass space
Yeah.
battle.
All right. So we're gonna go back on track to the best Star Wars movie. I do agree with you though. There's a lot of good shit in 3.
It's a reasonable. Honestly, they're almost tied for me. There are a couple things in 3 that I'm just like, yes. So
All right. So Danny, thoughts?
I mean,
Anything other than Darth Jar Jar is a wrong opinion. Just kidding.
is unfortunately I was not able to
Oh, no.
like experience it at its prime.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
in
I was like, be
theaters and
very
all that
careful
kind
with
of
what you say next.
But like
No, I'm just kidding.
because I was so young at the time, I wasn't able to understand the significance. But the fucking "I am your father" scene is fucking crazy with
Yeah.
no context.
Oh yeah, if you didn't know that was gonna happen, that blew your fucking mind.
Exactly. Like if you hadn't like the other movies didn't exist yet, so you had no idea, no clue what was going on.
I am
You
your
didn't know who
father.
Anakin Skywalker was.
No,
I was a
that's
child, so I-
impossible.
Yeah. Like that alone is like just one of the craziest like what the fuck moments in movies, because yeah, you didn't get to experience that as a kid because you know you don't really understand, but then by the time you go to rewatch it as an adult, you already experienced it for the first time, so it doesn't hit as hard.
Right. Okay, so you didn't say a ranking. I know what it is, but you didn't say it, so.
I can definitely agree with Darth Jar Jar. It's definitely up there with episode 3, and it has a lot of really good pacing. It has a lot of really good scenes. It's got a good mix between humor and action. Like we have the points where fucking Yoda pretty much is there at any given point, is just dumb stuff. But at the
Honestly,
same time, we have
Yoda's so fucking funny, too.
yeah.
I
And
think
that he, like, he
pacing-
lies outright, and he's like, oh, well, I can take you to Jedi.
Yeah.
And then he just starts eating his hot dogs and fighting with R2.
I think the
It's just funny.
pacing in episode 5 is the best pacing in all the movies.
100%
Like, honestly, the pacing in that movie was
It's
almost
a perfect flow of information, and that's what makes it so. Oh my god, Boozle, delete that. You are a whore. that is blasphemy to the highest degree, but that's really funny. All right, so we all agree Darth Jar Jar because it's already 10:30 and we have a lot to say about the last 3 movies, and we haven't even talked about Return of the Jedi yet.
Yeah, I can agree.
Okay, Return of the Jedi. For me, Ben Wren. I'll briefly explain why and just let you guys talk. I think that it is a okay movie, but I think it doesn't hold up anywhere near as well. I think the beginning Jabba scenes, the practical effects there are mind-blowing. It is unbelievable how real that shit looks. Until they get on the skiff and there's clearly CGI and you're like, oh no, stop it. And his plan makes 0 sense to break them out of there, but whatever. Han Solo sucks in this movie. He is nowhere near the charming, charismatic character that he was before. And you weren't here for this, Danny, but I said he should have died in Empire, right at the very end.
No, I was here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I 100% think that. I think the middle chunk of this movie, there's nothing to watch. It is so fucking boring. I can't even think of anything that really happens. They're just on Endor the whole time, hanging out with Ewoks, and they worship C-3PO as a god, so that's cool. But
yeah,
the ending is what saves this movie. The last third is very good, and it, like, all the foreshadowing, like the scenes where like you see Luke's face like half covered in dark, half light, so you can like really see his internal conflict without hearing about it. See, that's when George Lucas knew what subtlety meant. Anyway, I think the ending with Vader is iconic and legendary, and the Emperor is fantastic. For me, it's like a 7 out of 10 movie, but the ending is good. All right, now what's everyone else think?
Honestly, I'm running at about the same. There was a lot of points in the movie to where like characters were acting just completely different than they had previously, and a lot of it was kind of just like, what the fuck is going on? Because one of the big things, was Han Solo, like, during the entire skiff scene, it's like, he had carbonite poisoning and whatever, but fucking, like, the entire time, like, the biggest upset to me is, like, I know that at the time he didn't really mean much, and he was kind of just, like, an intimidating kind of thing, but the fact that Han Solo just fucking murdered Boba Fett the way that he did was stupid.
Yeah. Oh shit, I didn't even talk about that, but yeah.
Shit.
It's a trap.
Character of all time.
Say again?
The dumbest death of a cool character of all time.
It really was.
Oh, don't worry. We're talking about that in a few minutes.
Just, oh my god.
I got some stuff to say about that.
You gotta do Boba like that. Come on, man.
But,
oh no,
yeah,
he gets done dirtier. Just hang on. Continue, Danny.
There's just so much in it that just, I don't know.
Is
But
meh.
the ending was fairly decent. I liked a lot of the scenes, but in my mind, I'm still sitting here thinking like, it's like, yeah, the Empire was kind of in a little bit of a disorganized state, but at the same time, like, up in the air, you're having a massive capital ship battle defending the Death Star. On the ground, you have like maybe 3 squads of commandos and a bunch of fucking like native teddy bears. How the fuck did you lose?
Right.
Yeah, that made no sense.
So, if it weren't for the fact there are very few things that save this, but I'm gonna say Kylo Solo.
Oh. Oh, wow. I did not
I
expect
would
that.
say
I thought you were
Crispy Annie.
I thought you were about to say this is pod racing or something.
I can
But-
agree with Kylo Solo just because like
I can't do Quispy Annie, but I
I
might
would
be
say-
convinced with Kylo Solo.
I would say Crispy Annie, but there are a few things that save it from there.
Quispy Annie.
I feel
it's
like
so funny we
they
called that.
were fighting way too hard to make sure that the good guys win.
Yeah.
And
okay,
they just
so-
jumped over way too much stuff to be like, oh yeah, you know, plot armor and random
There's-
circumstance and blah 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 blah. And
Yeah.
it's like,
So I have some actually pretty friggin' frackin' big issues with Return of the Jedi.
I think
It
a lot of
has-
us do.
It has a lot of great scenes, and it has hands down my favorite singular ship outside of the Chimera 2 in all of Star Wars, and that's the Executor. Or the Executor, if you want to fucking say it like that. But
Whatever. Gives a fuck. It's fine.
like,
Let's be honest. The way you say things in Star Wars is always up for interpretation.
you
Based on
have
a lot of stuff.
Admiral Piet, who I love. He's a great admiral. He's the only guy that doesn't get fucking force choked by Vader out of all of his support staff.
That's funny. You're right. He
Um,
does like to force choke people, just for fun. And,
So
and they just whisper in his ear, "Choke me, daddy." They're like, "Wait, what?"
That's Vader's kink.
I mean,
Don't
it might.
shame him.
I mean, he does it to
I would put
everyone.
it-
So
I would honestly put this in Quispy Annie because there are so many
Wow.
fucking stupid things. The Ewoks are annoying.
yeah,
Not as annoying as Jawas, but they're annoying.
I like Jawas actually, but yeah,
I loathe Jawas, but that comes down from Star Wars: The Old Republic.
man, you'd put this down there with Attack of the Clones, one that I
No,
think is
they're-
almost Order 66.
There are a few things that saves it from being Quispy Annie.
Okay,
Um,
no, I misunderstood you. I thought you were trying to say Quispy Annie.
No, I would, but there are a few things that saves it. The Luke fight, Anakin's return to the light side, things like that. I like that. Those are great.
The
But
saving of the galaxy.
this
Yeah.
is supposed to be a trap for the Rebel Alliance, orchestrated by fucking Palpatine himself. And
Okay.
he brings like 30 ships out of his 30,000 Star Destroyers.
It's really funny too, because Vader's like, they're on Endor, and he's like, I know, but he does nothing. So I'm just like, wait, but if you know,
Well, they were supposed to go into the thing
you gonna-
and like try to flip off the switch, and it was a false switch. So, okay, that's fine. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with them having a two-pronged trap, but they bring 30 ships, still somehow fucking lose the space battle, but the plot explanation for that is that fucking Palpatine was casting battle meditation, which is why the ships were doing well, and then he died and everybody fucked up afterwards. Which means the level of incompetency in the Imperial Navy is so high. My half-stupid cousin, love him to death, would do better to command that navy.
And they're supposed to be like the best trained possible
Yeah.
soldiers
And then there's all
versus some
that.
ragtag
And then-
rebellion.
it's a little
And
funny.
then, like, the Executor, which is a super Star Destroyer that shouldn't even have its shields damaged by the entirety of the Rebel fleet shooting at it. Right? An A-Wing crashes into its bridge somehow and fucking causes it to crash into the Death Star 2. I
Yeah, no, that's some really dumb like happenstance type stuff. Like that
I
is the
just
dumbest amount of luck that you could ever possibly like achieve, and it worked perfectly.
Nah, man, they used the Force, bro.
I honestly, there's so many things I dislike about 6, but the good scenes and the cool ships are the only saving graces for me to say Kylo Solo. And the iconic lines also help. Like, "It's a trap" is great. I love Admiral Akbar's line. That's great. I use that line at least once every couple months. But I
Okay, so I've been
I
waiting the whole time to put on my costume because
I can genuinely say I don't hate this movie, but a large part of me wants to. Nice Palpatine cloak.
it's actually like a legit one too. It has like it's long as fuck.
That's awesome.
Okay, so Jedi.
Yeah, like just there were way too many like.
I don't have a
heroic
red lightsaber though.
tropes.
Well, I do, but it
that
doesn't
had-
light up, so I'm
The
a
entire
failure.
movie was literally just like scripted to have the good guys win any way possible, even by defying all forms of nature, physics, and just general common sense.
Yeah.
Honestly, the biggest thing is the fact that this is supposed to be a master crafted plan by fucking
Okay,
Palpatine.
hold up. I don't know if I'd go with master crafted. Okay, his plans are always
Palpatine
weird.
literally chess planned a galactic war.
Yeah, he had them all playing into his plan for like 20 years. I think he's smarter than that.
See,
But
to
he's
So
me,
like, yeah, I'm gonna do this plan, and okay, I can understand him being like, oh, we don't want to mobilize all of our ships for this trap,
I'm just
but
saying,
like,
if we're being honest with ourselves, his plans are always a little bit strange.
you can
That's
argue
all.
that the reason is because he was trying to use a force that would like defeat them slowly, so he can use that to convert Luke. Like, look, they're losing, and give him time
yeah,
to.
but even then, he
That's
should
the
have
only
brought,
way that you can really. He should have had the
even then,
backup just in case.
yeah, he should have had at least another 30 ships standing by in a system over.
Yeah,
Right.
just
There,
in case.
there's
Like,
Okay.
no reason.
So I gotta wrap this up. I know what you're saying though. I do agree. I personally can't put this any low. Okay, so what's everyone's ranking? Just go real quick. What's your ranking? What do you
I'm gonna
guys all
be
say it
honest.
should be?
Solo.
I can agree with Kylo Solo just because really the only like good part about this movie that 100% makes sense and went the way that it should have was Darth Vader killing Palpatine for Luke.
Yep.
I like
That
that
is
well,
Luke
the
I
almost
think
only
lost his
point.
shit on Vader though.
Do what?
I like that Luke almost lost his shit on Vader though.
Yeah, like no, that entire thing, like the entire Darth Vader versus Luke fight, that is the only thing that 100% went logically how it should have. There was
Hmm.
nothing that defied nature, physics, or just anything like that. That was perfect. But that is the only thing in the movie that I can say went well without like overstepping the bounds of logic.
yeah,
Right.
I'd say by that path of thinking, it would be on par with Phantom Menace because that's the same
Huh.
same thing there.
That's
Because
Yeah.
a.
you
Oh.
would say it wasn't very good, but it did have this one thing that was amazing. So like it
So
would kind of
everyone's
be on the
saying
same
Kylo
tier.
Solo, but me. This is shocking.
I don't know,
Hey,
just
maybe
like
if it
All
was
right, it's
written
gonna go in
better.
front of Phantom Menace though.
that's fair.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're talking about the other S tier. What do you guys think of the Mandalorian?
So oh god, there's a lot.
Honestly, in the case of The Mandalorian, it should have been split into 2 seasons.
I mean, there are 2 seasons.
No, I mean for the rankings.
I also have
Because
a second part to my costume I was waiting to put on until now. So
Oh
they
god, I saw it.
continue.
there are honestly 2 different, like, the first season was easily this is pod racing, but there are some scenes in the second season that make it Darth Jar Jar. Specifically, the scene where they're infiltrating the Imperial base. That entire scene where he has to take off his helmet and where fucking God, what's his fucking name? The fucking former Imperial trooper,
Yeah.
right? Where he's dealing with an officer who isn't just like an Imperial conspirator. He's fucking in on the damn joke. He is one of the worst kind of people, right? And this dude's just sitting here, and he's like, I can't deal it. And it just shoots him. I was like, that is amazing. I have goosebumps just talking about that scene.
Yeah, no, that was a very good scene. Just in the sense, it's like, it's essentially
What scene was it
like,
again? Say it one more time.
the point where they infiltrate the like fuel depot on the planet, and the officer stops them and is talking to them, and then essentially laughing about
Fucking murdering natives.
Yeah,
Just
because he was sitting there and he was talking about it. It's like, oh yeah, here's where I was stationed, this is where I was transferred from, all this kind of stuff. And it's like, yeah, those assholes really had it coming, huh? And he's like, dude, I'm fucking traumatized by that. What the fuck?
and the significance of Jin taking off his fucking helmet.
In front of someone who previously had tried to kill him, mind you.
Not even just that, it's all for Grogu. That the significance of him breaking his oath is incredible.
Mm-hmm.
And Halo should have fucking taken a lesson from it. But season 2, I would put at Darth Jar Jar. But since it's both seasons together, I'm gonna say this is pod racing.
For me, there are scenes in this series that damn near brought me to tears. The significance of him taking off his helmet, like you said, the fact that this really is a fucking space western.
Cobb Vanth was one of my favorite characters.
Cobb Vanth is sick.
I was like,
I did not know he was going to be
yo.
in this. I did not expect that. I did hear who Cobb Vanth was, so I kind of knew going in, but I didn't let me rephrase. I already knew who he was a little bit because someone had told me about him at some point before, but I gotta tell you, I did not know he was going to be in this, and I'm so glad he was. And I also love Timothy Olyphant so much.
It's funny. I saw Timothy Olyphant. I was like, that man is gonna shoot somebody with his pistol. I love Justified.
Sorry, I'm trying to friend real quick. Okay, sorry, I'm back. Okay. For me, this is Darth Jar Jar. No hesitation, even though it has some flaws and a little bit of filler. There's an episode or two I don't really like that much and kind of don't really affect the story. But overall, I love the character of Din Djarin. I think he's awesome. I think that is a damn good character. Very subtle. Until, a little bit later when it's more clear. But, like, in general, like, his portrayal is very subtle because he's wearing a mask the whole time. And
I wouldn't say it's subtle. The way he moves is actually perfect.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what makes it subtle, is you can't see his face, so you have to do it off body language and the way he turns his helmet and this. It's unbelievable.
He turns his entire body.
What makes this show good?
What somebody who lives in their helmet would do.
That's true. What makes this show so fucking good for me is the fact that they understand the very simple concept that George Lucas just didn't understand in the prequels. Show, don't tell. It is something so simple, but in this show, they just have that shit in spades. For the most part. Not necessarily everything, but like for the most part, this show understands this concept. And I gotta tell you, he's a wonderful character. I can't wait for season 3. I think he's just great. I love Grogu. I think it's cool. I love the fact we got live action Ahsoka in this series for the first time. That was a sick ass samurai kind of episode. That was
She
cool.
said the word Thrawn, and I
Yeah,
craneed
I
my
know.
neck.
She said she said Thrawn, and I was like, live action Thrawn. I'd heard of him, and I know of him. I just didn't watch Rebels. Um, and
I
that
love
I, you want to know the one time I did cry? Luke showing up. I know I'm that guy. I get it. It's fine. But I gotta tell you, Luke showing up and like saving the day, I did not think was gonna happen at all. I remember because my girlfriend at the time was asleep right next to me because she fell asleep watching it, and I was like, "There's no way I'm gonna stop. This is the last episode of Mando." And then, uh, one of the characters says, "We're great. A single X-wing. We're saved." And I'm like, "Wait a minute. There's no way." And then I saw like the black robe as he was walking down the hallway. I'm like, there's no way. Are they really gonna do that? And then I saw his glove, and I'm like, it's finally happening.
just completely destroying the Dark Troopers. Also, honestly, I'll give it Darth Jar Jar for the even with like season 1 being included, strictly because Giancarlo Esposito is an amazing actor,
I also met him. Just saying.
and he carries any show he's in.
I'm putting this in Dark Jar Jar. I'm sorry, I can't. I can't go any lower. Unless someone else disagrees firmly. Boozle, what do you think? You haven't said anything, I don't think.
Oh yeah, because the next three I haven't seen any of them.
You didn't see Mando at all?
No,
Oh my god. That
I haven't. I
shocks
actually haven't
me,
watched any of the
actually.
shows, just the movies.
Oh, damn. So we're going to have very little to... Damn, you're not going to say shit for the next two. Okay, we're going to breeze past
Yeah.
them a little bit because they suck. All right, so rankings for Mando. Last call. Jar Jar? Or this is pod racing? Because let's be honest, it's going to go in one of those two.
I can agree with Jar Jar. The only like thing that I have negative to say about Mando is I hate how hard they went trying to make something marketable with it.
Grogu.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love their
hated
relationship,
the fact that
though.
people would refer to it as the Baby Yoda show,
Forever.
and that almost ruined it for me.
And there's nothing that will change it either. That is
'Cause,
crazy to me. All right, so for me, wait, Viper, what'd you say your was? You said you might be convinced on Jar Jar.
Well, honestly, I was thinking about Giancarlo Esposito. I was like, yeah, Darth Jar Jar works.
Yeah.
Because he just anytime he's in anything, he just carries it.
It's just a fucking space western, man. This is what I wanted from Star Wars.
yeah.
And so when this shit finally happened, I'm like, I'm ready. I don't even care. There can be a little
Alright,
plot holes here and there, but it's
next
good.
is gonna be Boba, right?
Boba, yep. And I have very little to say about it.
What's after Boba?
Visions, Star Wars Visions. I put it
Alright,
there,
so
but let's just do Visions real quick because I haven't seen a
personally,
whole lot
I'm
of
gonna
it.
say for Visions, just as a whole, Ben Ren. But I
Yeah.
need to use the bathroom, and I don't really feel like discussing Boba because of how they did it. And I will say Ben Ren.
Okay.
It had some really cool stuff that I really, really liked.
It's forgettable.
But there's so much stupid shit.
It's stupid and forgettable. All right, I'll go ahead and go to the bathroom real quick. Me and Danny will talk about it real quick.
Are we talking about Visions or are we talking about Boba?
Let's do Visions real quick. I haven't seen a whole lot of
I haven't
Visions.
seen Boba.
Okay, I have not seen Visions very much. Holy shit! I guess me and I'm the only one who's seen Boba, aside from Viper. But like, Viper doesn't want to talk about it, so I guess it's just me. Okay, so Visions I think is cool. I like the concept. I wish they would do more. I didn't watch all of it though, but I do like it. I think it's good. I like. There's some parts of it. That first episode, like the black and white one, slaps. There's so much good stuff in this show, but it's very schizophrenic in quality. Sometimes
Yeah.
it's great. Sometimes it's forgettable. But I like the idea, and I like that they're doing something different. And I think a Star Wars anime would be so awesome,
Yeah, I mean,
depending on who wrote it.
I think the big thing for me is I'm a little bit biased because it does include a lot of like side story, and it touches on like those really cool designs of like, what if Star Wars was Japanese?
Yeah, I love it.
Because like you've seen like all those like fan arts and like
Mm-hmm.
the figurines and all
Yeah,
that kind of stuff of like samurai
shit's
Darth
good.
Vader and the
Shit's
stormtrooper.
good.
Like it's all just sick.
It is. It looks good.
Hmm.
I
So like
just
this takes it
love it.
and it puts it into an actual like media
Series. Yeah,
format.
and I also like. This is just a scene from one episode, but the samurai episode in the beginning, I just love when he hasn't drawn his saber the whole episode so far,
Hmm.
and then that enemy, the person he's fighting against to save the people, they're all like, "Oh, he must be a Jedi," and this dude pulls out a red lightsaber. They're like, uh, "Oh, he's oh god, this dude will kill me."
Yeah.
like, no, this is not a Jedi who will like spare me or try to convince me to come to the light. No, this man will kill me outright.
Yeah.
And he looks like he would too. He doesn't say a damn word the whole time, and he doesn't need to. All right, so Visions for me, it goes in Ben Ren only because I haven't seen the rest.
I
All right.
agree with Ben Ren just because I like the
I like
the
it, but there's a
stylizing
couple
of it.
episodes that aren't great,
Yeah.
and I haven't seen it all. I could be wrong. All right, so I'm going to talk really quick and briefly about Boba Fett because he doesn't really want to talk about it. That's fine. I agree with him. I think Ben Ren's a good place to put it because I think there's some cool shit, but I think this was a huge wasted opportunity. You could have made Boba Fett a truly menacing anti-hero in this series. You could have made him be brutal with those who disagree with him, but instead Disney has this habit of trying to make every main character a good guy.
Hmm.
They're obsessed with it, and Boba Fett is not like that, and he's never been like that as far as I remember. I'm not saying he's a straight up villain or anything, nothing like that, but like this man, the first thing that Vader says to him is no disintegrations. I did not. You're indeed, there was no disintegrations in this show, not one. And I just don't. I feel like they changed him, and I just don't like it. I want a brutal leader, and I just didn't get it. This dude is a pussy. He doesn't say shit to anyone. Everyone who criticizes him gets rewarded in this series.
Okay. One thing about Boba Fett as a character is throughout his entire life, he's always had that internal conflict of, should I do this because it's the moral thing to do or anything like that. But the big thing about all of the shitty stuff that he did, especially as a kid, was he was kind of pushed into it, or initially he was on his revenge quest against Mace Windu.
Right.
Which that's whenever he did all the like super crazy shit. Then he gets into his teen years. He's going more into like the bounty hunting type stuff, but he's being mentored by several other bounty hunters, that including like Bosk and a couple of others.
Cad Bane was one of them because he talks about it in this show.
Yeah, okay.
Cad Bane talks to him and he says outright, he's like, I didn't train you like this, Boba, or something like that. He says a bunch of shit. He very clearly knew him.
One of the big things about Boba Fett as he gets older is he does become a better person. He learns to forgive Mace Windu.
Here's the thing, I get that to an extent.
His own code, but he is still a very ruthless and efficient bounty hunter.
Yeah,
but
and I feel you.
But
that is not what he's like in this show at all.
If things are within his own control, his entire thing is he would prefer to avoid a fight if he can, but he is 100% willing to put his foot down and fucking just shoot somebody.
That's the problem. In this, it doesn't matter what anyone does to him, he will not kill them, it seems like. It is delusional how nice he is. These people say disrespectful shit like outright to Boba all the time, and he just rewards him, and he just sits there and listens to him because it's what a nice leader would do. He doesn't make any decisions for himself either. He lets everyone else decide stuff for him, and he's like, "That makes sense. We'll do that." Basically, is his mindset. The whole you kind of have to watch it to even see what I'm talking about, but like,
Yeah.
it's just delusional the amount of non-Boba he's acting like. I'm even cool with him having like a bit of a soft spot. I'm fine with that. But you got to show the hard spot too, and they never do. And the only cool parts and the best episodes of Boba Fett do not have Boba Fett in them.
Mm-hmm.
There's 2 episodes where he's not even in it at all. And those are the ones that are basically Mandalorian episodes.
Yeah.
And he's not even in them, and those are the best ones because it shows Din having like the Darksaber and having that conflict of missing Grogu, and it has a scene with Luke that's actually pretty good. And overall, I think it's a Ben Ren. So,
Fair enough.
alrighty, now we're getting to the meat and potatoes of the whole thing because I think everyone's gonna want to talk about this.
Oh, it only took 4 hours to get here.
Yeah, basic. Oh fuck me, you're right.
Evidently, I had to go pretty bad. What I miss?
You're good.
We've been
I basically
talking
just
about
said Boba Fett is a nothing burger.
You missed the filler arc. It's fine.
I mean, that's what Boba Fett was literally Mandalorian's episode, like Mandalorian season 3,
It was
episodes
two.
1 and 2.
It was 2 decent Mandalorian episodes. That's how I look at it.
Yep. Especially the one that introduced Mando. Like that
All
was the solid Mando episode.
On to the angry stuff.
So here is where you're gonna see some angry passion from me, but not with
Let
this
me-
first one.
Let me preface this.
Yeah, no, that's one thing that we all need to establish right here. How did we feel about the new movie in the sequels?
I
Let
don't
me
think 7 was that bad.
let me
Oh
preface
lord, this is
by
already
saying-
getting ready for the fight.
I don't think it was terrible.
Let me
I
preface this
Okay,
to
go ahead.
say I like the main characters.
do
Yeah.
too.
Ray is at the bottom of the list by far because my favorite character is Finn, and I am still extremely angry over what they did to his character.
Okay, real quick
Okay,
before you
but-
continue,
Yeah,
I want to
sorry
make
get
it.
the
I want to
first
be
movie.
abundantly clear with everyone. We can talk about all that stuff as soon as we get to the next movie, but with this, we're just going to talk about Force Awakens because this
Yeah.
movie needs
Yeah.
to. Let's first talk about how they did the characters in this movie and how everything was in this movie. So, what's
I
everyone think
really
about Force
like-
Awakens? Because I like it.
I really liked Finn and Poe in this first movie. Kylo was a little weaker this movie, but his fighting style was great.
I love his sword.
And
I love his saber.
I
think
like
it's
that
cool.
it's angry.
I like the
that it's
bastard
angry.
sword style to it. I think it's cool.
It's closer to a hand and a half sword, and I really like that. I will say the only problem I really have with Kylo is that he doesn't have a character beyond angry.
Yeah.
But honestly, I'm fine with that. And the choreography
Is good.
is, yeah, the fight
like it
between him
a lot.
and Finn, and then him and Ray.
I kind of
is-
liked him and Finn as fighting more than.
Well, him
Ray,
and Ray,
actually.
it was a stomp, and then she won because they said so.
Yeah.
Plot armor, boys.
Plot
I-
armor.
That's honestly, as far as the fights have ever gone, those are the only. That's the only issue I have with the fights. The fact that Ray
Right.
wins just because it says so.
Right.
Because the choreography of the fights is always Kylo is the best fighter here, and he is winning these fights easy. Like he fought Finn in the first movie, right? And he was like, "All right, you're a traitor, so I'm gonna make you suffer." But he still gave him a little respect because he does have some melee training.
Right.
And then when he's going up against Ray, he's just fucking toying with her, and the only reason she wins is dumb.
The script said so.
The script said
Yeah,
so.
the-
Yeah.
The man was injured with a fucking bowcaster, and he is just finessing both of them.
Can we just talk about that for a sec? Like,
Took
this
a
man
Yeah.
literally took a bowcaster to the
Bowcaster.
fucking stomach. Like,
Here it comes. Yes, give
the
in to your
bowcaster is
hatred.
such a fucking scary weapon
Oh yeah, it is.
because it was
Literally
made for
launches
fighting
people.
on Kashyyyk, which
It's scary.
Kashyyyk is a terrifying place to live, especially if you go to the Badlands.
Let me
Yeah.
just say real quick.
It makes a big explosion go boom.
Alderaan, I agree with Alderaan being blown up because of the Killik, giant psychic bugs, right? I'm fine with Alderaan getting blown up for that. But they should have immediately traveled to fucking Kashyyyk and gotten rid of that fucking Australia of a planet.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can really refer to that as the Australia of a planet whenever fucking Fallujah exists.
Fallujah is honestly, if we're gonna go by planets that are worse than Kashyyyk, Fallujah is up there. But let's just throw in the top tier. It's the worst fucking planet to exist as far as
Okay,
life
let's
go.
go back to the movie though, because we have the next two are super controversial, and that's gonna be even longer than this.
So, big thing about The Force Awakens. I was really excited for it because I grew up on Star Wars. I went and saw it in theaters. I was hyped throughout the entire thing.
Oh yeah, I
Beginning
agreed
scenes
myself.
were- yeah, it was super fucking cool.
Doesn't matter.
And all of the characters were like, I love Poe Dameron, I love Finn, I love fucking just and then they brought back another like nice droid companion that was like, it's like, it's quirky. It's essentially, R2 2.0.
Yeah.
And and Poe Dameron and Finn had that kind of like immediate kind of bump off. That, and it started off with a really cool scene of, everyone gets captured, Poe Dameron's being interrogated, shit breaks down, Finn has a friend die in his arms.
Oh yeah.
Fucking paint his helmet with his blood, and then realizes, oh shit, I'm on the wrong side. Like, all of his
Yeah.
conditioning, all of his brainwashing, gone in an instant. That,
I
and
love Finn.
Kylo Ren, being the absolute fucking monster that he is, stops a blaster bolt in mid-air.
I thought that was cool. I didn't expect
Literally freezes it in place.
that. And Poe,
walks
did you see
past
what he
it.
did to him?
Yeah, it's
The
just
same
been a
blur-
sec.
No, I'm just saying like the same blur effect and like freezing was with Poe as well. If you look, he did the same thing. Whatever he did to the blaster, he held him there in the same way.
I got a quick question for you guys.
Sure.
Even though Kylo has the advantage of being a Force user, who do you think is a better pilot between Kylo and Poe?
Poe.
I mean,
Because we've seen it.
yeah.
We've seen Kylo be a great pilot too.
Yeah, but we've seen Poe be an outstanding pilot.
Yeah, honestly, I think
He got better
Poe,
pilot scenes, I'll put it that way. So it's hard for me to really say Kylo, but
I genuinely feel like Poe.
he's a Skywalker.
give-
He has to be a good pilot. That's how this works. But
I think we could have Poe give Anakin a run for his money.
oh yeah, no.
He isn't gonna win.
Especially in Force Awakens. You saw him take
But
out like 8 in a row, like really quickly.
He flew into the fucking shaft through what is essentially just a tear in the side in Force Awakens.
Yeah.
And was bombing inside at what is essentially stall maneuvers.
Yeah.
And then
Okay.
flew out.
So,
Real quick though, I want to hear what Boozle thinks because he didn't get to talk for a whole lot of this. Because there's several things he hadn't seen. So what do you think, Booz?
Oh, I thought I did give my opinion. I said I did enjoy the movie as a whole.
Oh, sorry.
Like, it was definitely a step in the right direction, which made me actually pretty hyped about the sequel of
little
the
did
trilogy.
you know,
I'm like,
huh?
I was like, oh man, they're actually gonna make a good trilogy here.
Oh,
like,
man.
this is a good start.
If only we knew.
Yeah, if this is what they're starting at and it goes up from here, like, this is gonna be great.
I mean,
If I'm gonna be
At the
real,
time, that's what I thought too.
if I'm gonna be real, I'm still only gonna give Force Awakens a Ben Ren
No, that's about what I was thinking was around
Yeah.
that
because
here.
it copied too much.
It did feel like it was part 4, part 2. Like,
Yeah, it
they're
I
had
just
some
like,
interesting ideas, and there's some really cool lore, like the fact that Starkiller Base is literally the planet Ilum. I love that. That's cool. But it's literally episode 4.
I
it was a nostalgia
how
trip
should I
for
put
sure.
this? I agree
But I
to an
think they did it
extent.
well.
Yeah, I agree to an extent. However, I agree to an extent, but here's the thing. I think the characters that they set up in this, it was one of those things where he was paying homage to what he considers a great movie. And all the character archetypes are different. Like, we've never had a character like Finn before. Not really.
China
And
didn't really have a character like Finn anyways.
do I?
The Chinese didn't like Finn, so he wasn't really relevant in their version.
So dumb. I don't know how you cut him out of that movie, but okay. Um, no, but like
Yeah,
Finn
they
was
just
such
put
a
him in the background. He's tiny on the cover.
so fucking racist. Anyway,
Like,
moving
thanks,
on.
China.
Yeah, eat shit, China. I mean it. And
no. The Chinese government.
Yeah, there's a
okay,
difference.
let me rephrase. That's what I
There's
meant.
a difference.
The I'm sorry, the brave men at the CCP. Beautiful.
Well,
Mr.
we
Winnie
all
the
know
Pooh.
Nero is going to be disappearing here soon.
Oh,
Yeah.
probably. Yeah, that's okay. I'm ready for him. Anyway, okay, jokes aside, I think Force Awakens is an excellent movie, but it does take a little too much. And I love all the arcs it set up so much. I love the arc they set up with Kylo. I love the arc they set up with Rey, where she's just this mysterious person where you're not entirely sure who she is. Which, by the way, I don't give a fuck what Ryan Johnson says. This girl was not set up to just be nobody in this movie. She was set up to be somebody. I'm not even saying she had to be somebody, but they set her up in
Yeah.
this movie to be someone.
Like
I don't
she
care,
didn't even really
but she
have
got set up
have,
to be
like,
that way.
She didn't really have to have like a mainstream name or anything.
I was hoping she was a Kenobi, but that was at the time. But
Yeah,
no, to
well-
finish what I was saying, I like this movie. I think it's very good. I would even put it at This Is Pod Racing.
There were
But-
things that I really liked about
Because
it.
I like
that
it far more than anything else in the Ben Ren list. That's why.
Honestly, there were things that I would want to put it in, like, This Is Pod Racing for. Like, when fucking Han's like, hey, we have to approach this planet at fucking light speed in order to get through the shields.
And
I
before
was
that,
like,
he's like, "You're not gonna
that's
like it."
cool.
She's
And
like,
then-
"How are you gonna
and
do
then-
it? You're not gonna like it."
Finn's fucking reveal on the planet. He's like, yeah, no, I was just a janitor here. And
Yeah.
everybody's reaction of, what the actual fuck?
They're like, "Hang on a minute. You were
Now, of
just a
course-
janitor."
People say that, and his reaction makes sense, but having known several janitors know some shit.
They do.
So
It's just funny. Every
Yeah, it was
single problem
definitely
I have with this movie is how these characters are treated in the following films. Because I think Finn was set up to be a brilliant character.
Finn was supposed to be a fucking Jedi, and he
I
should
was
have.
so ready for that. I think that would have been a
I
great
can
story.
only say that I didn't like Rey, just in general. Like,
I liked
it
her.
was cool. It was cool at the beginning how she was just some unnamed, like, scavenger type.
Remember,
She
we
ends
have
up
to keep
meeting
in
up with
mind
Finn.
only for this movie in the beginning. So
Yeah.
try to go in with that mindset. Continue.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Then she goes, meets up with Finn. They try to escape together, which somehow the fucking Millennium Falcon is just there. I
don't-
hated that.
Well,
I
okay,
like how
so
they
I
found it
actually-
though. They're like, that piece of trash. We're not gonna get in that.
See, but the thing is like, if it's that big of a piece of trash and they're right next to a scavenger colony, how is it not completely disassembled?
Well, that's the thing.
Well, it was more of a
So
joke. That's
I
just how they
I
saw it.
actually like that. I like that for one reason. So one, it is a callback
I thought it was
to
hilarious.
Leia seeing the Millennium Falcon and just being like, "This hunk of junk," right? But like, the reason I really like the Millennium Falcon being there is literally the guy stole it from the guy who stole it from Han Solo, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, "I know whose ship this is, but I gotta keep it here and under wraps so he doesn't come steal his ship back. This is my trophy."
Makes sense.
I mean, even then, it's still just, it's annoying to me how, like, the ship is just space ready immediately.
Well, I mean, it
And
wasn't really. I
right?
watched it. I watched it like 2 days ago. It wasn't really. She had to do a bunch of shit to it to make it even work. And then when it's over, the place about filled with poisonous gas.
I mean, I don't
Like
know. And
it was
then
so bad she had to
continuing
like
on,
keep it from catching on fire. I'm
like,
just saying.
at the beginning and everything, like, Rey's character was like, okay, I'm interested to see where this goes. But by the end of the movie, I'm just angry. Because it's like, here's this no-name, like, beginning of the movie, halfway through the movie, she was terrified. She had no idea what was going on. She was just on this desert planet by herself, didn't know what was going on. She did not want to leave the planet. Then, by the end of the movie, she ends up beating a quite literal master in sword combat just because they said she could.
Yeah, I don't like that either. I don't think she should have won that. I think
Like,
maybe
she
she should have at
absolutely-
best gotten was able to get away, not beat
She
him
should have
in
gotten
combat.
Obi-Wan. Like, I'm gonna be honest, like, pushed off of a
Ooh.
ledge, something like that, like, just have her hanging on, like one of those types of tropes. Like, they think she's dead, but she's really not. That would have worked.
The problem with that is, and I hate to
You
say
mean
it like this,
Gandalf? Because Obi-Wan was dead.
No,
Oh,
it
you
happened
mean
to
the
Obi-Wan during
episode
Order
3 thing?
66.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
No, I get
the
you.
problem with that is they needed somebody to pick Finn up.
See, but that's the thing. Kylo thinks Finn is dead. So if Rey just hangs out for a minute, Kylo leaves, Rey can just go get Finn.
Yeah, I think there's flaws with it, but overall, I think it's pretty good. I want to put it in This Is Pod Racing, but I'm willing to accept Ben Ren.
I'm saying Ben Ren just because it started really well, but ended just angry.
Now, you want to talk about angry?
Angry!
Oh,
Angry.
shit. Do I even want to start this one? Of course I
need to
do.
remember
That's
the
what I'm here
flow of
for.
this movie.
Oh, I watched it
Yeah.
today. I remember it perfectly.
I'm
wrote a
gonna
list,
I'm gonna step in here
of
and I'm
things.
gonna say one thing
Before we
before
burn
you
it, go ahead.
before you get super angry. I'm gonna just put my opinion for Last Jedi out here.
All right.
Wait, did we even rate? What did we put it? Ben Ren for?
We put Force Awakens at Ben Ren. I did put it in the
So-
front though because it's better than the rest of those things.
So okay, before Nero burns this one to the ground, right?
Mm-hmm.
I will say there's a lot to like about Last Jedi,
I agree with that.
and with the exception of the choreography that was goofy in the throne room.
Goofy.
Yes.
Goofy!
Hang on,
Yes.
let the man talk, because let's be honest, we're gonna torch this movie alive. So continue.
Oh boy, no, dude. Let me tell you, as like, I'm letting you get to it. But as somebody who has actually messed with sword combat and everything, I have so much to say about that scene specifically.
All right, continue,
Yeah.
Viper.
I pay attention to a lot of swordplay stuff too. I didn't get to practice any of it, but I want to. The only practice I've had was SCA stuff. Yeah, outside of the goofiness in the choreography for the final scene
Mm-hmm.
and the entire mistake of Canto Bite.
Real quick,
I would-
before you say anything else, can we all agree Canto Bite was garbage?
Remind me what that is?
That was
The
the Casino
Casino
Planet
Planet.
thing. The whole arc, the
Oh.
whole side plot.
Yeah, that's fair.
Boozle, thoughts?
I don't even remember what Canobite is.
Trash.
Yeah.
All right, continue, Viper.
So I'm gonna say if we excuse the goofiness and remove Canto Bite, I would put this movie in This Is Pod Racing.
Wow.
I do not agree with that.
I
at all.
will never agree with that.
That's fair,
That is.
but my feelings
Oh,
are
man.
there is enough to like without Canto Bite. I also have to say I am also adding in the deleted scene between Phasma and fucking Finn.
We can't add in deleted scenes. If it's not in the movie, then it's not in the movie. That's. I should have said that before. I didn't realize that would be a thing.
My one counter for that is the fact that the only reason that got cut is because of that stupid fucking country across the sea. They didn't want to fully develop it because they were going to have to cut the scene out anyways.
I mean, if they were gonna have to cut the scene out anyways, then it's not in the movie.
I haven't seen the deleted scene, so I can't
I haven't either.
comment on it.
But there's no
Honestly,
way it's enough to change
I've
my
seen
opinion
it.
on the
I've
movie.
seen it. It is very sick, but I agree. It does not change my opinion.
that's fine. This is why we are all different people.
I think it's really funny how Viper. Real quick, I don't mean to interrupt you. I think it's really funny how Viper is like so overly passionate and vocal about everything else, but then when we get to this, he's very soft. Because
Like,
I don't know if you noticed
well,
that, but it's really funny.
I
He's
have
just
I
like,
have a special
okay, so
place.
everyone, just keep in mind, this is just my opinion. I'm just gonna explain this part. I just think it's funny. That's all.
Honestly, it comes down to there was so much fucking ridiculous amounts of hate for this movie that were unnecessary.
It's not the worst thing ever made. Yeah, it got a little too much.
I've got so many things to
The-
say.
the fact-
I'm waiting until he's
reading
done
through-
because
I'm reading through the plot right now just to remember everything. And Jesus fucking Christ, there's so much.
I have
I-
a list. I'm just waiting for him to.
I taking out the goofiness and taking out Canto Bite. And honestly,
Mhm.
for myself, adding in that deleted scene between Phasma and Finn,
Okay.
I would put this in This Is Pod Racing. Because honestly, it was a rewatchable movie with that configuration. Like, I could actively rewatch it like once a week for a time.
If I may ask a quick question. So you're saying that as it stands now, it would be in Ben Ren because it would have to include the Canto Bite stuff. Or am I hearing
With
you
Canto
wrong?
Bite is Kylo Solo.
Oh wow!
I
Two
genuinely
ranks. That shocked me.
I hate Canto Bite so much.
Yeah, I watched it
I
today.
already-
It's actually worse than
talked
you
to you-
remember.
I was talking to you earlier about Rose Tico, but I was like, I don't mind her character. She's a little annoying.
I sure do.
And she does that stupid thing on Crate. And I'm like, okay, cool. I've seen stupid things in movies before, but I can forgive it. I don't care.
All right.
Especially because she gets demoted in the next movie. But
So, I do see what you're saying. And I want to also preface that aside from if you take the Star Wars out of it, if this was not a Star Wars movie, I think it would have been reviewed a lot better. Because
I'm about to rip this shit apart.
Oh, I know. I'm not done.
Yeah, but before you two go, I can go before you because I won't have as much to say.
Yes.
All right, please do, Booze. And I mean everything, because I'm going to rip this shit apart.
Yeah. So my review of it is not so much what happened, because I didn't care enough to go out of my way to remember much about the movie, but I do remember what I felt while watching the movie.
Oh, no.
And a lot of the time, it was just, this is fucking stupid. Like, that was just on repeat in my brain for a majority of this film, which is not a good feeling for a Star Wars film. It's not what you should be feeling while sitting in a theater watching this. But that's the only thing that was, I could think, was, this is fucking stupid.
Right.
So if that's the lasting impression for me, then I would put it at the bottom tier.
Oh, Order 66?
That's where I would put this
Oh
because
my god.
it's the only takeaway I got from it.
Um, okay. That makes a lot of sense, though. I, you know, I don't know if me or Danny should talk first because I have a lot to say.
I
Um,
also have a fair bit, and
um,
it's gonna be funny.
it's I have a lot to say too. In fact, I was so mad while watching this today. I wrote a list of plot holes. It is extensive. I'm not going to read it all though. I'm probably not even going to read from this. I just wanted to have it there as a reminder. Um, I'm going to say real quick the thing that I actually hate most about this movie, and I'll start it with that way. Luke. Um, I don't know, I don't know what easy way to say this. I think I hate almost every single aspect about Luke Skywalker in this movie, about how they treated him, how he acted, and how he died. Actually, no, I take that back. I think the idea of him dying to defend the last remnants of the rebellion, I kind of like as a concept. Um, Also, Boozle, you're right in the chat, just to be clear. Um, I think it is blatant character assassination. That is not the Luke Skywalker that I know. And it was okay to write him a little bit differently because I don't expect him to be the exact same person after like 30 years or something. But I do expect him to act in character, and that is not what I got. I do not believe for a second that the person who drove across or flew across the galaxy to find the good in his father, who's like the second most evil man that exists, would kill his nephew in his sleep because he's a bit of a dick. I don't buy it. I will never buy it, and my mind will not be changed. Um, and he says, well, Snoke got to him first. I don't really know what that means because they don't explain it. He just says Snoke got to him first. He said he sensed darkness in him. Well, buddy, you have darkness in you too. You've been a dick before yourself. That doesn't mean people should just slit your throat while you're asleep. I just don't. There's so much I hate about how they treated Luke in this, but that's basically where I'm going to leave that. I will talk about my other flaws, but I want to hear from Danny.
Oh boy, here we fucking go.
Because that is something my mind will not be changed. I'm willing to talk about it, but I will not bend on that one.
Okay, I 100% agree with you on that. They did Luke so fucking dirty in this movie. And I primarily agree with you on the fact that, you know, he tried to kill Ben after he literally redeemed the, second most evil man in the galaxy.
Considered.
In his sleep, by the way.
Yeah, tried to kill. This is his blood relative, mind you.
His
as well.
nephew.
Like, this is his nephew. This is a child.
So I'm gonna have to step in and do a little correction. Considered.
All right. Oh,
Not
consider. Okay. Okay. Well, for all intents and purposes, as the extent that we general fans knew, he was the second most evil. In our minds, anyway, at the time.
I mean, that doesn't change. I'm saying, like, he considered striking down his nephew, but he did not try.
Yeah, but
What
that's
do
the
you
thing.
mean?
Even considering it is too far for me. So to me, it doesn't change anything. But I do see what you're saying. He didn't like. He wouldn't like strike. I know what you're saying.
I just want to clarify that
He didn't like swing down about to kill him or anything.
No.
I agree with you on that.
There's a difference between considering and stopping mid-act. He activated his lightsaber. That's enough.
Yeah, you're right. He was gonna, but then he was like, well, he said, I watched the movie today. He said outright, he said, as soon as it happened, his exact wording was it flew away like a fleeting shadow, and I was left with shame.
Yeah.
I would accept this from another character, just not Luke.
Yeah. Okay, so starting off, beginning of the movie.
I do agree with him, by the way. It's very important to be clear that like he didn't swing at Kylo while he was asleep or something.
Yeah, he didn't swing, but
was
the
about-
fact that he ignited his lightsaber in general.
What, Boozle?
He just loaded his gun and cocked it. Like he was
Exactly!
ready. Like
Exactly.
And just stared at him.
he just didn't. He didn't point it at him though. Like that's not.
I'm just saying it does
Oh.
change it a little bit. That's all.
It kind of does because I've had people in my yard. Mind you, this is at night, so nobody
I'm
should be in my
curious
fucking
what this
yard.
story is going to be.
Well, I have a carbine,
Oh, good shit.
and I keep the magazine in it. So all I have to do is flip safety off and rack the bitch. But the second anything enters my yard that should not be there at the middle of the night,
Mm-hmm.
I do that.
Okay, but you guys need to understand that this is not a gun we are talking about.
Yeah.
As soon as a sword is removed from its sheath, that is a clear intent to violence. If you were to do that in any form of age where a sword is a valid weapon, that means you are declaring a fight and you want to hurt somebody. I don't
To
care
me,
if you regret it.
it
after
doesn't
you
even
pull it
matter
out, I
because
don't,
either
like,
way I'm against it.
Exactly.
But yes, I do agree with I see both points.
Okay, so moving on. Beginning of the movie. They just destroyed Starkiller Base and all that. Yeah, fun shit happened, all that kind of stuff. They're on their retreat. Poe Dameron orders the counterattack to attempt to, get some heat off their tail. Shit goes wrong, but they still end up destroying it. They go back, things happen. Fucking bridge gets destroyed. Leia's and all the other resistance officers are fucking jettisoned into space.
Rest in
Leia
peace, Admiral Akbar.
fucking
It was a trap.
lives.
Okay.
That
What's
is
up,
the dumbest
everyone?
fucking
To be-
stupid shit.
Everyone,
I don't care about force
take a
powers.
moment.
I don't care about any plot armor. It's dumb. It shouldn't have happened. She should have died.
Everyone,
To be
take a
real.
moment and rest in peace, Admiral Akbar. Moment of
I
silence for our
honestly-
hero.
I
Okay, we're
honestly
done.
had forgotten about that scene. Mostly because sure, Force pulling herself back to the ship, what the fuck ever. Jedi
While
are stupid.
Still
They're
somehow
spa-
being alive,
they're-
by the way.
They're space wizards. I don't care about that. However, what I will say is, as far as a send-off to a favored character, Admiral Akbar, there is absolutely no reason that he should have gone out like that, and I did not enjoy that scene.
Yeah.
I'd say
I don't
cut
think
Holdo
Akbar
entirely
very
and replace him with Akbar.
I would honestly be okay with that, but
But change her role entirely, just to be clear, and I'll get to that in a minute.
Who are we replacing?
Admiral Holdo,
Holdo.
that
Oh,
purple-haired
God.
feminazi bitch.
Yep. All right. So
I was gonna say
anyways,
replace her with
continuing.
Akbar, and
Yes.
I say call that good.
I would 100% agree with that. Continuing on. Yeah, Leia fucking somehow lives after being jettisoned into the vacuum of fucking space with no protective gear whatsoever. She is wearing a fucking dress.
I agree. I just have nothing else to say,
Somehow
so continue.
manages to unconsciously bring herself back into the ship and then is resuscitated through the Force.
She becomes Superman.
That is the dumbest shit I have ever seen. Because it is well known that within the Star Wars universe, space is space. Anytime that you go into space, you have to have a pressurized suit to survive the vacuum of space. If you do not have it, your head will literally fucking explode.
I think I would accept it if it was an alien, maybe like someone with like denser skin or something like that. You know what I mean? Maybe someone
Yeah,
who doesn't
like if it was the
like
same race as like
oxygen.
Plo Koon, it works.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, but it's Leia, and that's not. No.
So,
I'm only going to
while
talk,
Leia's
by the way, if I
recovering-
have something to add to what you're saying. Continue.
Yeah, that's fair. Absolutely. Like that's pretty much the entire thing. Because I'm going. I'm
'Cause if I
literally
disagree,
looking at
I'll
the
also
entire
say something.
synopsis of the script. So next, Leia's in recovery. Vice Admiral Holdo takes control, and they're running low on fuel. They begin to, run away from the Resistance. At this moment, Rey has arrived on Octo and is currently trying to recruit Luke to join the Resistance. Where, at the beginning of this scene, he is handed his father's lightsaber. The first lightsaber that he was ever given, and he throws it over his shoulder in complete disregard to not only his father's memory, but the entire Rebel War that he fought for, and just in general to his Jedi teachings. It's ridiculous. Luke Skywalker never would have fucking done that. If anything, he would have taken it, been like, holy shit, this is my lightsaber. All right, you can have it. It's fucking disrespectful as shit, not only to Luke Skywalker as a character, but to everybody who knows what that lightsaber is. So,
What, him
on.
throwing it, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that either at all. I thought it was done for a cheap laugh. I was kind of insulted by it, especially because that's not what Luke would do. He would be like, "What the fuck? How'd you even get this?"
Exactly.
Because he hadn't seen
the
it
last time
in
he saw
decades.
it went down into fucking Cloud City along with his severed hand.
Which, by the way, they never explain that.
Yeah.
At least not in films or shows and stuff.
Yeah.
So, just to be clear of what I mean.
Going on, Rey is, Luke's like, yeah, I'll give you 3 lessons in the ways of the Force.
He only teaches her 2, by the way. Just
Do
in
what?
case. He only teaches her 2, by the way, in case anyone's wondering.
Yeah.
I watched it today, so I have a fresh memory of this.
Rey and Kylo start being able to communicate through the Force, and
I actually kind of like that, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
Okay, so
I'm okay with that.
The dyad is honestly the best thing to have come out of the sequel trilogy.
I kind of like.
To be 100% honest, I
like
really
the Force
wish that
thing.
they had written them as like either brother and sister or some type of blood relation. That way, it would make more sense.
I think it would have been fascinating for them to like be a couple and hear me out, you Reylo freaking people. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is maybe the idea of them being a couple, but like going on very different paths. Maybe one goes to the light, and one goes to the dark.
I had talked about.
Say again?
That plot that I had talked about, what was supposed to have originally happened with Episode 9.
I meant like from the beginning, like with a plan, which Disney doesn't know how to do apparently.
You say that.
I'm sorry, my bad.
But then there's the MCU.
I'm sorry. Let me rephrase then. Lucasfilm doesn't know what to do. Kathleen Kennedy can eat shit. I'm saying it now.
Yes, I agree.
Any good decisions you have made have been to put those decisions on other people. That is the best shit you have done.
Mm-hmm. So,
and that is not a good legacy. Continue.
Rey and Kylo start communicating through the Force, and Kylo ends up telling Rey the story of how Luke attempted to kill him.
Bullshit, by the way. Moving on.
Yep. Luke confesses after Rey, calls him out on it. Luke confesses that he momentarily contemplated on killing Kylo, sensing Snoke had corrupted him, which prompted Kylo to destroy Luke's new Jedi Academy, which caused Luke to go into outcast, which is fucking stupid as shit.
Oh.
I fucking hate all of that. That is the dumbest shit I have ever heard.
Wait, say that one more time. I missed that part. I was looking at something.
I mean, that's literally Yoda's fucking storyline.
What do you mean?
Yoda's like, man, I fucked up, and now everybody's dead. I'm gonna go sit on this planet over here.
Okay, no, that is fair in the sense of Yoda specifically, because Yoda had been around for a very long time, and it was ultimately Yoda's fault that the Jedi Order ended up the way that it did.
Do we even know how long? Do we know how old Yoda
Grogu's
is?
still like a fucking 6-year-old at like 50. So
Damn.
Yoda has been around for several hundred years.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
And no, I 100% blame Yoda for the fall of the Jedi. 100%, it is Yoda's fault. Because
it's a
Count
little
Dooku
bit further
was
than that.
It's a little
Count
more
Dooku
complicated
was
than that, but like I would say like 90. I would agree with you.
No. I'm saying in the sense of Count Dooku was right whenever he was like confessing to Obi-Wan. Yoda had grown to the point to where he was so powerful that he was no longer capable of really seeing anything bad. He held so much power that everything was kind of numbed to him. So he didn't act on it, and he let the Senate influence the Jedi. So if Yoda had, I don't know, either given up his seat, let it move to someone else, or simply just done what he did and gone into exile by himself, I feel like things could have gone better because there would have been someone else at the head that might have been able to at least have a semblance of what was coming. Because that's the thing about having massive amounts of power. If you hold on to it long enough, you either become corrupted by it or you become completely numb.
Okay, we're getting a little off track.
We are off track very much.
I'm
we'll
gonna
be
talk
back.
for a second, real quick.
Okay.
I also want to give a compliment to the movie, actually, because there's something about this that I really like, and I think Viper probably knows where I'm going with this. The scenes with Luke and Rey are so fucking compelling. It is fascinating, and to me, I like how he points out the flaws of the Jedi. I really like that a lot because he says
He's closer
outright,
to a gray Jedi, and it works.
and I like that, by the
especially
way. I'm cool with that.
his,
I just don't like how they did it.
with his interactions with Ahsoka. It works even more.
I really want them to explain how they met, but whatever. I'll take what I can get. It's fine.
I mean, really,
Different
if she
convo,
shows up,
but it's
if
fine.
if she shows up, right, and she's like, "Hey, uh, I'm looking for Thrawn and Ezra Bridger, who should have shown up now," and she's like, "Okay, look for signs of a Jedi, signs of a Jedi, signs of a Jedi." Oh, I hear whispers of a Jedi, and she shows
Whispers?
up. Well, you're a Jedi, but you're not the Jedi I was looking for.
That makes sense. I'm just saying I wish they would, like, show that scene. You know what I mean? All right, I'm going back to what I was getting at. I just think it'd be cool.
Ahsoka series might be still coming, so.
Oh, the Ahsoka series is for sure coming. There's, like, that's like confirmed. That show's definitely coming.
Not
I think.
if China invades Taiwan before then.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Then nobody's getting it.
Anyway, we're that's funny though. Fuck, now I can't stop thinking about that. I like the scenes between Luke and Rey. I like how I know it's kind of a repeat of Empire, but he kind of explains what he believes the Force to be, and it's just so nice.
Mm-hmm.
It sounded so pleasant. He basically said the same thing as Yoda, just not exactly the same. And the way he teaches her is he has her just sit in this nice peaceful place, close her eyes, and just feel it. You know what I mean? There's just I feel like for a minute there,
Oh no.
they find Kaz.
Drunk Kaz.
Oh no, Kaz, no, Kaz,
She's
don't do this.
drunk as shit.
I know. She told me. I'm okay for the most part. Okay, well, anyway, I was saying I really like those scenes because it made me feel like they actually understood for a minute. I hope you're having a good stream. We are, actually. Very long. We're just now getting to the most controversial ones. But no, I like.
Actually, I'd say this stream's almost over, and it could have easily been doubled in length.
Oh no, for sure. If I'll put it this way, if I hadn't been trying to move it along, it would have been.
Yeah.
I like parts of this. Here's what I don't like. You could have. Let me explain something also. There's a way you could have done Luke being the way he was that doesn't change the movie at all. There's one simple thing that wouldn't have changed the movie one bit, and it would have honestly made his character seem more the same. So instead of him trying to, like, fucking kill him in his sleep, the thing is, Luke is someone who has hope to a fault. That's one of his characteristics. He believes in people even when he really probably shouldn't. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And the thing is, I'd be far more likely to buy him being like, I started seeing darkness in Kylo all the time, and I chose to ignore it and have faith in my family, and instead, over time, Snoke was communicating with him through the Force in some way and corrupting him, and instead I chose to have faith. I thought that love and support would be the thing to save him. And because I didn't stop him, he killed all my students. Like, there's a way you could have done that doesn't even change the fucking movie, and it would have been far more acceptable. That's my problem. Because if you change some of the lines a little bit and change the fact that Luke tried to kill him in his sleep, just make it a little bit different, slightly different, this movie would have been a million times better. I just don't understand it. It doesn't make sense to me. Because there's a way you could have done it. Like in Force Awakens, he even says at one point, Kylo, he makes it sound, he hints, it makes it sound like Darth Vader's communicating with him in some way.
Mm-hmm.
How cool would it have been if that was actually like Snoke manipulating him from making him think it was his grandfather, but it wasn't.
Oh, absolutely. That would have been sick.
It wouldn't have even been that hard. Because think about it. Who's this kid gonna listen to? Some random stranger or his grandfather? Because if his grandfather tells him to do something, he's far more likely to listen to it. It would have been far better. There's so many different ways you could have fixed this with like a line or two of dialogue being changed that it just makes me mad.
Mm-hmm.
It almost makes me want to put this in fucking Order 66.
Yeah, that's definitely understandable.
Because there's so many tiny things you could have changed that fix it. Like, we're talking minuscule things.
Ugh.
And it's fucking delusional. I don't understand it. And also, fuck Admiral Holdo in her entirety.
Oh boy, I'm gonna get to that.
Oh, I'm getting to that right now. I'm tired of it. I am so mad. I watched this movie today. I need a minute. This pissed me off even more today than it did before. This woman... Oh, fuck this bitch. So, all she had to do was fucking tell Poe the plan. That's all she had to do. Like, he's just asking... She's all mad. She's like, oh, well, you're a man. You don't get to... Fuck you, bitch. All you had to do was tell him what's going on. That's all you had to do.
I have to step in here
All right, please do.
because
I'm about to explode.
yeah, and to be perfectly honest, I need to cut you off at the head here.
Okay.
It's not some girl power shit. It's a military thing. She's an admiral. Poe is a captain who, yes, he technically did actually save the fleet by destroying the dreadnought regardless, right? He destroyed them so because those bombers weren't going to get recalled anyways, not in time.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just a stupid little plot hole thing. I don't really care about that. But he did something and got himself grounded, right?
Mm-hmm.
And fucking, as much as I hate to say it, Leia, being a little bit of a bitch, was like, yeah, no, he's not allowed to do anything regarding a fucking ship. And she left that as a standing order.
Mm-hmm.
So when Holdo, the next in line after Admiral Akbar's absolutely stupid death, gets in command, she's acting as admiral and leader of the resistance. And you have hotshot pilot number 1, who is essentially a demoted captain now, going, hey, what's the plan? Tell me the plan. What's the plan? And they're being tracked through hyperspace. So they're under the assumption spy. I get that. Because they don't know that the hyperspace tracking shit exists.
Mm-hmm.
So she's like, shut the fuck up. This is a need-to-know basis. And you, quite frankly, don't fucking need to know.
Okay, I firmly disagree with that, and I'm going to jump in as to why. Here's the thing. It's not
Are
like
you looking
he
at it
asked
from the
her
point of view of an omniscient
Well,
observer?
no. I was more going to say, like, it's not like she had to... I watched this movie today, by the way. I was looking for this. It's not like she had to say the whole plan. If she literally could have just said, hey, look, I have a plan. I can't really talk about it, but I need you to trust me. Just a simple line, anything, to hint that she had some sort of reason for the things she's doing would have been acceptable. She gives 0 reasons. She says Poe doesn't have any right to know anything whatsoever, and she gives
Would
no
have been
reason.
acceptable for us. It would not be acceptable for Poe.
I know, but for the audience, it would have been better. And the audience is what matters. We're watching the movie.
Well, the problem with that is we're supposed to like Poe. We're supposed to be on Poe's side. And the big problem there is the writers don't know what the fuck they're doing. And if you were to do something like she's a better leader, right? She's like, "Hey, I have a plan. but I can't tell you what it is because I don't know if I can trust you. And then Poe acts unreasonable. Well, the writers don't know how to fucking fix that because they're bad at their jobs.
Okay,
we're-
actually,
reason to
there's a
look like
response in
the
chat that I want to
reasonable
address really
one.
quick. Elle said, I find it stupid that they were suspicious of the guy who helped a lot to blow up Starkiller Base. And he also just blew up a dreadnought, too. I
He
just don't...
sacrificed the entire brigade of bombers.
Okay, but here's the thing that I have to jump in real quick. Here's the one thing about Poe is in that specific situation, the reason that he acted the way that he did is because he thought that the, Vice Admiral was acting in cowardice and just futility.
And I
If
want to
she
also
had
point out,
informed him-
with all logic, I thought that too.
If she had informed him, he immediately would have volunteered to be the decoy instead of her.
Oh, for sure.
Immediately.
100%.
In an attempt to redeem himself for losing his entire team to destroy one ship.
I'm not against what they're trying to teach him in this movie, by the way. It makes sense.
Yeah,
I just don't like how
only-
they did it.
The
I
only
like
thing
the lesson.
the only reason I stepped in to defend is because you called her
You're allowed to step in.
a feminazi, whatever the fuck. I stopped paying attention. Not because
Mm-hmm.
I want to seem disrespectful, but
Mm-hmm.
it's the same arguments again and again. It's strictly from a she's his superior, he's a subordinate, and he just got grounded. She's not a great leader. And writers don't know how to write. That's honestly all
I only
it is.
said she is that way because I'm not sure what the lesson is with this woman is my problem. Here's the reason I said that, just to be clear. I'm not in any way against females being in power. What I'm against is the idea of it not being written where it makes sense to me. This woman has no reason not to trust Poe in any way, I don't think. And it even goes so far as to him have mutiny happen, and she still won't tell him. People are pointing guns at each other and about to end lives, and she still won't say anything. That doesn't make sense to me.
I mean, I would
Also,
trust someone
jumping in
even
here.
less if they start a mutiny.
Hang on, jumping in here. The only reason why the mutiny was unsuccessful was because dead bitch fucking woke up and stunned Poe. That is the only reason that it didn't work. And secondarily, the entire purpose of her plan was to do something that had literally never been done in any recorded history and is against the laws of physics in Star Wars.
No. That wasn't the point of her plan. Point of her plan was to
Be stupid.
drop everybody off at Crate.
I mean, that's fair, but like the fact that she did what she did afterwards is fucking stupid.
I mean, honestly, I thought she was the traitor. To be real, I thought she was willingly leading them to their deaths or something. I thought that was what the twist was going to be.
With the way it's written, and this comes down to Rian Johnson's directing style as well. Yes, it's supposed to be, oh, who's actually the right one? All this stupid shit. That's a problem with his directing style and the writers. Because to be 100% honest, the more I remember of this movie, the more I'm like, it has some good parts, and I like those good parts a lot, but the rest of the movie I don't care about. The visual of what
it's
she
gorgeous.
does
Yeah.
is amazing.
But also to be clear real quick,
as far as physics is concerned,
they don't like physics or shields.
Star Wars doesn't have physics to begin with.
Okay,
Everything.
But here's something that
the dreadnoughts also don't have like quick speed, so they can't just drive slightly faster to attack the ship that they're chasing.
How about the fact that the shots are arcing in the middle of space?
Yeah.
So one of the big things about that scene, which is annoying. Also, a secondary thing that I want to point out: this spy and all that shit that they were trying to get a hold of. The First Order already had him.
Well, to be real, well, they didn't already have him. When they got caught, he immediately switched sides because they offered him more money.
Yeah, that is what
Like,
happened.
on
I
the
watched
spot.
it today. I can confirm that is true.
But
But-
yeah, I mean, just the big thing about it is, yeah, like he switches sides, tells them the plan that's happening, so she changes course in an attempt to save the ships that are being destroyed. In which she does, again, like I said, a maneuver that she had no idea could have possibly done anything, and essentially was just her killing herself because she made a bad call. That, in my mind, it was not like anything endearing or anything like that. That was 100% cowardice. Because, like I said, that move had never been accomplished within any form of recorded military operation in Star Wars history. If it had been, that would be a regular strategy that they use constantly. Because if you can destroy an entire fleet of ships with a fucking hyperspace rock, people would do it.
The problem there is, and as far as the physics of the movie is concerned, it was the distance between.
Viper sounds so tired.
Honestly,
This
I've had
has drained him.
I've had this argument so many fucking times.
I know, man.
It is quite literally draining. But it's
Same.
because of the specific distance between the two. When it's accelerating to hyperspeed, right? It's before it actually hits hyperspeed. It doesn't get into hyperspace, because that is a different plane of existence. There's a magical fucking wuju, all that stupid shit. But it's on that acceleration up to that light speed barrier, right? That it hits. Now, the ship fracturing and taking out like 7 fucking Star Destroyers as well is stupid as shit. But
Yeah, a
it
little
going
bit.
through and completely fucking up half of the supremacy,
Oh, I believe that. Yeah,
that's entirely reasonable.
I'm cool with
That
that.
shield wouldn't be able to do shit, especially if shields are fucking refreshing on a fucking fractional light speed rate like it were on Starkiller Base. But
I think it's about time we move on from this particular point. I was just going to finish it off by saying my issue. I think I struck a chord earlier when I called her a feminazi. Let me explain why. The reason I said that isn't necessarily so much how she acted; it's more how it was all written. Where
yeah,
she doesn't tell Poe the plan, but then when Leia wakes up and knocks him out and all this other stuff, he doesn't really learn a lesson by the end of it.
Everybody the plan after that.
Yeah, everybody, and then
yeah, she tells literally
she just
everybody
doesn't tell
else
everyone.
in the room after
And
Leia
then
knocks
he
his
doesn't
ass
learn.
out.
He doesn't learn
Well,
anything. There's no reason not to tell
Leia is
him.
the one who tells the plan.
And then Leia and her are both like, "I like him. He's a troublemaker." And I'm like, "That's bullshit. You just shot him, and the other chick about threw him in jail. What are you talking about?"
Well, to be real, Leia did actually like Poe.
Yeah, of course she did. But my problem is, if you really think about this, oh god, you know what? No, I'm not even gonna say that. I think that this video will get downvoted if I say that.
I have.
I
final
just think
statements
it's
on Holdo. Now,
continue.
do it. No, you got make your statements. I'll make mine. We'll move on.
I think she is a terrible character. And I love the actress. I think she's good and stuff. I do not blame her in any way, shape, or form. But I hate her almost as much as I hate Rose. And I also want to point out, if she just told Poe the plan, Canto Bight wouldn't have happened.
Canto Bight was already happening.
I know, but it wasn't though at first. If she just told the plan immediately, Finn would be like, "Oh, okay, we're good then. It's fine."
Canto Bight was happening during this.
Yeah. Anyways, Viper.
Canto Bight cannot be stopped.
Honestly,
Canto Bight cannot be stopped. It will come to pass.
So, as
It's
far
a
as
prophecy.
Canto Bight is concerned, honestly, as far as Canto Bight is concerned,
We all know that shit sucks. Let's just be real.
the actual fucking thing that happened was dumb as shit. But them getting discovered and their plan failing, I really did like. I liked that the fucking good guys' plan didn't just fucking magically happen because plot.
Oh, I agree with that
I
too.
liked
Yeah.
that. That was a nice fucking breath of fresh air. Because as much as I like the fact that Star Wars is a fucking space opera, I am a little sick of the good guys always getting their fucking way in every movie except Episode 5.
See, I love the difference
And
between
episode
like
3.
the different. I love the difference
So
between
many
like
die.
the different like trilogies. Is like the original trilogy, space magic is, you know, essentially the go-to excuse for how they won. The prequel trilogy, war crimes.
In the sequel trilogy, it's a mixture of the two.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Let's
But
move
as far
on
as
to.
Holdo,
Go ahead. No,
my
I want to
final
hear what he
thought
says. Go ahead.
is she was written poorly.
Yeah. And
And
I don't blame the
honestly could
actress.
have been
People gave the
she
actresses
could have
shit.
been a
Unfair.
decent people gave every actor in
That's what I'm
Star Wars
saying.
shit.
Unfair.
And
These people are not to blame. Do not do that anymore.
yeah, especially the shit. I get that people didn't like fucking Rose Tycho, but still, to send her fucking death threats,
It's
absolutely disgusting.
It's a little nuts, especially when Kelly Marie Tran didn't do anything.
Oh yeah,
She did what she was told.
She's a fantastically nice person.
I love her.
And
she's cool.
The fucking kid who played Anakin in Episode 1
his life was ruined.
Got death threats, just like the rest of them.
Jar Jar
and
too.
He's a fucking kid.
But yeah, we're gonna move on to. Because you're right, I know this movie.
Yeah,
I've
suffered
talked a lot
from
about
writing.
Yeah.
She suffered from bad writing, and she could have been a great character. And honestly, I don't have a problem with the quote-unquote Holdo maneuver.
I don't really have a problem with it either, except how it took multiple out. I think it's kind of dumb, but
maybe the one directly behind it.
The one directly behind it, I'm cool with. But let me put it this way: I have so many issues. That's low on the totem pole for me. But
I don't know. I mean, my big thing.
If it's big for people, I understand why.
At that point, like her entire plan that she had literally almost been killed for by one of her own crewmates was failing before her eyes. So she makes a last-ditch effort to hyperspace ram the enemy's capital ship, which 100% in my mind is an act of pure desperation and cowardice.
Okay.
Moving on.
Yeah, let's move on.
I would like to point out
okay, go ahead.
to you.
One last point,
Danny.
and then we'll move on.
Oh, this has nothing to do with Star Wars.
Oh,
Danny, you think
right.
like a fucking space marine. Stop.
Oh, okay.
I refuse.
All right, so now we're moving on to shit. What other bullshit happens after that?
Next is the throne room scene.
Oh.
That
Oh dear.
goofy-ass
Oh
scene.
no. Oh no.
Okay. So
okay.
I have a lot to say about this.
In that case, I'm gonna
was
just.
fine.
In that case, I'm gonna go first. But yes, I agree with Viper. Actually, the acting is none of the issues I have with this movie. Just to be clear, I think the acting is actually some of the best parts of this movie.
In the throne room, that acting is actually pretty.
It's pretty good.
Clever.
Here's what
that.
I don't fucking buy. Okay, I guess I'll just go on about it. Who the fuck was Snoke? Why the fuck was he here? It doesn't. No one explains anything with this character. Not a single sentence is explained of him. And then they retcon it in the next movie. But in this one, we have no idea who he is. We don't know anything. I don't know who the fuck he is. I thought he was like some sort of guy from the Outer Rim or something. They never explain it ever, not once. And they retcon it in the next movie. Kylo, he's like so powerful with the Force. He can whip a lightsaber around and hit someone in the fucking head and just be just kind of a dick. It's kind of funny, but just being a dick all the time. And then he's so strong. He's like comedic about it. He's like, my apprentice will never ever turn on me. Oh shit, he betrayed me. And then the lightsaber turns and just cuts him in half.
I mean, honestly,
he's so strong, but he can't feel the lightsaber just turning a little bit.
Honestly, I actually do enjoy the writing of that because he's doing
I
this
was
motion.
laughing. I thought
It is a
funny.
little funny because it's like you're fucking bragging.
It shouldn't have been
about-
funny, is my problem. But continue.
Yeah, I mean, he's bragging. He's doing his fucking villainous speech, and he's fucking wrong. And honestly, that's fucking hilarious and awesome. I did like that twist where Kylo's just like, I'm gonna fucking kill you, and you're not gonna see it coming. It's like seeing the fucking rule of two happen before your eyes. Where the part where the apprentice kills the master.
Right.
I'm fine with that. Everything after that, the only way I enjoy that scene is when somebody puts "Don't stop me now" to it.
Oh my god, that's so fucking funny. Oh, that's great. I did not know that.
I mean, yeah, I didn't really have any issues with the death of Snoke because it was kind of a just immediate thing, and I'm glad that he didn't survive because he literally had a lightsaber cut through like his entirety and then pulled out of him. If he had survived that, I probably would have been a lot more angry. However, after that happens, there are many things to say.
Oh,
So,
Jesus Christ.
there are several points.
Let's try to go.
throughout this
Let's
fight.
try to go a little bit quickly.
Oh no!
Okay.
See,
'Cause
I'm
I
just
do-
gonna
I
let
can wrap this
Danny.
up
I'm not
really
gonna.
quick.
I'm not
Okay,
even gonna hop
Viper
in on
talk
this one.
first.
No. I already. This scene's fucking goofy. So Danny, cut it apart.
He's just
So-
like, please, Danny, use
Going
all of your
throughout this
power,
scene-
rip it apart.
Going throughout this scene, these are the Praetorian Guard, which supposedly are supposed to be a step above the Imperial Guard, which, as I stated
Yeah.
before, are some of the strongest melee fighters in the entirety of the Empire.
Real quick, before you say anything else, I want to let you loose, but I want to say the one thing I kind of liked about it. I really like that every single second that she can, Rey is trying to kill Snoke. I kind of like the feistiness of it. I don't know. I like that because with Luke, he kind of was just like being patient and not really. I don't know. I just kind of like the impatience of it. She just like, oh well, shit. He took my lightsaber. I'll just take Kylo's. You know what I mean? Like
Well,
I kind of like that. But that's just me.
Ray
That's a small
having
thing. I just like it.
Ray actively embracing the dark side to try to get shit done is actually kind of nice.
I think it's
Yeah.
cool. I'm cool with it. She's like full on angry, ready to kill this fucking dude in any way she can.
Knows
It does not
that
matter.
getting angry will like give her enough power to do what she wants to do. She is fully ready to embrace the dark side at this point, and she's fucking yeah. Give me just a moment.
That's the only thing I like about it, aside
So-
from some of the visuals are good. Continue.
I will admit, I really like the Praetorian Guards. I think they look awesome. They look a lot better than the Imperial Guards, and
Shit
I'm
looks
so
good.
upset that both them and the Knights of Ren got fucking shafted. So
At least the Knights of Ren went out fighting Kylo Ren, who was
By the
stated
end, yeah.
to be the strongest of them.
Did they even
Yes.
get mentioned in the second movie, in Last Jedi? Did they even
not
get
really.
mentioned?
They kind of just showed up in
Nope.
the third one.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think there's a single line mentioning the Knights of Ren in the second movie at all.
See, but I think the Knights of Ren have been referred to before in Legends.
You're
No.
trying to be funny, aren't you?
Uh,
I knew
so-
you were gonna sneak in one at least once today. I just wasn't sure when.
So, I'm watching the throne room scene right now, and immediately, what I'm seeing is Rey is holding her own against these guys almost immediately. She has 4 guys coming at her at the very beginning, and some of the rebounds that these dudes take, first thing that happens is a dude takes a double-handed strike, fucking swings as hard as he can at her. What does she do? Sticks her lightsaber in the way. This man bounces back so hard, he is facing the opposite direction. And all she did was put the saber up. That's it. No push, no counter, no parry, nothing.
Yeah.
Moving on even further, Kylo and Rey are being pushed further back to back. They cross to go fight the other people for half a second, Rey immediately stabs through a man, killing him.
Yeah.
That's bullshit.
I like the decapitation later on too.
Then
That's just
they
me,
get
though.
to the point to where they're finally actually back to back. Rey uses Kylo as a fucking standing board and pushes back 3 men attacking her with 1 foot.
Maybe I need to watch that scene more because I actually kind of like that scene.
That doesn't even make sense.
I kind of
She
like that scene
literally
actually.
kicked
Maybe I should rewatch
3
it.
guys, and all 3 of them were aiming for her fucking lightsaber.
Oh,
They weren't trying to hit her person. She put her lightsaber above her head, leaned on Kylo, and then proceeded to kick all 3 of them back with 1 foot.
but she had extra force in that foot.
But she only kicked the middle guy. It wasn't even a sweeping kick.
But she is strong in the force.
Then, moving on. Kylo doing an amazing job because Kylo is actual fucking military and he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I would actually believe that Kylo could kill all of them. Maybe struggle a little, but like, okay, let me rephrase. I meant he would do better. I could see that.
If Kylo was
But-
fighting the entire elite guard by himself, I'm sure he could kill more than half of them.
I
could
think
kill
he'd
half
lose
of- He
eventually.
could kill more than half of them, but most likely, in all honesty, they would probably try to take him prisoner rather than kill him.
Yeah, probably.
If he doesn't have anybody else in the room, he could probably kill all of them just because he has
Alright.
the advantage of the Force.
Let's just say we have one more movie left, and it's already midnight for
Hour
me.
into this one movie.
So I'm just going to move on from that part and address the next. I know. I'm sorry. Let's just say that the fight is
This
dumb.
is the one thing that I really wanted to talk about. I hate
So
this
we're
scene
an
so
hour-
Go
fucking
quickly
much.
then,
Hold up.
because
We're an
quick,
hour and
real
10
quick.
minutes into this, so yeah, make it quick.
Real quick,
we haven't even
Crispy
addressed
Annie.
who Ray's parents are.
Crispy Annie.
Oh no, I see Order
I'm
66.
Order 66.
Or you know what? I take
There
that
is no
back.
eh for
Actually-
me. It is Order 66.
I take
I
that.
did
like-
make a comment on that. I was like, this entire debate's an attempt to get this out of Order 66 in the Crispy Annie tier. That's the whole point of the past 45 minutes.
There's a lot of cool visuals.
Oh, there's a
great
lot.
sound effects.
The visuals are
There
amazing.
there are some
It's beautiful.
good
It's a beautiful ass
dialogues.
movie.
The writing is shit in a lot of places, but of all the things to make it a movie, I think it's enough to make it Crispy Annie. It has a lot of
I-
stupid shit,
think-
especially the kid.
I almost agree, to be honest, because as a movie, there's 2 reviews to this movie. There is as a Star Wars fan, aka an abomination, and there is as a movie fan where it's good. It's not the greatest. There's some plot stuff that's kind of weird and doesn't make sense, and it's some boring and the Canto Bight shit. But it's
But I
hard
think
for me
there's
to get this
interesting-
angry at a movie that has this good of acting, this good of visuals, and shit like that. It's hard for me to get too mad at it, but I am mad at it, I assure you. So for
Okay.
me, I think Crispy Annie, but it just barely avoids Order 66, and that's saved for the next movie.
I mean,
Eh.
that's fair. I can go with that logic. I'm fine with Crispy Annie, but I do have one last gripe about.
Oh,
the
we're not
first
done
movie,
talking about it, just to
after
be
what
clear.
I've talked about, the rest of the fight scene is mostly focusing on Kylo, except one bit where it's focusing on Rey. The Kylo parts, fucking amazing. He does amazing parries using other people's weapons to block and guard his blind spots. He throws people into a fucking blender type thing. Fucking, he's using people to attack other people.
Adam
Because-
Driver is a great actor, especially when it comes to fight choreography.
Oh yeah,
because
he's
he was
good.
a fucking Marine.
That makes sense.
Have you guys seen The Last Duel?
No, but we're quickly moving on. I want to address 2 things, and then we're going to move on to Rise of Skywalker, because
Wait,
I know...
No, I didn't address what I was talking about.
Okay, be quick, because it's
Okay,
been 5
so-
hours.
Okay, so the last part with Rey.
Okay.
She's going against the dual wielder. He manages to lock her in an arm lock, which is holding her lightsaber. Gets a weapon behind her while holding another one to her throat. As this scene progresses, screen cuts back to Kylo. They make eye contact with each other. Whenever it cuts back to her, the weapon in the dual wielder's other hand is gone. Literally does not exist.
I didn't even notice that. You must have really picked this shit apart.
Dude, I told you, I've done this shit before. It's infuriating. Literally,
Yes.
the hand, the other weapon that he's holding is just gone. Not to mention, he has her in an arm lock. She drops her lightsaber and then ducks.
Let me.
So completely gets out of the arm lock with no, like, effort whatsoever.
Yes, let the rage control you. Yeah.
And yeah, she just fucking slashes his throat, and then he falls off, and that's the end of the fight. That's it. Everything's, they're all dead.
Yeah.
But that is the most,
Okay.
the weapon literally disappears. It's gone. It's not on the floor. It's nowhere nearby. It is gone.
That's kind of funny. You're right. All right. So here's the thing. We're going to move on after 2 points. The 2 big points people still want to talk about. I'm sorry, Viper, but we do got to talk about them. I'll try to make it relatively quick. Rey's parentage and Luke's death. Those are the 2 things we're going to talk about, and then we're going to move on.
Honestly,
Oh my
Luke's
God,
death
you're
is
right.
fine with me just because he becomes one with the Force. I'm like, oh, that's neat. Good job, guy.
I'm cool with the idea, but I'll get to that in a minute. There's one thing I really don't like, and there's a plot hole that I think is fucking stupid. But go ahead. What were you saying, Boozle? I heard you speak.
I just like looked up the part he was talking about. Like, dude, he's holding it with like one arm. His other hand's just kind of sitting there, not doing anything. Like, why isn't he just kill her with that hand?
Right?
He can literally arm lock her with one hand, and like the other one's just like,
He could have
that's fine.
fucking stabbed her in the back. He could have cut off her head. He could have done anything with that second hand. But what did they do? His
He
weapon
just held her there.
disappears.
He just held her there, like, yeah, this is fine. That's all I wanted to do.
It's
Literally did
fucking
not
stupid.
capitalize on the fact that he had her at a disadvantage hold and just died.
All right. So Rey's parentage. What does everyone think about that? And let's. I know
Well-
this is a heavy topic, but let's try our
Okay.
absolute best to be brief if possible. Continue.
Honestly, that's something saved for the next movie, but honestly,
Yeah.
the idea of her being no one, I was like, that's neat. She's not a fucking Skywalker or anything, but she has power. I like
Yeah,
it
because,
because
in technicality, Anakin was a no one. Like, sure, he was the chosen one, but like he didn't have any like super big like parentage things unless you
Right.
were looking at alternative lore.
It's one of those things where the only reason I don't like it is because it was set up very differently in the last movie. And having watched them both back to back over the last 2 days, I can confirm it was definitely set up differently.
I still definitely feel like
And it
Rey
irritates
and
me.
Kylo should have been either siblings or like very closely related cousins of some sort.
I think so too.
Because
what do you
that
think?
would make a lot more sense for them to have that like force bond that they have.
Again, 100% of my issue is the fact that this was set up very differently in the last movie. Because in this movie, I just watched them today, and Force Awakens 2 days ago. I was looking for this just to see, and what was weird about it was in the flashback in Force Awakens, you can very clearly see that her parents are in a ship flying away from Jakku. That's important to remember for what I'm about to say next.
Yep.
But in this movie, he says outright that they're dead in a ditch on Jakku and that they never left. And
Yep.
shit. Bullshit. That is a outright contradiction to the last movie. No one will convince me otherwise. I don't care if she's no one. That's not
to
my
be
problem.
real.
My problem is they didn't set it up correctly. And clearly that was
real.
not the original plan. Go ahead.
he lied.
Okay, to be real, no, he didn't. When that movie was made, that is not how that was planned. That was the plan. They changed it to her being nobody. We know he lied now. We know that is not true. But at that time...
She saw the ship fly away and all that, and, like, I just saw it as Kylo lied. Or he didn't have the right information, if you want to be like, no, Kylo didn't lie at all, because He's fucking Palpatine or something. I don't know.
Can I just ask the more important question here? Who fucked
Sure.
Palpatine?
I
Nobody
don't want to
did.
talk about it.
He
We're
had a-
moving on.
So
He made a baby with the Force.
the answer
Again,
to that is
but no one's
very
ready for that talk
simple.
yet.
He had the clone grown like fucking Boba.
Pickled, like all the pickled Snokes that he has in the next movie.
Wouldn't
Well,
it
yeah,
be
it was. Well, this would have been during the time of the Empire when he had the clone grown,
Yeah.
but like it grew up instead of being Force aged like the fucking clone troopers.
See, but the
Yeah.
thing is that's never covered in the movie.
No, it isn't. There's a lot of things not covered for Episode 9 because Episode 9 wasn't supposed to be the fucking misadventure that it is.
Yeah.
All right.
Which
So
is
moving on
also
to. Sorry.
that's
go ahead.
why that's another reason I would prefer fucking Last Jedi to be in Crispy Anakin over Order 66 because only one fucking movie should be in Order 66.
I don't know. Like,
As much as I really like some of the scenes in Rise of Skywalker, there are so many things I just absolutely hate.
I'm gonna stick with Quispy Annie, but I want to talk about one more thing. Luke's death. I will also. I'll be quick actually, because there's not a lot to say for me. I actually like the fact that he dies defending the rebellion. That makes a lot of sense to me. What I don't like is the fact, and I'll be quick about it. Rose should not have saved Finn. They did my boy Finn so dirty in this movie. His arc is identical to the last movie. This
I
man.
thought we weren't going to cover that.
Oh, don't
So
worry.
you
I
are.
was going to address this in Rise of Skywalker, but I can't. This man was done so fucking dirty. No wonder John Boyega doesn't like Star Wars anymore. No
Yeah.
wonder. I don't blame him. This man was done so dirty in this movie, but I'll get to that in Rise of Skywalker. I just wanted to address it. But Luke,
Yeah, no,
the only thing I
it's
have a
like-
problem with in regards to Luke's death is the lightsaber he's using. I think that's a little silly because one, Luke knows that she has it, so why would he choose to appear with that one and not the green one? And Kylo should know that that lightsaber no longer exists because he just destroyed it. So he
Yeah.
should be kind of like, it's a little weird. Even in the heat of battle, I would be like, wait a minute, didn't I just break that? And also, as far as Kylo knew, he's never seen that saber before until Rey had it, as far as I remember. Because he lost it in Empire, and Luke never got it back until after the place was already burned down. I know it's a small thing to focus on, but, like, that is so fucking stupid.
Well, like, he was aware that it was a family heirloom, at least.
Yeah,
so
he knew of
that
it.
Luke had it in his possession at one point.
Yeah, he knew of it. It's just... there's just a lot of reasons why that doesn't make sense to me. And so that's kind of the weird plot hole that I noticed. It's not anything huge. I'm not going to cry about it, but it's fucking stupid. And yes, we're going to address Finn in the next movie, so don't worry.
I'm just like
I don't-
the only thing left is the whole like Rose like stopping Finn from sacrificing himself. Like if you're gonna bench him that hard, at least let him fucking die a hero's death.
I don't actually want to talk about fucking Finn because
He just
I-
sounds so defeated. I'm sorry.
I almost stopped watching Star Wars because of what they did to Finn.
Oh, damn, really? I did for a while, actually.
The only redeeming factor is the fact that they gave Finn and Poe one of the most wholesome fucking friendships I have seen in media.
Yeah, until Disney kept trying to, like, guarantee this, like, no-homo relationship, which... whatever.
Can't bros
I-
just be bros without being gay? Like, come on.
I mean, I don't care, but I think
honestly-
it's kind of silly that they try to give Finn a new love interest every movie.
Honestly.
I honestly didn't even see it as like a love interest thing. Like he
I didn't
and
either,
fuck-
but, like... It was
like
A
just
lot
weird.
of
me-
people did.
yeah, and to be 100% real, I got some TOS words about that.
Yeah,
TOS. What's TOS?
terms of service.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I get you. Sorry, I'm bad with abbreviations.
Yeah, no
Oh yeah,
bannerino.
no, you're fine.
Hmm?
Like, I will say shit that would probably get me canceled, and I don't give a fuck. But I'm not gonna say it on your stream because
Good answer. I
you
appreciate that.
you don't deserve to be canceled for what I believe.
That's fair.
And that's not to say I have any problem with gay people. I don't. Do your thing. I don't care. But
Any gay
Finn
people
and
watching,
Poe,
just know that I'm your friend. Don't hurt me.
We will move on from here.
yeah,
Actually, no.
yeah.
Viper didn't say anything bad. I will
I know. I'm
address
saying
it
like
though.
keeping it
'Cause
rolling.
I will
Yeah.
address it though because it's my show, and I will say one thing very clearly. I don't necessarily have an issue with Finn and Poe being gay. I don't care about that. I just think it's a little silly that Disney tried so hard to like not let that even be like hinted at, that they gave Finn a new love interest every movie, and then even gave Poe one eventually. I just, or two if you think the sexual tension with Holdo was good enough.
To be like, okay,
it's just,
so
it's just weird to me. That's all. I don't care either
as
way.
far
I just thought it
as
was strange.
as far as Finn's
Hang
preferences
on,
go,
Boozle. Disney's scared to overstep. Bless you, because I feel like all they've done is overstep.
Oh,
like,
it's just a
I
South
think you're
Park
thinking of the
reference.
wrong overstep.
But yes, they overstepped way too hard. Continue, Viper. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
so Finn and Poe escape from the fucking Star Destroyer in the first movie.
Mm-hmm.
And Finn is like feeling like a real fucking boy
Right.
because Pinocchio just escaped the goddamn factory.
They should have been best friends and with each other the whole series. That shit would have been sick.
As soon as that happened and they rediscover each other at the fucking Resistance base, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's like, "Oh my god,
They're like, that's
dude,
my
I thought you were
fucking
dead."
boy.
Like, and I'm like, "Yo, that is a great friendship. I have
Yeah.
had a couple of those."
I'd have killed to have seen like this is actually an interesting question. How would you guys feel about like a spin-off series about Poe and Finn?
I would love to see.
I would love to see
They
that.
had a great friendship.
I want to
but the
see a buddy
problem
cop
is-
thing with like a bunch of like TIE fighters and shit, just them blowing up stuff. I'm down. I
The
think that'd be
problem-
fun.
The problem with that is the fact that Finn still gets fucking shafted.
Yeah.
He doesn't
That
get the
and-
character arc he deserved.
I
because
honestly
Yes.
don't think John Boyega would return for that.
No,
I don't think
wouldn't.
he would either. I'm just saying,
And
like, as
I
a
don't blame him.
concept, like, as far as spin offs that they're doing, they're trying everything. I think that would be one I'd watch, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I would
Um,
love to see.
All right, so moving on, only because what
this-
you're talking about is directly related to this next movie.
This
I'm not-
character.
So hold your
Oh
thoughts.
my god, were
This
we
is
still on
going-
8?
This is going directly
Well-
in order 66.
Honestly, I was kind of moving into 9.
Yeah,
because
we are. We're moving into 9. And this is not good. This is
I
going
like
directly
half
into order
tuned
66.
out. I'm like, where are we still on 8? What's going
This
on
is-
here?
So
This is order
I-
66 all the fucking way.
I'll say one critical factor as far as Finn's concerned, and the reason it affected me so much.
Because it could have been an amazing character.
I've seen all of the Star Wars movies, and I have not related to a single fucking character properly until Finn. And then they
I can
take
see
Finn,
that.
and they fucking take him out back and shoot him like fucking Old Yeller.
Dude, genuinely,
That's what they
Finn
did.
could have had quite literally the best character arc in the entirety of Star Wars.
Forever. The
And
idea
John
of
Boyega
a
is such a
stormtrooper
great
turned
actor.
good, and maybe even become a Jedi, which
Okay,
I
so
love
I used
the
to-
idea of.
I
Would've
used
been
to
so
play
good.
this game, Star Wars Jedi Knight Academy. Used to play it all the fucking time.
Mhm.
And I would dress up my character as a fucking stormtrooper and give him a lightsaber. That is who I like to play.
Yes.
So the idea of Finn, it given to me in fucking episode 7, where he picked up that goddamn lightsaber. And then Disney just fucking shoots it down because I don't fucking know. They hate creativity. honestly made me
Yeah.
almost hate Star Wars.
I don't blame you.
I just
But real
think it's
quick,
crazy
before we say
how-
anything else, Boozle hasn't said shit in like an hour, so I'm gonna ask him what he thinks first.
Fair enough.
I think this movie had about one good scene. It wasn't enough to bring it at a top or bottom tier. So, and it deserves to be
And you can talk as long as you want, because
way
I'm
down,
sure you got something to bitch about.
deserves to be way down there at the bottom. That's about all I could think about at this point because I don't know, I'm kind of checked out. It's been a long ass stream, man.
You asked. I told you. I said, "Did you want to be here?" I told you it'd be long. I wasn't
Like,
kidding.
I'm kind of mentally out of it at this point.
Yeah. So do you agree with Order 66 then?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay. So
Nuke
do we
it.
all
I don't.
agree?
I
Order
don't give a
66.
shit.
Without a doubt.
Viper.
This is the only fucking Star Wars movie that I was like, this is a bad Star Wars movie.
All right.
It
I don't
was
blame you if you wanted
offensive.
to. Huh? What boost?
It was just offensive to
I
anyone
was
who's
so
ever seen a
offended by
movie
watching it.
from.
I will say my very first viewing in theaters, I enjoyed it because
I
I
was
saw it
mixed,
and I was in
but it only
wow
got worse.
of certain things. There were certain things that I was just like, this is
The
amazing.
fucking lightning section.
Fucking Palpatine doing his lightning storm,
You would go,
uh,
okay, that's cool, but why is he here?
the fucking space battle,
Like,
and then hearing Kanan Jarrus in the movie. That was amazing. The rest of the movie was trash. The Zeiston class Star Destroyer is absolute fucking trash. I hate it. I hate everything that it is. It's a stupid, very unnecessary, just poorly written escalation.
Oh, don't forget the new speeders with the tracks at the bottom, because that
I-
makes
Hey
sense.
guys, did you know
Honestly-
they fly now?
Yeah, I heard that somewhere. Also, eat shit, Danny.
They're
they fly now?
They fly now.
Oscar Isaac and John Boyega are both incredible actors, and they give them some goofy ass dialogue as if Finn wouldn't know about the fucking jet troopers.
Not to mention that technology has been around for like
Forever.
forever.
Yeah, since literally the
definitely
Old
not new.
Republic.
Yeah, they did an interview with the actor. He was like pretty mad about that one. He's like, they've been flying since like the original trilogy. Like, what are you talking about? They've had jetpacks.
They've
Fucking-
they had jetpacks in the earliest like movies that we've had, which in this case would be Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones and shit. Earliest movies, I mean, just to be clear, like
They've
they had other
jetpacks for
before that.
literal generations at this point. What the
Yeah.
fuck are you talking about?
It's so fucking
Fucking-
stupid.
You make me say this shit.
So stupid.
So, I like the world building of that whole little fucking fantasy festival thingy. I was like, okay, that's cool. I didn't care about the whole force healing. I was like, cool, new force power, whatever.
I don't like it. I think it's a huge problem, but I'll explain why. Continue.
I've seen the force do all kinds of things, and I've seen force healing in games. So I was like, they got an RPG upgrade, whatever.
Well, we've
Somebody's
also
a
seen
healer now.
people yank down a Star Destroyer in games. That doesn't mean
I mean, we also just watched Vader do basically the same thing.
nowhere near as huge, though.
No,
Not
but
even
But he
close.
probably could do it.
Maybe,
I wouldn't.
but
I wouldn't doubt. Well, okay. So as far as the Star Destroyer feat, that Star Destroyer was already injured. It couldn't fight back where it was.
yeah.
Are we
So-
talking about the Force Unleashed thing?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, he wasn't like actively pulling it down. It was falling. He was just steering it.
like.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
But that's beside the point.
But continue. I do want to hear what he has to say because I have a lot to say about the force healing thing.
Oh God!
So we got to
I'll
see
try to
some
be quick, I
new.
promise, because this has
We
been a
got
long
to see
stream.
some new alien things. I like that because
Mhm.
I like world building. I'm a lore nerd. We got to see some fucking new force powers, cool, what the fuck ever. The
Mhm.
dyad thing, that was pretty cool. I actually really liked that. Hearing Ian McDermott, that was cool.
I love
I'll
Ian
give that
McDermott. Love him.
he's great. He's great.
He puts his
Like
100% all into every performance of this character.
he does.
Love it. I don't blame
And
him one bit.
I
I
even
respect him
with
for
this,
trying. I really do.
yeah, even with the stupidity of Palpatine even being in this fucking movie,
Oh, I have a lot to say
I
about
like
that too.
Palpatine.
I do too.
But
I love him. I think he's great.
the movie had weird pacing.
A horrible
The fact that
pacing.
she has the lightsaber repaired is dumb.
Kind of insulting to the last movie, to be honest.
It really was, but
I mean, I'm cool with that, but
she didn't even get her fucking double-bladed
that's
lightsaber.
what I wanted so bad. I wanted her to have a double-bladed lightsaber.
It would have made sense because she fights with a staff weapon, and I could see her actually matching up to fucking Kylo Ren if she has a weapon she's familiar with.
I could buy it. Also, Boozle, real quick, if you don't want to be here for the rest of this, you don't have to be. You said you were checked out, so I just wanted to let you know that's an option. It's up to you.
Oh, I'm just chilling.
All
I'll
right.
be in chat.
I just wanted you to know.
Can I just
The
talk
fight-
about the ultimate disrespect first, real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, how about it?
The fact that Palpatine is revived or still alive in general literally makes Darth Vader's death completely useless.
Yeah.
It takes
Yep.
away all of the significance of his character dying and being redeemed.
So does Force Healing.
Yeah.
Do you want to know why?
Well,
I'm sure you know where this is going.
Oh boy.
The
That's all I have to say, by the way.
entire point of Revenge of the Sith is so that he can find a way to keep others from dying, is how he words it.
Yep.
Well, Palpatine very much says that that power is not attainable via a Jedi. Now, to be fair, he could be lying. Just to be clear, I'm not
So-
immune to this idea. But I
there's
don't really like the idea that she can just do it.
I don't think Palpatine knew about Force healing.
I don't either, but to the extent of the
But
knowledge
I
that we were aware, we can only
do
speculate.
I do think Palpatine knew about Force drain. And I am very sure that Palpatine used Force drain to drain Padme's remaining life force to bring Vader back. Because Vader was dead for a good 20 seconds. So,
Oh my god, Boozle's saying bring Vader back too while we're at it.
I mean, might as fucking well.
I don't know.
But-
Give me a new series with Hayden, I guess. It's fine. Who gives
I
a
wouldn't
fuck
mind
now?
having a fucking Inquisitorius series.
I
That would
wouldn't
be kind
either.
of cool.
I think that'd be cool.
But it's okay. So let me just finish out my episode 9
Please do.
thing. My slowly going from anger to tired rant.
I don't blame you. I can see the passion leaving you. I don't blame you.
The half track speeder things, I don't care. Half tracks have existed throughout our human history. They still exist today. I'm
But
fine with it. It's
They had
neat.
speeders that weren't on the ground before,
Yeah, honestly,
and they were
I
faster.
considering the fact that the TIE Mauler is still fucking canon, and that is literally just a TIE vehicle with caterpillar tracks. Whatever, I don't care.
Right.
Like, but the thing that I hate the most out of all of it
I'm curious what you're gonna say now, actually, because I want to know too.
is just they didn't know what the fuck they were doing. They had an idea to start with for episode 9. And I've talked about this before. They were supposed to go to Coruscant, assault this fortress, bring down Kylo Ren, supreme leader of the fucking First Order. He was supposed to be big bad. It was going to be, oh, he might not even get a redemption arc until the very end sort of deal. It was going to be hard and like a hard fought battle. And they're just like, but what if Palpatine? And
Yeah.
I love Palpatine.
I
I
do too.
really do.
I think he's great.
But that was such a stupid... They were like, remember that one book series? The Dark Empire. Let's do that, but with no preparation. And honestly, I would have preferred Boozle. I would have preferred if they're just like, yeah, Mace Windu didn't die, he embraced the dark side, and now he's shown up. And so when they're on fucking Coruscant, right, with Kylo Ren being all evil and shit, he fucking shows up and he's like, no, you want to see darkness. And that's what forces fucking Kylo to turn to the good side, right? Because Rey dies or almost dies. It's just this movie.
You're like, this movie broke me.
Ray
This movie
100%
almost
should die.
honestly did. This movie almost made me stop loving Star Wars.
I don't blame you. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something important, but I don't remember exactly what it was. The fact this movie spends so much time trying to undo The Last Jedi, even though I have a ton of issues with The Last Jedi, I think that is cowardice. And I know it sucks, but you honestly should have worked with what you had.
It's like the two direct, because like they were directed.
It's a
by
tug of
different
war. It really
directors.
is.
Like
That's what it is.
really seemed like they were just being like, "Hey, you see this thing? That was supposed to be mine. Fuck you."
Okay,
It was tug of war
it-
because
Yeah.
J.J. Abrams yanks it to his side, and then
and
Ryan Johnson's like, no, fuck that, and he yanks it back, and then J.J.'s like, hang on, I hate half this movie, and then he yanks it back. It's fucking ridiculous. It is
honestly,
childish and unbelievable.
as much as I want to say, don't hate actors and stuff, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, I know where this is going.
As much as I want to say that, Disney, if you ever watch this, as someone who genuinely loves Star Wars
Oh no,
as much as I can,
Danny, I think we broke him.
keep those two fucking away from any further goddamn projects. And stick with a single fucking director. For fuck's sake.
Oh, and plan it out, please.
Just give it. Just honestly, just give it to fucking Dave Filoni and fucking Kevin Feige. Just give it.
Yeah,
to them.
Kevin Feige and Dave Filoni should be the only people in charge of Star Wars.
Every single Star Wars project that they've done has been fucking incredible, except
With the
think,
exception
Okay,
Fett.
okay.
Yeah,
I don't know if I'd go that far. Kenobi
we said
was.
with the exception of Boba Fett.
Oh, I said with the exception of Kenobi too. As
Oh,
much
well,
as
I
I
haven't
like
seen
Kenobi,
yet, but
I don't know about amazing. Good, but not. Anyway,
yeah,
continue.
but like after the success of The Mandalorian, they've been actively trying to wrestle away control from them.
And it looks to me like they're winning because people
Yeah.
agree. Oh my god, give the movie to Tommy Wiseau. I would give my left nut to see Tommy Wiseau make a Star Wars movie.
Everybody's ready to meet the new Joker.
Ah! He just pulls down his robe and he's like, "Do you want to give in to the dark side,
You know what?
Mark?"
I want I want a Star Wars movie. A gritty fucking... I don't care if it's Mandalorian focused. Give me a gritty bounty hunting Star
my
Wars
God.
movie.
I don't want to interrupt you, but did you read the comment? I did not
I
force
can't.
choke her. It is bullshit. I did not.
That's funny.
God damn it, Boozle.
Give me one directed by fucking God damn it.
Zack Snyder.
No, Jesus Christ.
Because let's be honest, how much worse can this actually get?
I don't even want to think about that. The guy that did fucking Pulp Fiction. God damn it.
Quentin Tarantino.
Quentin Tarantino?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, use the force, motherfucker.
And get Mace Windu back because fuck you.
I'm fucking. That's how fucking tired. Honestly, I would love to see a bounty hunting film where they're trying to hunt down fucking Mace Windu, right? Because there's
I don't know about letting Quentin Tarantino direct a movie about hunting Mace Windu.
He's-
Yeah,
he does it.
he's gonna rewrite that movie into something very different.
Well, the thing is,
And I will say though, it might slap.
he does great with dialogue, and on top of that, he tends to have a very gritty and brutal take for his movies.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah, no, like
real
Django
quick,
Unchained is fucking
Before we
sick.
continue, I want to wrap up everything we were saying about Rise of Skywalker first, and then we can just do a general talk until people are tired. So, because I do want to finish this at least, just before anyone gets tired and wants to go to bed. So,
I mean, I don't want to go to bed, but I'm fucking tired.
I don't blame you. That's okay.
I love
was
Star
gonna
Wars,
finish this
but
up.
this movie fucking hurts me.
Yeah, I couldn't even rewatch it. I was asking. I don't know if anyone saw. I think Danny might have. I'm not sure. But I was in the streamer tavern like yesterday or the day before, and I was like, should I rewatch Rise of Skywalker? And I was just like,
Only if
I-
you're
I
gonna
can't-
skip to
Literally
the end.
all of us said no.
and I was like, guys, I tried to do it, but I hit play, and then I just immediately got rid of it. I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
I can only watch Rise of Skywalker if I skip to the part where they have the space battle.
Yeah,
I
I could maybe do that.
I like just about every. I'm even fine with the fact that they're like, let's take horses and ride on the
I'm
ship. I'm
not.
like, that's actually. Well, they're like,
But I'll
hey,
listen. Continue.
jam the speeders, and they're like, they're not using speeders. I was like, that's clever. I'll take
Yeah,
it.
I mean, like, they all have tracks now, so we have to use those.
Those were horses.
No, I was joking. You said something about speeders, and I was saying, well, they have tracks now, so we have to. The speeders with the, like, tank tracks.
Yeah.
It was just a joke.
Can I just point out that we need more Star Wars racing games?
I want VR pod racing.
I don't know. I don't know how well.
I'm
it would really
amazed
hold
we
up,
don't have it.
honestly.
Guaranteed to make you sick.
I know that they have.
You know, I thought that, but I
Like
can play
pod
some pretty
racing
intense stuff,
simulators.
and I don't really get.
Yeah, I know that they have pod racing simulators. I've played a couple of them. They're mostly like arcades though, and they're like whole ass things.
Tell you what, since we all can kind of just agree this movie sucks, I could bitch about it for hours. They did Finn dirty. They kind of did Lando dirty. A little bit.
It's not even that
It's
they
just
did
not-
Finn dirty. It was
He
so
just
much
wasn't-
worse than that.
I could bitch about this movie for hours, so I'll be honest with you guys. I'm not willing to. I've bitched about this movie so much.
We know where it is. It's
Alright.
I
at
think
the
it's
fucking
awful.
bottom.
It is the worst.
66, general synopsis. Nobody
Garbage.
was happy with anything in this movie.
It was the
and,
movie that
we all
tried to
wanted it
offend
be
the least
unmade.
people, and it ended up offending the most people.
Yes.
It is brutal how awful this movie is.
Yep.
The pacing is off. The characters are off. The arcs don't make sense. I had a theory before this movie came out that I think is brilliant, and I'll still stand by it, even though I'm probably going to get made fun of for it, because I'm probably going to say what it is in a minute. But that I think would have been significantly better than what we got. But the fact Palpatine returned at all in this is fucking stupid. My theory partially goes into that, but it's much better as to how it
announced
happens.
by fucking Fortnite.
It was
It
fucking
was
ridiculous.
announced by Fortnite.
That's
Dude, what?
ridiculous. No, it was. He's
Palpatine's
right,
return
actually. He's right.
Was
It was.
announced by fucking Fortnite.
He's actually right, by the way. It really was.
Goddamn,
He-
they're really just adding the most possible disrespect, huh?
Yeah. Oh, I'm not even done. Oh my god, there's so much to complain about. There were so many really interesting leaks about this movie where, like, at one point there was a leak that, like, Hayden might be in it at some point. There was a leak that, like, Matt Smith might be playing, like, a younger version of Palpatine. Like, there was clearly so much changed about this movie as it went that it's just nuts. it's delusional how bad this movie is. And as a Star Wars fan, I can't believe I'm saying this. I'd rather watch Attack of the Clones. I can't
There
watch
was a
this
fucking
again. Ever.
there was a
I
theory.
won't.
There was a theory that Matt Smith might play fucking Grand Admiral Thrawn, who reemerged from the hyperspace fucking bullshit that happened to him.
I'd give my left nut. I
And I
desperately
was
want that.
so in. I was like, I don't think Matt Smith is the right actor for it, as much as I love Matt Smith. But like,
I love Doctor Who, so
But just
the
like
idea,
a mainstream
11 is
silver
my favorite
screen
Doctor.
Thrawn.
for me it's Tenet, but that's a different conversation.
Yeah, fucking the idea of Thrawn being the final fucking threat. Again, like I'm more than okay with that,
Mhm.
because the best book series of all legends was the Thrawn duology. And if anybody wants to fucking debate that, you're wrong.
So
Thrawn was amazing and the biggest goddamn threat to the New Republic. That's why
I
they had
believe
to
you.
get rid of him.
I am excited to see him in a show, but before I tell my theory,
You
because
need
I
to
had
watch Rebels. It was
maybe I
so
do.
good.
I don't know. It looks like kiddie show garbage to me. I'm gonna be honest. It just doesn't look as good as it doesn't look anywhere
after the
near as
first
good as
season-
Clone Wars.
After the first season, it does escape that vibe.
All right.
Not even after the first season, like halfway through it.
All right. I'll
Oh
give
yeah,
it a watch.
it gets pretty
But
dark.
Real quick.
Zeb's entire race was genocided. Like,
Real
And there's a
quick.
moment
I
where he
want to
has a
ask.
PTSD attack because of it.
Jeez. Real quick, I want to ask Danny's like a minute long closing thoughts on the movie, because I had a theory for this that I want to see what you guys think. That I think is cool, but Viper's probably gonna tear it apart. But I think it'd be cool. But continue.
So, my closing thoughts.
At the very
on
least, I
this.
think Viper might agree that it's cool. I don't know if he'll think it works. But continue.
This is literally like this has worse like protagonist like pulling something out of like quadruple dimension fucking butt fuck nowhere, like just dumb energy. It is 10 times worse than fucking oh god, I forget the names of movies.
What?
That's the bitch. This one had just the biggest fucking plot armor, just the biggest fucking just bullshit pulling. Like they wanted the good guys to win so bad.
There's
that they
like 4
literally brought
fake
back
outs
a
too.
dude that they have already killed.
Twice.
don't fucking start about that fake out shit.
And yeah, just generally like this is essentially Return of the Jedi type victory times 50.
He exploded. And he was inside the bottom of the Death Star. The second one. That it was also exploding. I don't... Okay, I want to know. We obviously hate this movie. But, Viper, do they ever explain how Palpatine came back? Like in books, anything? Do they ever explain it? I just want to know.
So they actually
It's
do
not going to fix
explain
this
it
damn
in
movie, but I want to know.
They do explain it in the movie with the throwaway line, cloning, it's dark Sith techniques. That's what they say. And
I fucking hate that shit. If that's the case.
it's dumb because cloning has literally been around since fucking forever, but
In fact, that is so bad, it makes me want to create a new tier below Order 66. I'm not doing that. I'm too tired. But just know, chat, for people that are fans of me, I appreciate all of you, just know, if I wasn't so tired, that is what I would do. I think this is offensive trash for Star
The
Wars.
fact that it's even touching episode 2 just irks me.
I'm gonna put it right here just to fuck with you.
That is...
And then I'm putting it back because I'm offended with myself. Okay, so real quick, before I had a theory before this movie came out, and I'm really curious to hear what you guys think. Please, for the love of God, don't make fun of me, because I think it would be so cool, but if it doesn't work, that's completely fine. I just think it would have been neat. So my theory before Rise of Skywalker came out, once I learned that Palpatine was coming back, my theory was essentially that, well, this is going to explain Snoke, because maybe Snoke was possessed by Palpatine or something, like force possession, something like that. Is that what I thought they were going to do? So my theory was essentially, if I could boil it down as much as possible, that the way he was going to come back was Palpatine in all 9 movies was just looking for a stronger, younger vessel to use for his soul, essentially. I don't know how. There's probably a better explanation for it, but that's just the word I'm going to use. And in the original
There's
trilogy,
a fucking person who does that, so if you're worried about lore reasons, yes, it still does work.
okay, that's interesting. My theory was actually that it was going to connect all 9 movies. Actually, it was essentially going to be that Palpatine was trying to in the prequels. I mean, do that with Anakin, but then his body got all fucked up, and he didn't want to use him as a vessel anymore. And then he tried to do it in Return of the Jedi with Luke, but Luke wasn't dark enough for that to work. In a way, and he wasn't corrupted enough, so he didn't do it. But in this one, he did have a vessel who was strong enough, a Skywalker, and was on the dark side in Kylo. And so my theory was basically that he was going to possess Kylo in the 3rd movie. That was my theory, anyway. And then I had the idea. This is where it gets a little crazy. I think up to this part, most people would think is interesting. But my theory goes a little crazier than that. I had this idea that by the end, he would have to be defeated, like, in the realm of the Force, in some way, shape, or form, in order for him to be truly gone.
Like
And
they
so,
become force ghosts and shit.
like, you would see a Force ghost, for example, of Luke Skywalker, Ewan McGregor, and maybe Kylo or something, each representing a generation of the trilogy, of their respective trilogies, I mean. And they would have to fight him in the realm of the Force in some way. I don't know if it would be something that's kind of hinted at or what, but I think that would be a brilliant scene. But that's just me.
I mean, I feel like it would make sense in a sense of like a generational battle versus, the villain that had literally plagued their entire family. But again, that would make it to where, like Rey is also related somehow. So like you have Kylo and Rey going to fight him, they're losing, and then fucking space magic happens all of a sudden. Oh hey, there's Anakin and Luke both in their fucking prime as Force ghosts, ready to beat his ass.
Oh, no, no, no. Maybe I didn't explain very well. I meant, like, they eventually beat Emperor, but, like, then you see him in the realm of the Force after he's already died, essentially, was my idea.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, I just want to make that clear. My idea wasn't
just
that
saying,
a bunch
like-
of. It wasn't going to be a Return of the King thing where, like, a bunch of Force ghosts show up and then. It wasn't anything like that. But I think that would be neat. But that's just me.
No, just go full Return of the King. Fuck it.
They did the voices. Might as well do the ghosts too. You didn't say anything, Viper. What are your thoughts?
I'd
I'm
say it
fucking
was
tired.
like it's kind of like weird and risky, but I think it's could have ended up better than what they had. Because what they
It's
had
more
was
solid
hot
than what they
garbage.
had.
What they had was
I
garbage, and I think that would. I don't think it would have like completely saved it,
Oh
but I
no, I
think it
don't
would have
think so
been
either. But
better.
I think that would have been far better.
Yeah.
I honestly, what I want from the movie is just
To not exist.
I'd take its existence. I'd even take a lot of the problems if they just fucking reversed the character assassination of Poe. and Finn.
Yep. Especially Finn. I think we can all agree,
Like,
boy,
if
Finn was done so dirty in this movie. All of
if
them, really,
Finn
except the first one.
was given a lightsaber halfway through the movie, and like Kylo had a fucking turn of heart, and even just showed him a little bit, right? And they went to go assault fucking Fortress Palpatine, right? And it
Mm-hmm.
was these three characters with fucking Poe in the skies trying to stop the Zystons, right?
Yeah, trying everything
And
conceivable that he could think of that
these
might work, yeah.
three go and fucking fight these dark cultists and the fucking Knights of Ren, and then they have to fight fucking Palpatine, who is just mad cackling and throwing fucking lightning, right? And it's all weaker until he realizes there's something about fucking Kylo and Rey. And he's like, that's fucking weird. So he brushes Finn aside, right? So Finn goes,
Makes
gets
sense.
knocked out. And then he fucking does the thing where he forces the both of them to his knees and fucking starts absorbing their life force and regains fucking full power, right? And he's like, I'm fucking reborn. And then Finn gets up, right? And he's like, you can't touch my friends. I'm gonna stop you because he is supposed to be the embodiment of fucking running from the Empire, of turning and facing this indoctrination. And I don't care if he doesn't get the fucking final blow,
I
but
would have I
like
would have loved that, honestly.
him stepping up and fighting Palpatine, struggling to actually fucking stop this true evil force. Hmm.
I would even go as far as to say it might have been better if he did get the final kill. The final blow, I mean.
I would have loved that, but the
Because for
fucking
me, it would have been even cooler because he
the
knows he
problem
can't necessarily beat him without like you know what I mean? It would show how much more
he
brave he
he
was.
would have he would have had to have died. And honestly, I think I'd have been fine with that if he fucking goes through all this stuff and puts all of his effort into being, and his like final action of him melding with the Force to try to stop Palpatine fucking reawakens and revives Kylo and fucking Rey, and them with the powers of the Force itself, like finally overpower Palpatine. I would have. That would have been beautiful.
There's just so many weird ways they could have done this just so much better and I'm so confused as to why they didn't. Disney, if you're
Because
watching this, eat shit. Genuinely. I mean it. You ruined Star Wars for me in a way and I'm glad you're getting it back. But you need to put almost every single decision that you can possibly make in Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau's hands. I do not want you touching this property except to just hand them the check.
I just
And I cannot stress that enough, so eat shit. It makes me so mad to
I
even look at this list and see the one
I
on the
love
bottom.
I love Star Wars. I really do.
And
Star
I
Wars
always
has
will.
always been a comfort for me. But to have had a movie made that was so bad, it almost turned me against Star Wars is honestly unthinkable.
It did for me for a while until well, actually Mando came out before Rise of Skywalker. So I had a little bit of hope and then it squished it.
I don't. I don't think that's right.
Mando came out shortly after. Because I'm pretty sure it was like. Actually, hang on, let me check.
I know it didn't because they established force healing in Mando first with Baby Grogu. I'm pretty sure.
November 12th, 2019. Yeah, it was right before it.
I knew it. I'm not entirely crazy.
I'm tired.
Yeah.
The
Yeah. This whole sequel trilogy, if I could boil it down to a single sentence, no, 2 words: lost potential. And
Really cool that it's not canon though.
That's
Anyways, now that we're done with these conversations,
how
I don't
I'd
want
put
it to turn into one of those conversations
nah,
because
it's not a conversation. Just generally, the community's decided it's not canon. I will accept nothing else. Goodbye.
the
You
thing
know,
is,
I know I
I've got
can't just do that, but I'll support it.
I can. Fuck that.
yeah,
Yeah.
I've gotten into so many fucking
I've heard them say
arguments and
too a few
debate.
times that like um they're gonna like keep making movies around this era. I've seen a lot of articles about it. They're gonna do like set like right after this. Is what they're making it sound like.
Damn crazy that they don't exist.
You know, it'd be
You're like, that's
fucking cool.
interesting considering these aren't real.
Right?
It'd be cool. You know what I would like?
Hmm.
They could totally fucking retcon it out of existence.
They could.
Yeah.
I'd be cool with that.
All
Just
all
say
they
it
would
didn't
need
happen.
to do, all they would need to do is start one movie with like Rey, Kylo, fucking Finn, and Poe all waking up on like one of Felucia's giant mushrooms, and it was all a fucking fever dream.
And Finn's like, what the hell is this? And Ray's like, what's wrong? It's like, I felt like I just had a really bad nightmare. What happened? I just wasn't a character for 2 movies. It was very strange. And Kylo's like, yeah, I'm not even sure what I was. I was a bad guy one movie, I was a good guy the next, but then I decided I wasn't, but then I saw my dad. But how's he even here? He's a force ghost. He's not a force ghost. And Ray's like, just stop. Don't talk about it. Okay.
Anyways, pass the space weed.
Yeah, basically, essentially. All right.
Yeah.
As lovely
Well,
as this was, it's been 6 hours. I think I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream here.
Hey, yo, Mark, you still in chat?
So,
I
everybody,
mean, there are 6 people here.
yeah, there is, and I don't want it. I don't
Wow.
want to end it, but I mean, I don't want to end it when there's 6 fucking people here. But like,
Well,
oh,
they got to see me go from fucking animated,
passionate to
fucking.
exhausted.
Just out of it by the end, like fuck.
I'm just
we're
gonna
still
send him a
doing
gif of Ray
this
at the end of
fucking
this movie. That's just him, just laying down on the ground, just tired.
I'm just happy that I
Fucking-
got to show more people that, they just straight up blipped a weapon out of existence to prevent a character's death.
I think that's
I
funny, and
think-
I'm gonna have to look at that later. Go ahead, Vibe.
Please do.
The worst part is like I started losing energy once I heard the same fucking arguments for Last Jedi again. It's like, oh shit, here we go again.
Here we go again. Yeah, I know.
Because honestly, I am so fucking sick of defending that movie.
Then don't
Because
join
it,
us. One
I
of
can't.
us. One
I
of
can't.
us.
Because at the end of the day,
Part, it doesn't matter because they're not canon.
at the end of the day, I enjoyed enough of the movie that I'm like, I could watch it again.
You
oh,
managed to get it into Crispy Annie tier. That's a V.
I'll tell you this. It was
That's
never
a
gonna
win right
go.
there.
It was never gonna go above Quispy Annie. I don't care if
Fucking-
the rest of you said
Just
Ben
take your
Wren or
dub and
something.
move
It
on.
wasn't
I-
gonna go there.
I do want to say one thing to close out the tier list, right?
Sure. Okay.
If we can take that singular fucking scene of Palpatine lighting up the sky and just put that in Darth Jar Jar.
It looks neat, but I don't know if I believe that he's powerful enough to do that.
That's not even like power, and this is coming from Legends, but the man used to pull fucking Emperor of Mankind shit and shit out force storms just for shits and giggles, which are warp storms for Danny over there.
You're right.
Fun stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
Shame that lightning thing's not canon, but you know.
I honestly, I would 100% believe that he could do that even without being empowered by a Force dyad, because he is stated in canon to be the strongest Sith that has ever existed, which means he has to be stronger than a Sith who literally drained an entire planet of life.
Yeah, but the whole KOTOR thing hasn't been like confirmed canon in the new whole fucking Disney.
They
right
brought
now.
up Revan's name
I also want to point
as
out how bullshit it is that they had a huge amount of resources and lore to use for these movies, and instead they decided, let's just make sure it doesn't exist.
Oh no, they openly said they had no source material to go off of,
Oh,
and
I
it's
know.
hard. Yeah.
That's why I'm bringing
you
it
know
up.
what would have made sense for how they suddenly had this magical fleet of fucking super mega ultra star destroyers, which, by the way, as far as the fucking design of, doesn't make any sense. They took the fucking star destroyer from Rogue One, made it about 50% bigger, and stuck a cannon on the bottom. That is all they did to design it. It's so fucking stupid. That means the windows are the size of fucking starships. Like,
They had decades worth of written resources that they could have used.
if they had done something like,
Stories they could have adapted. They
if they
had
had
so
done
much.
something as simple as the Star Forge, I would have been fine. It would have made sense as to how they got all of these fucking ships.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna end this before I have a seizure. I'm on the verge already. So, have a good night, everyone. I will be in Streamer Tavern for a little while, just hanging out. But everybody watching the stream, drop a follow if you want to see more stuff, because tomorrow we're going to be doing some horror games. As to what horror games, I'm still kind of planning that out, but we'll see.
Tomorrow we're going to be ranking Lord of the Rings.
I mean, that
You
won't be
wanna
anywhere
rank
near
everything
as
that
long of a
belongs in
talk.
S tier.
I mean, it's only 3 main movies.
No.
It's only
Oh,
3
and
movies.
Characters.
No,
I mean, unless you
Boozle.
count like all the.
No, Boozle.
Are
It's
you gonna count?
only
Are
3.
you gonna count the Hobbit stuff?
It's only 3 movies.
Hey, I'll throw Hobbit 2 in there.
Hobbit's okay.
Because that just means
Okay, it's 4 movies.
means everything is.
The other 2 are
So
not.
you got.
I mean, Star Wars was this big comprehensive list.
Well,
I would think you'd got to include all the.
exactly.
all the
I
movies.
streamed a tier list for 6 hours. Haven't I done enough for you people?
If I'm gonna do,
I actually haven't seen any of the Hobbit
Rings
movies.
list,
So.
The first one's okay. Just skip the other 2.
if I'm no, the Desolation of Smog is actually really enjoyable.
It's all right. The Hobbit's better.
Too much CGI.
That can be applied to all 3 of those movies then. I
No,
felt like
they
the second one
definitely
had
cut
that
it.
too.
They definitely cut it back. There was a lot more.
Your main villain
like-
is CGI, both of them,
Yes, but the big thing,
including the orc.
there was the entire CGI adventure in the fucking.
His eyes look like
troll
Mr.
hole.
Potato Head.
His eyes are Mr. Potato Head.
That's fucked up. He doesn't look right. But anyway, look, that is a completely different tier list. I am not getting into this conversation right now, but anyone who hasn't seen it, watch Lord of the Rings. That shit slaps.
If I was gonna do a Lord of the Rings list, I'd want to do the characters, and just from
Yeah, because the
Lord of
movies
the
wouldn't
Rings.
take very long. Because people pretty much
Yeah.
unanimously agree on these movies.
no, because some people seem to think that fucking Two Towers is better than Return of the King.
But no,
which
the
is
fuck, it's not.
incorrect.
It's easily the worst of the 3, but I still love it.
I
love it. It's a
I'm
hard
not sure
choice,
if I
by
can
the
say
way.
it's the worst
just
of
saying,
the 3.
I like Fellowship of the Ring and Return of the King better. So for me personally,
That's fair. But Return of the King is the king.
that's the thing. When I say worst of the 3, that sounds terrible, right? But we're talking about 3 movies that are argued to be masterpieces. film.
If you got 3 S tier
Yeah,
movies
it's-
and one of them's a slightly
Let's
lower
say
S
we're gonna
tier,
do
it is what it
4
is.
more times and then stay here for another hour.
What'd you say, Danny?
Ugh,
All right,
God.
we're gonna look up a Lord of the Rings tier list. No, I'm just kidding.
Nope, I'm
No.
scared.
No, I'm done too. I ain't doing that. I was just joking. All right,
No, we're just gonna do a
everyone.
watch party. We'll watch all 3 movies in a row, starting now.
You know what
Fuck
though?
that shit. I
I
ain't got
might.
that time.
I might
Just be up till
pop
10
on.
a.m.
I might pop
Funny enough-
on Empire Solo.
I actually have Lord of the Rings fucking Return of the King being played in a different server. They started at 11. I was supposed to be there.
I mean, it's a long ass movie. It's still going. Go watch it.
My favorite fucking scene hasn't come yet, which is the Battle of Pelennor Fields. Danny has heard my notification tone from time to time.
Mhm.
It
All
is
right.
the horn of the Hardrim.
All right. We're gonna stay in chat for just a second, but I'm gonna end the stream. So, have a good night, everybody. I really appreciate you being here. There was a lot more people than I was expecting.
Night stream.
Anybody who wants to see more stuff, please do drop a follow. You'll get a cool little notification too. I made sure. And be sure to tune in tomorrow at 7 Eastern Standard Time. And have a good night, guys. Bye.